Good morning, everybody. Let's begin our exciting event. Dear Web3 industry, experts and professionals, fellow blockchain developers, and crypto enthusiasts from all over the world, esteemed guests, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome everybody here today to the first Hack.Summit 2024 Blockchain Developer Conference here in Hong Kong. This is a gathering of elites in the global Web3 field, a platform to discuss the forefront of blockchain technology and talk about the future of our industry. I'm Elizabeth, and I'll be your host for the next upcoming 2 days here at Cyberport. First and foremost, I would like to thank and express my gratitude to the organizers, Hack VC, AltLayer, Berachain, and RockTree Capital, for their unwavering support and for making this Hack.Summit a reality. Furthermore, I would like to thank additional hosts of this event, TechUp News, for their impressive organization and the valuable partnerships with numerous leading companies, such as Solana Foundation, Chainlink Labs, Cyberport, Zero Gravity, Manta Network, MANTLE, HUAWEI, Vertex, Google Cloud, AUROS, J17, SNZ, JDI, Blockchain, ScalingX, Bell2, Chakra Chain, Web3MQ, dappOS, Axiomesh, Jasper Vault, CUSTONOMY, zk.Link, and many, many more. It is because of everyone's combined efforts that we're having this exciting and marvelous event today. Since the release of Hong Kong's policy from 2020, the policy declaration on the development of virtual assets, remarkable progress has been made in the development of Web3 in Hong Kong. The city is striving to transform itself from an Asian international center to an international innovation hub. This choice aims Hack VC's decision to host this event in Hong Kong is not only because of its strong influence in North America, but also because of its recognition of Hong Kong's pivotal position in the Asia-Pacific region. The choice aims to attract the world's top Web3 developers to collaborate with local builders in Hong Kong, jointly driving the advancement of Web3 technology in Asia and beyond. As a significant Web3 gathering, Hack.Summit has attracted over 130,000 participants since its first conference back in 2014. We firmly believe that this event will become an important milestone in the Web3 history, injecting new vitality into the development of blockchain technology here in Hong Kong, in Asia, and worldwide. For our first opening keynote speech of the summit, I am honored to welcome Mr. Ed Roman, the founder of Hack.Summit and founding partner of Hack VC. Mr. Ed Roman is an investor, entrepreneur, and advisor. Prior to Hack, Ed was an angel operator and seed VC for more than 10 plus years. He has conducted more than 250 investments into early stage tech and Web3 startups. Most recently, he's been leading innovation and has been serving as a lifelong open source developer. Also, Ed has authored a best-selling book on software development. Let's welcome Mr. Ed Roman on stage to open the Hack Summit with his introductory keynote speech.
Good morning. Thank you all for attending today. It's going to be a fantastic 2 days here at Hack Summit. We're going to have a lot of fun together. I see a lot of friendly faces in the audience. And we're all here to learn about building on Web3. So this is going to be a very technical, developer-focused event where we're all up-leveling our skills together. And I couldn't be more excited than to be here with you today. So what is Hack Summit? Let's start off with a little bit of context for this event. So this event has actually been running for 9 years now, which is a phenomenal amount of time for an event of this scale. And this event basically unites developers from around the world and educates them on building. We've actually been hosting these events for charity as well historically, and many nonprofits have benefited from these events. Organizations like Women Who Code, Girls Who Code, Code.org, the Hour of Code Initiative, etc. So this is an event where we are not trying to make a profit ourselves on the event. We're doing the event to give back and help the community. And this is the first ever event we've ever held in Asia. So we're super excited to have Hong Kong be our landing spot to bring these events to Asia. And a little bit about our venture capital firm. And this is our QR code if you want to scan that to connect with me later on Telegram. Hack VC is an early stage venture capital firm. We invest in blockchain startups, Web3 startups. We partner with early founders, helping them build their organizations and to launch their protocols. And we have a very technical team of engineers in our team that works directly with these founders. We have over 420 million in assets under management, and we've been investing for years in cryptocurrencies. So if you're building a startup, please reach out to us, and we'd love to work with you in that regard. We'd also like to thank some of our co-hosts here, RockTree Capital, AltLayer, and Berachain. AltLayer and Berachain will be hosting hackathons as well in the sub-venue, which is down the hall from us. And by the way, I don't know if you guys have looked around this event venue yet, but it's a fantastic venue here at Cyberport. We're so thrilled that Cyberport has hosted us here this week. There's so many fun things to do here, virtual reality, augmented reality. So if you have some time in between the conference sessions, go check out some of the venues around the event, and I think you'll have a lot of fun. We also have incredible partners, as well as hosts and media partners that have worked with us to produce this event, and we're so grateful for your support, so thank you. I also want to thank our event organizers. Chi Hong in particular has gone into extraordinary lengths to make this event happen today, as well as Rodney Yesup and Min Kim, who have helped us to make this event successful. So thank you very much. So now I'll go into a very brief presentation on my thoughts on how open source is being transformed by Web3. So I myself am a former developer that has learned business over time and have started several companies. And what's near and dear to my heart is how do you actually create innovation using open source and using Web3. So there's going to be three small parts of this presentation. The first is monetizing open source. So let's talk about what that means. So open source software is free and open software that you can download for free on the internet. You might get it off of GitHub, places like that. And historically, software developers have monetized this software by building a free version and then a separate version, which is what they call the enterprise version of that software, where you would charge money for that software. Examples of this would be Redis, which is a kind of an open source database, as well as Elastic, which is an open source logging system. And this is, for the last 10 or 15 years, this is how open source has been monetized traditionally in Web 2. But there's challenges with this monetization model. One of the challenges is that you have to build a separate free version from an enterprise version, and you have to decide where to draw the line between those two versions. If you give away too much for free in the free version, then nobody wants to buy the enterprise version. If you give away too much in the enterprise version, then nobody will use your free version because it doesn't add enough value. So there's a fundamental tension there. And I originally started off investing in this category, but I realized there's kind of a better option out there for developers. And this is kind of where Web3 really inspires me. And this is why I'm so excited about tokens and protocols, because we think this is the more elegant way to build a business off of open software. So instead of building an enterprise version and a free version, you're literally giving away all the software for free. Everything is free. Everything is open source. Everything is decentralized. And you're monetizing by holding back a percentage of tokens for yourself and for your team. And that's basically how you make money off of this. So it's just a much more elegant way. And software developers around the world, including here in Hong Kong, are building their businesses using this paradigm and using this business model. And it reduces a lot of barriers for them to actually be successful. So we think this is an incredible financial innovation in building software that creates new economics for developers all over the world. Now, there's lots of ways you can actually make money on these tokens and reward the token holders. And I'll give you 3 examples of this, just so that you understand kind of the idea here. The first idea is you can actually charge users of your software who are using it, and the servers that are running the software, the validators that they're called, can actually charge these validator fees. So the token holders can actually benefit from those fees over time. So that's one possible way that you can monetize open source. Another way you can monetize it is by charging what's called a take rate or a fee on your software. So you might be very familiar with fintech companies like Stripe and Plaid. These are multi-billion-dollar companies that are in the fintech category. In Web3 and in cryptocurrency, the analogy to this is called DeFi, decentralized finance. Imagine having financial instruments on-chain, a whole new financial system that is powered by cryptocurrencies in Web3. This DeFi is kind of like a new financial system, and we haven't had a new financial system in the world since the stock market was invented in the 1920s. So this is kind of a once-in-a-generation opportunity for us to embrace a new financial system. And the way that DeFi actually makes money for the developers of the software is they charge a take rate, a percentage of those fees that you're actually earning in terms of the yield of that software. And then finally, the last idea, and this is the most exotic way you can actually make money on these tokens in cryptocurrency. It's called this buy and burn model. So raise your hand. Have you guys ever heard of what's called like a stock buyback in traditional Web 2 markets? A stock? Yeah, you heard it. Yep. So a stock buyback is when you're buying your own stock off the market, and that effectively raises the price of that stock for all the existing shareholders. So in cryptocurrency, you can do the same thing. You can actually buy your own token off of markets, and you can effectively raise the price of that token for all the holders. So if your protocol charges fees, then instead of giving those fees out to the token holders, you can instead use those same fees to acquire your own token on exchanges and effectively increase the value of those tokens for all other token holders. You can also burn tokens on the market as well. So you can take tokens and sequester them, put them into a special wallet that you can never access again. And by doing that, those tokens effectively are being taken out of circulation. So if you think about like a monetary supply idea in economics, imagine reducing the supply of those tokens. That effectively raises the token price for all other holders of those tokens. So we think these are very innovative ideas for how you can actually make a business model off of tokenomics. The second thing I want to talk about, and this is something that I think we must address today, is the idea of open source security. So security is a very hot topic in cryptocurrency and Web3. And if you look back into Web 2 and traditional businesses, most traditional software systems are very secure. You have a firewall, the firewall has a database, you have proprietary software behind that firewall, And all that software is secure because it's not open to the public. Nobody can access that software. Your firewall is difficult to penetrate. You're not publishing your code. So this is how most businesses in the world work. The architecture looks like something like what you see in this diagram here. But as we saw in the last year, Web 2 financial systems are still subject to failure. You saw Silicon Valley Bank fail and have to be acquired last year. You saw Signature Bank, and you also saw First Republic Bank all fail. And so that kind of shook our trust in the financial system worldwide, where we almost had a cascading bank crisis around the world if it wasn't for the government in the US to step in and to basically bail these banks out using the surplus funds that they had to do so, and the acquisitions that JP Morgan and others made of these banks. So this is kind of a scary reminder that financial systems can fail even in Web 2, not just in Web 3. Now in Web 3, you have a system that's based on open source software. It's an open network, right? And it's trustless, so you don't have to trust any bank. You don't have to trust someone to hold your assets for you. You control your own custody, you control your own assets, and therefore no one can basically take it away from you. However, Web3 systems are prone to hacks. In the first half of 2023, there was around $500 million in hacks in Web3. And this is very unacceptable, I think, for decentralized finance to succeed. Because if you could imagine sending a wire transfer from Hong Kong to the US, and for there to be a very small chance that all of your capital is lost in that wire transfer. Who would ever tolerate that, right? That is not an acceptable outcome for most people. And so we think that this is actually a gating factor for cryptocurrency to succeed. And so, and the irony of this model is that it's actually very attractive to hackers, because hackers are attracted to large pockets of capital, and they're also attracted to having this open source roadmap for how you actually conduct that hack. It's almost like you're giving someone like a map for how to actually conduct the hack, because the software itself is open source. So we must address this. And we actually think that there's some pretty creative ideas out there in cryptocurrency for addressing these ideas, which we're going to talk about now. So the first idea is to use basically a better programming language that is a more safe and secure programming language. So there's a company that will be presenting this week called Movement Labs, and they use a technology called the Move programming language, which is a safer, more secure programming language. And that language is a formally verified language that is type safe and is better for developers to use, and it basically reduces smart contract hacks. So this basically is a way to have fewer hacks occur in cryptocurrency and for your software to be more secure. It's not perfect, you can still hack the systems, but it's an improvement to what we have today. The second idea, and this is a more radical idea, which we think is actually quite fantastic, comes from a company called Firewall. And the idea behind Firewall is when you're conducting a transaction on the blockchain, imagine if you delay the transaction. You intentionally slow the transaction down so it doesn't finalize right away. And in that window before it finalizes, in that several-hour window, you can actually inspect that transaction and catch any potential hacks. So you could actually halt that transaction, stop it from finalizing before the disaster occurs and before the money is hacked. So we think being patient and having a slower experience in crypto for these large financial transactions is actually very appropriate. Like we've all been saying for the last few years that wire transfers are too slow. It takes a week to do an international wire transfer. Yet that is how the world operates today on these very slow wire transfers. We think that it's tolerable to have a several-hour delay instead of a week-long delay, right? And to have that safe feeling that your capital is not being hacked, basically, especially when you're doing very large financial transactions. So we think this is a very innovative approach towards making crypto more secure. And then the last idea, and this is the most exciting one from my opinion that I've heard recently, is from a company called AltLayer. And the idea behind this is to actually formally verify the code that runs on the blockchain using formal verification techniques, and to actually mathematically prove that the code does what it says it will do. That way the code executes properly. So we think AltLayer is creating quite the innovations in Web3, and we think this is going to be a fantastic new addition to the category. So the last topic we're going to talk about today is open source privacy. So privacy is a hot topic for most cryptocurrency investors. As you know, with cryptocurrency, your address is private. You're using an anonymous address, but there still are privacy concerns that users have. So today in Web 2, financial transactions are all completely private. If you were to do a wire transfer in Web 2, that information is not available for inspection for others. It's not open source. And this is, I think, what people really enjoy. Like, I don't think any of us would be very happy if our bank account information was made available to the public in the normal real world. So we think that this is an important topic to address in cryptocurrencies as well. And an open source financial system can potentially have a lot of benefits, but you have to make sure that privacy is part of your solution. It can't just be an afterthought. An early attempt at privacy is this protocol you might have heard of called Tornado Cash. Tornado Cash basically anonymized your transactions, allowed them to be sent across the web, and to mask who you were by remixing your identity effectively with other users. This was an early first attempt at doing this, but it was unfortunately taken advantage of by money launderers, including the Lazarus Group in North Vietnam, who abused this for money laundering. So we think this is an early attempt, but it was not sufficient, and we think there's better ways to handle this in cryptocurrency going forward. So one idea behind this that we think is really interesting is this idea of what's called a zero-knowledge proof. This is a mathematical proof in cryptocurrency. And the idea behind this, and you can see in this diagram here, there's an analogy where you have someone who walks down a tunnel and has a password to a door, and you want to prove to the other person that you can actually get through the tunnel without revealing what the password is. So imagine someone goes through that entire tunnel, loops around to the beginning. By them going through that tunnel, you know for sure they have the password to the door on the other side because they walked around the tunnel, right? And you never heard them say the password. That's a very simple analogy to think about what a zero-knowledge proof is. And there's a couple of ideas for how to take advantage of this to make privacy exciting in Web3. The first idea is what's called a dark pool in decentralized finance. So the idea behind this is, imagine if you're trading with counterparties, but your financial information is masked and is not made public because you're actually creating privacy around that pool of capital. That's basically this idea of a dark pool, and that's one approach towards creating privacy. And the most exciting one, this is the last slide of my presentation, is a brand new concept that we're super excited about called fully homomorphic encryption, or FHE. We think this is kind of the holy grail for cryptography. Fully homomorphic encryption, the idea behind this is, imagine encrypting data, like taking a database, encrypting the data in that database, and being able to actually perform queries on that encrypted data and to interact with that data without decrypting that data. So the data remains encrypted, the data remains private, yet you can interact with that data. It's a mind-blowing idea. This idea was actually invented in the 1970s, so it's not really a new idea, but only recently did it become high-performing thanks to some creative innovations by very, very thoughtful PhDs in cryptography. And so this protocol called Phoenix is building this in Web3. So we're very excited for the future of fully homomorphic encryption, and we think that this technology can usher in a new era for privacy in Web3. So those are my remarks today. I want to thank you for listening today. We're going to have a great time today, and if you want to connect with me on Telegram, please do so, either about HackVC or Hack.Summit. I'm happy to chat with you further. And off to the races with the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ed, for this inspiring keynote speech. We're all very excited for what's to come within the next 2 days. For our next speaker, I'm deeply honored to invite Mr. Joseph H.L. Chan, JP, who is the Undersecretary for Financial Services and the Treasury of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region Government. Mr. Chan boasts profound professional experience and insightful perspectives in the financial services sector. As a key leader within the Hong Kong SAR government, Mr. Chan has been dedicated to promoting the development of financial technology and the Web3 space in Hong Kong. He has a deep understanding and unique insights into how to leverage Hong Kong's financial strengths with Web3 technology and transform the city from the Asian Financial Center into an international innovation hub. Let's give a warm round of applause and welcome Mr. Joseph Chan onto stage to deliver his keynote speech.
And ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great pleasure to join you today at the Hack.Summit. And I would like to first of all, of course, thank Hack VC for organizing this remarkable event. So here today, we have the world's leading innovators and futurists gathered to discuss the blockchain industries and Web3 megatrends. As a leading international financial center, Hong Kong is an ideal place for fintech startups and financial institutions looking to establish or expand their presence. We consistently lead on various league tables in Asia. For example, according to an industry report released last year, Hong Kong is the biggest cross-border wealth booking center in Asia by AUM, and we are on track to take over the world's #1 position next year. In capital markets, Hong Kong topped the league table in arranging the issuance of Asian international bonds in 2022, the 7th consecutive year that we ranked #1 in that table. In the realm of risk management, we ranked #1 in Asia and #2 in the world in terms of insurance density. Of course, we are also the biggest offshore renminbi center in the world as we process the largest offshore renminbi liquidity pool in the world, and we also process about 75% of offshore renminbi payments globally. In fact, we have the biggest population of ultra-high net worth individuals as a city in the world, with over 12,000 of them, ahead of New York in 2nd place and London as the 3rd place. These are not just numbers. They are a testament to our robust financial ecosystem, which set the stage for Hong Kong commitment to fintech and also Web3 development. As most financial institutions have set up their Asia's headquarters or Asia's biggest presence in Hong Kong, fintech and Web3 companies can enjoy tremendous access to potential investors, potential customers, and potential business partners here in Hong Kong. We have a thriving fintech ecosystem, and we now have around 1,000 fintech companies here, and such number grew by about 25% last year. Innovation in areas like e-payment, RegTech, InsurTech, WealthTech are keenly pursued by our financial sector. And many of those fintech companies have also gained a foothold in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area, and the regional markets. As a leading international financial center in the region, we are always ready to be a pioneer. We were among the first jurisdiction in the world that offered licenses to virtual banks and virtual insurers. And we now have 8 licensed virtual banks and 4 licensed virtual insurers in the city. The Hong Kong SR government also issued our own NFT 2 years ago to demonstrate our openness and commitment to Web3 development. In fact, back to 2 years ago, we already issued the policy statement on development of virtual assets in Hong Kong, setting out our vision and policy direction in this aspect. Since then, the government and our financial regulators have been establishing a facilitating environment with timely and necessary guardrails to mitigate actual and potential risks put in place in accordance with international standards. The licensing regime of virtual asset exchanges commenced in June last year. We just completed our public consultation on regulating stablecoins 2 months ago and rolled out our stablecoin sandbox last month. And we are now in the middle of public consultation on the regulatory regime for over-the-counter trading of virtual assets as well. Our philosophy is very clear. We firmly believe that encouraging financial innovation is only possible through providing a transparent, certain, and predictable regulatory environment. As a leading international financial center, we are well positioned also to link virtual assets to traditional financial instruments. Virtual asset futures ETFs have been listed and traded on Hong Kong Stock Exchange. And the Hong Kong SR government was the first government in the world that issued tokenized government green bond last year. Our regulators have been actively involved to enrich our perspective and refine our focus on the virtual asset development. The SFC HKMA joint guidance was further refined in December last year to clearly set out the latest requirements for intermediaries distributing SFC authorized investment products, including SFC authorized virtual asset spot ETFs, together with which the SFC issued another circular to indicate its readiness to accept applications for the authorization of other funds with exposure to virtual assets, including virtual asset spot ETF. And again, this made Hong Kong a pioneer in this arena in Asian markets. On STO, securities token offerings, we see the potential for blockchain to make securities issuance and trading more efficient, transparent, and cost-effective. Indeed, a variety of STOs have already been issued in Hong Kong. The SFC has provided clear guidance on the tokenization of securities and investment products and set conduct standards for intermediaries involved in activities related to tokenized securities. I'm pleased to see that today's summit also marked the beginning of a two-day hackathon, anticipated to be one of the most diverse and extensively publicized developer events here, bringing a surge of top development talent to Hong Kong. The Hong Kong SL government is also committed to fostering a robust fintech ecosystem, extending to the vital work of nurturing the next generation of fintech talents, having launched a variety of initiatives aimed at bolstering the skills and opportunities for individuals in this cutting-edge field. One of our flagship programs is the Greater Bay Area FinTech two-way internship scheme for post-secondary students, inaugurated last year, to cultivate fintech expertise and offer students hands-on work experience within fintech companies across Hong Kong and the mainland cities within the Greater Bay Area. This scheme provides more than 150 internship positions spanning a multitude of fintech sectors. In addition, to enhance professional standards and qualifications within the fintech industry, we have launched the first batch of fintech professional qualifications recognized under the Qualifications Framework, QF, for banking practitioners. To complement this, we introduced the pilot scheme on training subsidies for fintech practitioners, providing an 80% reimbursement of tuition fees for those who have achieved these qualifications. And to attract seasoned fintech professionals to our city, we have also updated our talent list to include experienced fintech experts with a broad skill set in applying technology to financial services so that they will enjoy facilitation and immigration when they come to Hong Kong. And this sector includes those specializing in blockchain, AI, big data, and cybersecurity. These efforts reflect our unwavering dedication to making Hong Kong a global hub for fintech innovation and talent development. Ladies and gentlemen, at present, Hong Kong is home to more than 200 Web3-related companies from more than 20 economies across the mainland, Americas, Europe, and other parts of Asia, and many more have expressed their interest to set up in Hong Kong in light of our transparent, certain, and predictable regulatory regimes. Looking ahead, we will continue to use a multi-pronged approach to facilitate the robust, sustainable, and responsible development of the virtual asset industry, making Hong Kong an ideal place for Web3 companies to start up and scale up. On this note, I would like to once again thank all of you, the leaders and experts in the blockchain industry, for your innovative ideas and valuable contributions that bolster the entire Web3 ecosystem and the financial services sector as a whole. I look forward to witnessing your forthcoming achievements that will transform our future. And again, I wish this event a great success today, as well as the hackathon as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph Chan, for your insightful and inspiring speech. Your vision and plans for Hong Kong's development in the Web3 realm has given us a profound understanding of Hong Kong's future development plans. We're all very excited for what's to come and how Hong Kong is going to be developing and transforming in the upcoming years. Next up, we have a very influential industry leader, Smokey, the co-founder of Berachain. Berachain, as a DeFi-based EVM-compatible Layer 1 built on the Cosmos SDK and powered by liquidity consensus proof, has emerged as a bright spot in the industry. Smokey will be delivering a keynote speech on Berachain, sharing their unique insights and practical experiences in driving Web3 development. Mr. Smokey is not only an excellent technical leader, but also a forward-thinking innovator. His work and contributions in the blockchain and DeFi sectors have set new benchmarks in the entire industry. We're sure that through his presentation, we will gain a deeper understanding of Berachain's technological features, future development plans, and how it contributes to the prosperity of the Web3 ecosystem. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Mr. Smokey on stage.
Alrighty, guys. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Let's see how this does under the bear mask. First and foremost, just want to say thank you to the team at the Hack VC and Hack.Summit for having me here. I think it requires quite a bit of courage and truly some range to have a man like Joseph followed by a guy in a bear mask. So I truly appreciate it. I'm here to tell you guys a little bit today about Berachain, the backstory, the lore, the reason to some extent I'm in a bear mask, everything in between that's actually led us to this moment, and what we have to see over the next few months and hopefully years and decades to come out of Berachain. So I'll start by giving a little bit of background on sort of the founding story per se and how we got here, and then I'll start by just diving into the tokenomics, what Berachain actually aims to achieve. I'm going to try to hit the next slide. I'm just going to point for that if that's cool. Unless there's a pointer somewhere? No? Okay, awesome. So, Berachain in a nutshell, we'll start by just going through the basics. Berachain is actually an EVM-compatible L1 that is built on top of the Cosmos SDK. This allows developers to absolutely deploy Solidity-equivalent code without any issues, as they might on mainnet, Arbitrum, etc. But the twist is we're powered by something called Proof of Liquidity Consensus, which is really a variant of Delegated Proof of Stake. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. The peripheral vision in this, as you can imagine, not ideal. So we'll start with a little bit of story. At one point, there were a bunch of NFTs of bears. Something happened in the middle. We're still doing quite a bit of work to figure out exactly what that might be. But we've ended up with a blockchain. The RTO testnet is active at the moment, and we'll hopefully see a class of developers building exciting applications with this over the next little while. And it's actually become very quickly over the last 2 months one of the most active testnets in history, with 8 million unique wallets, and at this time, over 120 million transactions processed on the network, which has been incredibly exciting to see. Now, to actually get through how we got here, Berachain didn't start as a chain. It started as something wildly different out of the bowels of DeFi Summer / DeFi 2.0. Berachain started as a project that consisted of 100 bears consuming cannabis. This is not due to our cultural differences or due to our love of said things, rather simply because we thought it was funny at the time. Myself and my co-founder Papa had been spending a meaningful amount of time, in crypto since 2015, 2016, and I think in that summer of 2021 timeframe, we started to see the first NFTs that were actually interesting. There was stuff like Parallel TCG, which is now home of the Prime token, groups that were doing more than 10,000 profile pictures, but actually finding ways to embed some degree of utility and further value to an NFT itself. And we thought to ourselves, maybe there should be something fun that we could do here. There wasn't a grandiose vision, there wasn't an end game in sight, there were simply NFTs of bears. Over time, we thought that it could be kind of cool to actually see what we could do to push the envelope of this technology. So we distributed that initial set of 100 bear NFTs across a number of these DeFi native communities. So think Curve, Frax, Olympus, Alchemix, all these groups that really set the stage for the next evolutions of DeFi and became home like base plates. Following a model that was first pioneered by Olympus DAO, we actually decided to make these NFTs rebase. So what that meant was that if you had a collection of 100 NFTs, there would eventually be a second collection that had another 100 and change, another 200 and change, and so on and so forth. So what we actually ended up achieving was economies of scale around, well, I'm going to try this one more time. There we go. we ended up with economies of scale around, multiplying bears. I promise I'll get to the actual Berachain part soon. So what happened was, over time, this ended up being a really interesting distribution method because we ended up amassing thousands of holders while incentivizing our earliest holders and rewarding our earliest community members. And overall, as supply increased, allowing those initial groups to really distribute that supply and bring more and more people into this ecosystem. These ended up being themed. There were some that were James Bond themed. There were some that were Halloween themed. There were Christmas and Boxing Day themed ones. There were bands after their favorite artists. And then there were these 8-bit bears that we teamed up with people a couple years ago on. And that really takes us to where Berachain is now-ish. I'm really having fun with this remote. Sorry, guys. Okay, so one of the most important ingredients that we've seen in Berachain is actually the community itself. And this is something that we've learned a lot about and studied, I'd say, quite intensively as people have asked us about our growth over the last couple of years. And I think that what we found, especially from having seeded our community with these DeFi natives who were then basically getting involved in a relatively risk-on asset of an NFT, was that we ended up with a group that was very emblematic of, barbell or horseshoe theory. This is commonly seen in the political sense in the case of horseshoe theory, but really the thesis is that at some point the far left and the far right very much converge. So on one hand, you had a group of folks who said, hey, here's a funny JPEG of a bear, I'm gonna buy this. On the other hand, you had a group who said, hey, these guys are hanging out in the right discords, these guys are involved in the right projects, maybe there's something going on here. And I think what we did differently from a number of other protocols that I haven't seen as much in the past was that as opposed to spinning out, a novel consensus technology from a top leading research institution, et cetera, we did perhaps the most illogical thing that one can do in Web3, which is we talk to our users, we talk to builders, we talk to developers within this already built ecosystem of NFT lovers and DeFi users. And we actually tried to identify the problems that they were facing in their day-to-day lives, along with the logical fallacies that they saw in their on-chain world/environments. And what we really found was that there was a meaningful missing piece in the current models around proof of stake, in that when you actually look at the proof of stake model, it means that capital that is securing a blockchain is inherently taking away from the liquidity that's living on this chain. This is prior to the advent of Lido, Eigenlayer, et cetera, all of which serve a similar purpose, but in a very specified and non-generalized sense. And what we just thought was quite illogical was that there were these dozens of ghost chains, if you will, with hundreds of millions of TVL and occasionally even billions of stake sitting in their validator sets, allowing for an incredibly secure network, but with little to no activity, if any, on the network. So that discrepancy was often between 10 and 100-fold between the value securing the chain and the value actually doing any active work on the chain. And this is how the idea of proof of liquidity was really born. So proof of liquidity was developed to effectively make liquidity flexible. And what we really tried to do here was, from learning from those insights from our early community members, we thought to ourselves, how do we find a way to actually give people edge, right? How do we find a way for it to make sense for liquidity to serve as a form of security without actually adding leverage risk, et cetera? And perhaps even more importantly, how do we use that to actually build an ecosystem that benefits the people that are building on top of the chain? I think what we often saw as we went through a number of these steps was that there was no real way of driving value to applications building on a chain in all of these general purpose L1s that we saw. So to give a high level of how proof of liquidity actually works, the major difference from delegated proof of stake or standard proof of stake is that when block rewards are produced on Berachain, they do not actually just stay with the validator set. When a block is produced, those rewards or those liquidity incentives, if you will, are actually directed to applications that are building on the ecosystem. This means that on one hand, the validators have unprecedented economic influence over the Berachain network itself, but also that the only way to earn liquidity on the net, or to earn security on the network and to produce that BGT token per se, that secures it that I'll talk about, is by actually doing the work of providing liquidity and contributing to the ecosystem itself. And what this fundamentally enables at the end of the day is that Berachain becomes the first and only blockchain which powers its applications and gives them a fundamental reason from an economic perspective to exist on the chain. Oh, there we go. So, when we think about it, proof of liquidity is built to serve as builders, who in turn are there to serve as users. You have this flywheel where users are interacting or staking with validators. Validators use a module that's called Berachain. So if anyone's familiar with the sushi ecosystem or, contract distributors, MasterChef, a little bit of a play on that. And that actually distributes those block rewards across applications building on the chain. Once again, users interact with these applications, they earn rewards, and the cycle repeats. So we'll go through the tokenomics very quickly. There are two major tokens that define Berachain. There's one that is called BGT, or the Bearer Governance Token. This one's a little bit on the nose, but it gets the job done. And Bearer Governance Token is a staking and/or governance token of the network. Now, the interesting thing, or the spicy thing about BGT compared to general blockchain tokens or general proof of stake tokens, is that it is entirely illiquid. And it cannot actually be market bought on Binance. It cannot be found on Uniswap, etc. The only way to actually obtain this token is by doing the work of providing liquidity to one of the applications in the ecosystem that has been approved by governance to generate and/or distribute BGT. So what that means is that it enforces an equivalent exchange or an exchange value in order to actually earn this network staking token. It does a couple different things. This is what validators use to direct emissions across the network. This is what users stake with validators. And this is actually a fee-earning token, such that the users and the validators that are effectively helping to power the applications on the chain have some upside from their own operation and their own volume that's flowing through those applications. Then, we have Bera. Bera is the native gas token of the chain. This one's a little bit more self-explanatory, and it's as, basic or vanilla of a gas token as possible, in that Bera allows you to simply pay network fees. I'm going to try another couple times on the slides. There we go. You pay fees with Bera. Not much spicier than that. Try to keep it pretty simple. The other important thing to note here is that at any point in time, one BGT on Berachain may be burned into one Bera. This cannot be reversed. This actually enforces that the only way to even be able to effectively transact on the network is by having first done the work of providing liquidity. And what this really enforces is that as the network scales over time, its liquidity and security profiles, basically grow in tandem. So, when we look at the value flows in Berachain, in contrast to a traditional proof-of-stake chain, as opposed to value flowing from the users to the applications to the validators, as it typically does in a proof-of-stake chain, we actually see that model flipped on its head. So we see validators directing value to the applications and the users that are building on the network. So this prompts a pretty important question, which is, to some extent, why does all this matter? Why is it important for us to do so? We'll go through the economic incentives and the overall incentives for each of the parties in this equation really quickly. Like I mentioned, validators control the economic incentives of the network. They actually say which pool, which application, which group earns the most rewards, and overall helps incentivize different groups on the chain. This actually means that validators are very much incentivized to work closely with protocols to help them bootstrap their own liquidity and to help them find success on a new network. They are, on the other hand, actually working with these protocols to earn part of their own native tokens, their fees, their emissions, such that the validators that contribute the most to the ecosystem and help as many of these early protocols as possible achieve activation energy are the ones who tend to benefit the most economically. And finally, of course, validators are always trying to earn fees and commissions, so they do that too. When we look at the protocols are meant to actually use governance and the BGT system itself to incentivize more emissions to flow towards their own pools. They're meant to work closely with validators and incentivize them, whether that be with their native token emissions, fee earning structures, etc., to work with them to bootstrap their own liquidity. And they're, of course, meant to be in a competitive environment where these protocols are competing for those slots and competing for the ability to have more and more validators driving emissions towards their protocols. So users have to actually do the least to modify their behavior. They contribute liquidity towards whatever applications they might enjoy the most, and at the same time, they are able to earn the native emission tokens of those applications, along with BGT, trading fees, block rewards, everything else. So the system really is meant to give users the best experience possible. So the way that we think about this at the end of the day is that Berachain's long-term outcomes and its direction itself is really dictated by those that actually contribute the most value to the network. And I think that is the core principle that we're trying to enforce above all else when it comes to Berachain. Now, the real reason that we think about all this is because when we think about the long-term future of Web3, crypto as a whole, the next million, the next billion users, part of which has become a meme, and part of which we hope to very much become a reality over the next couple years, whether that be through abstraction, whether that be through better scaling solutions, whether that be through better incentive alignment solutions like Berachain. Really, in order for the space to reach a critical mass, it means that there have to be a set of applications that only exist on-chain that do not exist on traditional Web 2 rails, that you cannot just access from your bank, that you cannot just access from a website, that actually lean into the things that you can only achieve in crypto, in terms of transparency, in terms of a permissionless nature, in terms of verifiability. And those things really require a number of application developers to actually have the tools to achieve, escape velocity, breakout energy. And when we think about ourselves or a network as a whole, the chain is not meant to be the main character. The chain is the operating system. The chain is the base plate. It's meant to really be, more than anything else, the sum of the applications that are building on top of it. And our goal is to effectively enable as many top-tier builders as possible to help build, some of the best applications possible that can really go from 0 to 1. And now, while we are in the absolute earliest stages of this game, and we are simply at a testnet phase, we've been humbled, shocked, excited by the amount of traction that we've seen around proof of liquidity and around the Berachain model as a whole. This combination of the far left and the far right curve and a dude in a bear mask. And the way that we see this is actually within the ecosystem itself. There are 200 plus novel applications being built on the chain. There's at least 10 new DeFi primitives that we've seen being cooked up. There are over 5 projects that have brought on millions and millions of users into the ecosystem. There are 50 plus different token generation events planned on the chain, giving these new users a chance to actually explore and speculate on novel assets. And perhaps most importantly in the short term, while raising funds are by no means a measure of success, I think they're very much a measure of interest and a belief in the ecosystem. And we've, prior to launch, actually seen $25 million plus raised by ecosystem projects. So the end goal really here, more than anything else, is for us to actually ensure that Berachain is the best place to take your application from 0 to 1, and really that in the future, Berachain is the home of the next category-defining application as we remove, the limitations, as we reduce the activation energy, and as we increase escape velocity for application builders of the future. Thank you so much, guys. Great having you.
Thank you so much, Smokey. Let me just go with this. Okay, wait. Thank you so much, Smokey, for your exciting presentation on Berachain and the interesting technological insights that you've shared here with us today. Next up, we're delighted to have Mr. Rushi Manche, the co-founder of Movement Labs, deliver a keynote speech and share some industry insights with us. Movement Labs is a creator of Movement SDK, a modular framework dedicated to building and deploying Move-based infrastructure, applications, and blockchains in any distributed environment. Please welcome Mr. Rushi Manche on stage with a warm round of applause.
Hey guys, thanks for coming out this morning. I'm Rushi, co-founder of Movement Labs. We're building the first Move VM on Ethereum. My background is engineering. I started my career in United Health Group. I was a software engineer in the healthcare insurance industry and had a background in distributed systems and cybersecurity. I got in crypto around 2.5 years ago on the engineering side and really fell in love with smart contract security and high throughput blockchains. I was using Ethereum back in the day. It was getting really congested. The gas fees were too high. I was getting hacked like every week. So the question was, how could we scale Ethereum without needing to leave Ethereum? August of 2022, I went to Aptos, built one of the first applications on Aptos, and so did my co-founder, and really fell in love with the Move language, which I'll get more into later. So we'll start with the agenda. We'll start off with glossary in terms, context, go through problem solution, and then kind of the architecture and where we're headed. So first, M1 is our decentralized sequencer network. We inherit consensus from the Sonoma consensus mechanism. We're building M2, the first move layer 2 on Ethereum. And a VM is essentially a virtual machine that executes smart contracts. You can think of it like an operating system in Web 2, where you're building websites and other applications for your for your computer. VM is that for a blockchain, and the EVM is the Ethereum virtual machine, obviously. Movement SDK is a software kit to execute smart contracts. The Move VM, which I'll get more into later, started from the DM project from the Facebook days. And Fractal is our EVM interpreter that enables Solidity code to launch fully on the Move VM. So what's the context? To date, there's been over $8 billion lost in smart contract hacks. Last year, there's $4.5 billion lost, mainly through smart contract vectors like RockTree, integer overflows, and whatnot. Here's kind of a breakdown of attacks we're seeing. 17% private keys, 6% access controls. You can recognize some of these bigger attacks. If you look at PeckShield, which is like the most infamous Twitter account for security, it's like every week there's a new attack for $50 million, $60 million. So the current state of smart contracts are pretty broken, such that if you're writing Solidity code, it's around 95% of attacks come from EVM attacks. And if you are EVM protocol, you're probably exposed to 92% of any likelihood of attack at any given point. So for those that aren't familiar, Move was designed from the DM program. It was back in the Facebook days where Facebook wanted to build a blockchain to power the billion users on Facebook to a stablecoin on chain. We looked at the EVM and SVM and decided that it wasn't secure enough. The thesis was if you're going to have like customer funds of like 14-year-olds or 70-year-old grandmas, you probably want to make sure it's not getting hacked every day. So the DM project was introduced, which is a new VM. It essentially has a move prover built in that supports formal verification, so you have security at runtime, which solves a lot of the issues that we're seeing in the EVM. Here's some numbers. So obviously dappOS introduced the Move VM. There's around a market cap of $4.5 billion. I think it's like $9 billion. Obviously, it's still very nascent. I like to say it's like the first year of Solana, where if you're around for the first year of Solana, it's a very difficult experience. You had a crappy wallet. There's pretty much no developers. There was Rust, which was a new programming language at the time. Move is in a similar state. We're still very nascent. The community is growing. And our thesis is to bring Move to the broader Ethereum and EVM communities. So bridging Move and EVM is our thesis. So can we enable safer smart contracts within Ethereum? Answer is yes. Can we bring Move to Ethereum? Yes. Our solution is a Move-based rollup on Ethereum. So quick primer on rollups. I think most of you guys probably know this. I'll go quickly through this. Optimistic rollups use fraud proofs, unless you're Optimism. Now they're putting it in. But generally, optimistic rollups always have fraud proofs. zk rollups use validity proofs. The things that are computationally expensive. The benefits is high throughput, low gas fees on Ethereum. So what is M2? It's a zk rollup on Ethereum. We use zk proofs for validity to prove on Ethereum settlement layer. We're starting off with zk fraud proofs, given that a zk Move VM is very computationally expensive, but eventually transitioning to a full end-to-end BICO compatible zk Move VM. It's fully EVM compatible, so if you're writing a Solidity smart contract, it runs end-to-end with EVM bytecode. A little bit of the architecture, so you can recognize the Movement SDK, which enables smart contracts to be deployed. You have a data availability service, prover marketplaces. I'll get more into the verifier contracts as well. Here's a little bit of the SDK, where you obviously have the Move side of things, which is pretty straightforward. You write Move code, whether it's AltLayer or SweMove, it compiles down to the same VM because of the same bytecode. But what's really interesting here is that we built an EVM interpreter on top of the virtual machine. Our general thesis is that Move is very secure, but it's a very nascent developer group, as with any new ecosystem. So the question is, how do we bring EVM developers and Solidity developers using Move without them knowing it, such that Move becomes a feature, not a requirement? So with the SDK, we enable end-to-end bytecode compatibility with Solidity codes. So it's MetaMask compatible with Ethereum JSON RPC. It works, talks, and looks like an EVM, but runs the Move VM under the hood. So we call it like a parallelized Move EVM. Here's a little bit of how the translation process occurs. You take a Solidity script, you parse it to an abstract syntax tree. Essentially, you take the 142-ish Solidity opcodes and map it to the 54-ish Move opcodes and run a many-to-one pair. It maps it to an intermediary language called HUAWEI, which is essentially assembly-like language that can take the opcode from Solidity opcodes and map it to Move opcodes. One thing to note at the current implementation, the Move side of things takes static dispatch, which turns off registry automatically, and the EVM side still has dynamic dispatch. We're working on making the EVM side of things more secure, but we advertise that if you want to write the most secure code and not get wrecked and have the best performance, you write Move. If you're going to be stubborn, we'll support Solidity, the back end. So the end thesis is Move is still more secure, but we want to provide backwards compatibility for legacy code. So if you want to fork AUROS, probably best to use Solidity, but if you want to build a new consumer app that's not going to get hacked, let's write in Move. Let's go with this. I think the biggest issue with L2s today is a centralized sequencer. If you look at inscriptions, basically every L2, like Arbitrum, zk Sync, et cetera, all went down after 100 TPS, which means that if we ever actually have users on chain or a consumer app, it can't scale to more than like 100 TPS. So with that, we built a fully decentralized sequencer that not only sequences our layer 2 as well as other layer 2s. A allows for preventing uptime issues. So even if one node goes down, there'll be plenty of more other nodes to sequence the network. We're working a lot of censorship in security. So everyone argues that censorship is bad, or if I could tell you censorship could actually be good, such that if there's a fraudulent transaction coming in, imagine if North Korea is trying to hack your system, you can actually use the sequencer itself to silence transactions. If there's a, let's say, a ransomware attack coming, you can move back to the linked list and chop it up and essentially bring censorship as a service. The main chain will be credibly neutral and won't promote this, but the thing is, we'll have a network of blockchains. So let's say your order book rollup, you want to KYC it, you don't want to get hacked, you can essentially turn on the censorship and you can silence a lot of the issues that we're seeing in security. We use CUSTONOMY consensus, which is actually derived from the Avalanche ecosystem. It's a leaderless BFT consensus mechanism. It's similar to Avalanche's, but without the total ordering. It doesn't require the staking of AVAX, so no, we are not an Avalanche project. We're simply just using the consensus. You can think of like a Veils use Substrate, and plenty of groups use Tendermint as well. Proof of stake network for M1, it's still resistant. The validators actually stake the native token to participate in sequencing. The typical with other L2s is no business models. Most L2 tokens are meme coins, governance tokens. But with our token, you validators actually have to stake the Move token to participate in sequencing for layer 2, as well as other layer 2s. We're announcing some pretty big partnerships with your favorite protocols, all launching with our stack. It's actually complementary to other rollup stacks, so you can use the OP stack, you use the Arbitrum over stack, and use the VM on top of it. So we're actually just bringing parallelization and high throughput blockchains to every ecosystem. A little bit how the sequencer network works. You have the full nodes connected with light clients, and then provers to make it connect to the SDK itself. So a little bit of the marketplace. I think today's marketplace, zk proven networks are pretty centralized, and the fees are pretty high, such that it's pretty, like zk EVMs are usually pretty costly. We're working on building essentially a Move zk marketplace in-house, where the provers can generate proofs. Right now we're using Bonsai just for the testnet, and working with Risio on this front, and eventually Succinct as well. But we're looking at Plonky 2 zk proven marketplaces, so we can actually outsource the proving to a bunch of nodes with a network. They generate zk Move proofs, and they can prove the VM. The intermediary step to launch testnet and kind of go to market is zk fraud proofs, where you have challenge periods with optimistic roll, but you also have zk proofs that kind of still embedded. This layer. So the intermediary goal is to launch M2. I touched on as optimistic rollup. The biggest issue with next-gen VMs is that if you want to do a zk Move VM or zk SVM, even if it's 1 cent to approve every transaction, that's still very high, because on Ethereum, our transaction fees will be anywhere from 2 to 3 cents. So if we're approving a transaction for every cent, it's very difficult, and that's best case scenario. Current implementations are like 5 to 10 cents per transaction, which makes a next-gen zk VM pretty difficult. But we're working with a few groups to try and bring the cost down. But in the short term, zk fraud proofs are great. I believe Layer N started this with the Receiver team, and now we're also bringing it to Ethereum with Move. And kind of where we're headed next is we believe that formal verification security should be a standard. We're kind of sick and tired of the $4.5 billion lost every year in hacker attacks. If you want your mom to ever use crypto, they probably don't want to get hacked for $4.5 billion. They want to deploy ETH on chain, just let it send a yield farm and have safety in it. We're working with a lot of insurance funds to provide insurance on chain. So what gets me excited about security is that in the past, because smart contract risk was so high, it was difficult for yield farmers or even liquid funds to deploy ETH on chain and get insurance to back the collateral. What if there's a world where, because smart contract risk is so minimized, you can generate actual insurance premiums that make sense and provide with like an Eigen insurance or a third-party Nexio provider and have the insurance backup as collateral. So if you deploy ETH into a yield farm, because there's no smart contract risk, basically, your insurance premium is much lower, so it actually incentivizes retail capital to come in. So in the short term, I think DeFi is a really interesting use case for us, where we could provide essentially the most secure way to deploy ETH on chain into your favorite apps, and working with some of the biggest DeFi apps that you know. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rishi Manche, for your captivating insights and sharing and showcasing how Movement Labs' efforts in propelling the blockchain industry forward. Our next speaker is a quite prominent Web3 figure. I'm sure nearly everyone in this room should be familiar with him. We're delighted to have Mr. Sandeep Nalwal, the founder of Polygon, join us here today and share his unique industry perspectives with us. Polygon, as a decentralized scaling solution for Ethereum, offers developers a low-cost and highly scalable environment to build user-friendly dApps, while ensuring uncompromised security. Mr. Sandeep has made outstanding contributions in driving blockchain technology, innovation, as well as advancing the whole Web3 space. Please welcome Mr. Sandeep on stage to deliver his exciting keynote speech. Where's Mr. Sandeep? Guess we're still waiting, Mr. Sandeep. Just a few moments, please. Next. I guess something came in between last minute, unfortunately, so perhaps he could maybe join us later. Sorry about that. All right, then nevertheless, we're moving towards our next speaker, Mr. Akersh Shrivastava, who is the Vice President of Products and Head of Developer Relations at Chainlink. Chainlink provides Oracle infrastructure and tools for smart contract developers, ensuring that smart contracts running on the blockchain can access reliable and authentic data. This is crucial for the functionality and security of smart contracts, as it allows them to interact with external data sources, thus expanding the range of blockchain technology applications. Mr. Akersh plays a pivotal role in driving the development of Chainlink products and strengthening relationships with the developer community. We look forward to his insights on Chainlink's latest advancements, technical highlights, and future directions. Let's all please welcome Mr. Akersh on stage with a warm round of applause. Where's our next speaker? Somehow our speakers keep disappearing. I hope someone will finally... Is he coming?
No, he's not coming.
Oh, interview whom? Okay.
Just be one moment, everyone.
So,
Yeah. Just bring 2 chairs up on stage. So we're going to switch the schedule slightly today, just due to a logistics change. We're going to do a quick fireside chat here to talk a little bit more about venture capital and Web3. So Chi Hong is going to be joining me on stage. Chi is our partner in Asia, and she specializes in cryptocurrency and Web3. And she will be joining us on stage to do a fireside chat. Okay. So thanks for your patience, everyone. So started investing, and what excites you about cryptocurrency?
Hi, this is Chi. I'm the partner at Hack VC. So sure, more about my background. I used to work, I entered the space since 2017, so quite early, but maybe there are a few are earlier even. And I started at this family office in Hong Kong, and then started to invest in crypto pretty early on. And then I started my own startup in Shanghai. It was food tech. It was nothing related to crypto, but I should have, keep working on crypto. But that was a really good experience to be a founder, to really learn about what kind of quality, what kind of thing, like how to really make a founder successful. That was a whole different topic, and I feel like that was a really good chance for me to come back to to know more about founders and to be able to come back to be a VC, and then still to feel more connected with founders. And then I joined Hack VC for a little bit over a year now, and it's a really good journey because I was more like in the Asia side, but now I understand the Western VCs and how do they think of, founders, the whole industry, and how to really to understand the gap between between Asia and the West. But I'm pretty sure because Ed is a really, really successful entrepreneur himself. He understands not only founders, and also he understands he knows a lot about VCs. He started 3 startups himself in the US, and he sold 3 of the business. That was really, I guess, a lot of founders to want to talk to us, not only to get the money, but really just to be able to learn from Ed, just to get advice, just to to learn from him. And then also he wrote a book about Java, Java the programming language, and that was really really selling a lot, and you can still find it on Amazon and different places.
Well, let's be fair here, Chi. So the book I wrote on Java programming, I actually wrote 25 years ago, and it's now ancient technology. Nobody uses it anymore. At the time, it was important, because back then, Java was a brand new programming language, and it was replacing systems like COBOL. Anyone heard of COBOL before? It's an ancient language. It's actually kind of funny today. If you're a programmer today and you know the COBOL programming language, you're probably making a 6-figure salary, because you are irreplaceable within your organization, because very few people in the world actually know that language these days. So back when I started programming, that was kind of like the new hot technology. And it's funny because I did write a book on Java, and back then it was important. But then after that, I stopped programming for several years. And who here in the audience is a programmer, by the way? Raise your hand if you're a software developer. Yep, so quite a few. Yep. So as you know, as a programmer, your skills actually atrophy as a software developer if you don't write software recently. That's the curse of being a programmer, is that you become a crappy programmer the longer you do not write software. So that actually happened to me. So for a while I was running a startup, and we had some success as that startup, but I lost my skills as a programmer. So I decided I wanted to learn some of the new programming languages. And back then the languages were Node.js, Ruby on Rails, languages like that. And I actually struggled. Like for me, those were complicated topics for me to grasp as a software developer. So I decided I needed someone to mentor me, like someone to help me learn these new languages. And I didn't have anyone to help me because I was by myself in San Francisco. I didn't have any software developers. I was new to the ecosystem, didn't have folks around me who could help me. So that was actually when I had an idea for my second startup, which was a marketplace for software developers to mentor each other. So imagine a world where if you're programming, let's say you're programming on Solidity or Rust, if you're on Solana, and you're struggling with your code, and you can't figure out where the bug is in your programming code. Imagine if you could click a button and another programmer comes to your rescue and saves you magically from your programming problem. That's kind of what we created here. It was like a marketplace for software developers to help each other in real time. And the beauty of this is that if you're a programmer, you can actually make money on this. You can actually earn a living by mentoring other software developers in real time. You're not going to make a lot of money. You'll make maybe like $50 an hour, something like that. But you're giving back and you're helping other software developers around the world. So that's kind of like what we're about at Hack VC, is we're all about how do you have entrepreneurship where you're actually helping the world, making a difference for others, improving society, but also a sustainable business, something that you can actually make a living off of and actually have a career out of. And so that's what excites us about open source and Web3, is that it's a mechanism for developers around the world to create an actual business for themselves and to actually be in business for themselves without having to necessarily take a job at a corporation, a traditional kind of job. So we look at like these marketplaces for software developers as very similar to that. So, so that was actually my second startup. And then after that, we kind of realized that these software developers around the world needed a venue to connect and to actually interact. And that's where Hack.Summit was born, actually. So Hack.Summit was born by having those mentors around the world meet each other and help each other at these events that we hold worldwide. And so the very first Hack.Summit we held 9 years ago was actually a virtual conference back then. So Hack.Summit back then was not a physical event. This event that we're having today is kind of unique for us, actually. It's actually one of our first in-person physical conferences. We didn't start off that way. I don't know if you know that, Chi-Chi, but we started off as a virtual event. And back in 2013, I don't know if you guys remember, raise your hands, but did anyone actually attend a virtual conference back in 2013? I see basically no hands being raised, right? And that's not a surprise because this was way before COVID. This is way before virtual events started to take off. Back then in 2013, the idea of a virtual conference was kind of silly. Like back then, people thought a virtual conference would be 3D avatars walking around the world and imitating what a real conference would be, where you had like a 3D trade show, a 3D exhibit booth. And that was like the early attempt at virtual conferences. And to be frank, they didn't really have product market fit. They weren't really exciting for the attendees. And a lot of them actually failed in the early days. So we thought about it and we looked at this and we said, what if we did something better? What if we created an event that was actually a reimagined virtual experience where instead of having a 3D avatars and a 3D exhibit booth and all this other stuff, imagine if you just communicated information. You were delivering a presentation, either in Keynote or PowerPoint. You had fireside chats online, and anyone could attend. So we did this experiment. We held a virtual conference in 2013. The event was completely for charity. We made no money on this conference. It was all just to help developers around the world. We had no idea how this event would do. And we were shocked at the results. We actually had 80,000 attendees join this event, which actually broke the record as the world's largest programmer conference and the world's largest virtual conference ever held on any subject matter at the time. And so this really gave us a lot of confidence that we could do these events in the future. So we held events in 2016, 2018, and 2018 was our very first blockchain event that united developers worldwide talking about cryptocurrencies. And then after 2018, you know what happened then? That's when COVID hit. And when COVID hit, everyone wanted to do virtual conferences. That's when virtual conferences started to explode. And we realized after that, ironically, that people got sick of virtual conferences because they really wanted to meet each other face to face. So we actually stopped doing virtual events after COVID, and we moved into physical events. And that kind of leads us to where we are today. So we're very excited for what we're doing today and creating today. And we really encourage you in the audience to network and to meet each other and to form new relationships, because part of the feedback we got from our early virtual events is that it lacked interaction. It lacked the opportunity for you to actually say hi and to meet new people and to form connections. You know, what you learn at an event like this is useful, but you can learn a lot of it also online by just reading, medium.com posts or watching videos or going to Twitter Spaces. But what you cannot do online is actually meet each other, exchange business cards, exchange Telegram information, and form those new relationships. So I hope all of you have some time today in between the sessions to mingle and to help form new connections, because you never know where these relationships will lead longer term in your careers.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And then, so that is why we have one panel today. It's about how when the West VCs and the Asian VCs, when they meet, and then what can you learn from them? And then what's the vision and how they understand the market differently. I'd love to learn more about the topics you mentioned in your opening keynote in the morning. You mentioned about different technologies and in different areas, including like Vietnam, and then including like why you like Move language and how you can use it, even better to really change the industry. Can we learn more about?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So like, there's a few topics that I'm particularly passionate about that we haven't touched on yet that I think would be really interesting for us to have a conversation about. And the two ones that I'd like to talk about today is, one is, what is uniquely different about Web3 and cryptocurrencies that makes it powerful compared to building Web 2 systems? Because there's been a lot of, let's be fair here, there's been a lot of criticisms over the years about cryptocurrency projects being not very useful beyond use cases like trading, for example, or meme coins. And our industry gets a lot of criticism for that. I think it's actually very unjustified. And I actually have a defense to that I'd like to share with you today and to hear what you guys think about. So if you think about the idea of building a marketplace as a Web 2 business, a good example of this would be, for example, if you were to look at, raise your hand here, have you ever heard of the project called Helium before? Helium? Yeah, so a lot of you guys have, right? So for those of you who don't know, Helium is a DPIN, a decentralized physical infrastructure network for doing internet online and wireless access online, as well as cell phone access online. And so the way that the Helium network works is that you stand up these cell phone towers all over the country, and anyone can do this. So you can actually create your own little satellite receiver that you put in your home on your roof, and you're participating in this network. You're earning tokens by contributing to this wireless access system, this 5G network. And the irony of building a network like this is that the network is completely useless until there's enough of these little cell towers stood up all over the country. Because why would you ever switch off of your mobile phone provider to this new crazy idea of this decentralized network unless you have full coverage over all the geographies that you're going to go to? So this is basically the idea of like a chicken and the egg problem, where the network does not become valuable until you're at critical mass, until everyone is using your network. So what Helium came up with is, I thought this is a quite brilliant idea, is the idea of just subsidizing that supply side with their reserve tokens. So with Helium, if you ran one of these little Helium satellite stations in the early days, you actually got paid tokens by the treasury of Helium as a reward for running that antenna, basically. And so even though there were no customers of Helium in the early days, you still made money as an operator of those satellite towers, basically. The plan for Helium is that once demand kicks in, once they actually have critical mass, then instead of them subsidizing your costs, it's actually being paid for by real users of the Helium network. So that's like the brilliance of Web3, is that you can get investors excited about a vision, that project can be worth billions of dollars because of the future value of that project. Those billions of dollars of token values can be used to subsidize the supply side of that network until the demand kicks in. So we think that paradigm can actually be repeated for other use cases as well, and you could not build a business like that in Web 2. So for example, if I were to try to build a competitor to AT&T Wireless or Sprint or Verizon, and I were to try to raise venture capital money for that, no VC would ever fund that. Because think about how much it would cost to stand up all those little cell phone towers all over the country, right? To build a network that would compete with some of the biggest wireless carriers in the world. Like that, it would be very expensive, undoable in Web 2. But we think Web 3 unlocks this idea because of the subsidization of the supply side that you can do with tokens. So, so this pattern we think can repeat itself for any network that requires critical mass. And it's one use case that we're particularly excited about, where it's a real use of cryptocurrency that is not just based on trading or meme coins, but actually creates real world value. Another example of a DPIN that we're pretty excited about is called the Glow network. And I'm sure almost none of you have heard of the Glow network before, but it's a brand new project and something that we're particularly excited about. The idea behind the Glow network is to actually use cryptocurrencies to help solve for climate change. So, Bitcoin has been notorious over the years for being a negative contributor towards climate change, right? Because all the Bitcoin mining, proof of work, wasted electricity, like the Bitcoin hash power approximates the size of a small country in terms of the amount of electrical waste that it creates. So we found a cryptocurrency project that reverses that problem and does it in a credible way where it actually is a venture class business. And it's called the Glow Network. And the way the Glow Network works is that you're actually incentivized through tokens to create a solar panel on your roof of your house, basically. So if you create that solar panel on your roof, they subsidize part of that cost with cryptocurrency tokens, which is very temporary, right? They're only temporarily subsidizing those costs. The long-term plan is that those solar panels generate what's called carbon credits. Carbon credits are purchased by large organizations like Microsoft, Shopify, organizations like that. And that becomes revenue to help you with your solar installation. So it's, again, a great use of cryptocurrency because you're temporarily subsidizing the network with your tokens and your investors. But long-term, you're actually creating a balanced economy as being paid for by large organizations with carbon credits. So we think this is just the tip of the iceberg for cryptocurrency, and there's a lot of future directions you can go with this. The second topic that I'm excited about, and you're going to hear about this a lot tomorrow when Michael from zero.G.AI delivers his presentation, is basically crypto and AI. So crypto AI is one of the hottest buzzword intersections right now in Web3, and deservedly so. I mean, if you look at NVIDIA, for example, NVIDIA's stock price on a single day earned $250 billion of market capitalization in a single day. It was the largest single day gain of any stock in the history of the stock market. And a lot of folks, when NVIDIA's stock price started going up, they questioned that. They thought, is this just a bubble? Are we in an AI bubble right now? Is this really deserved, right? But if you look at, for example, McKinsey projects there will be between 18 and 23 trillion dollars of GDP gain worldwide from AI over the coming years. 18 to 23 trillion dollars. So what does that number mean? Let's take that into retrospect. If you take a perspective on that number, the entire United Kingdom generates somewhere around $3 trillion in GDP per year. We're talking about 18 to 23 trillion coming from generative AI and machine learning over the coming years. So it's actually an order of magnitude larger than the United Kingdom in terms of its entire GDP gain. So that's a significant breakthrough. We think it's actually a once-in-a-lifetime kind of transformation in terms of technology. And we think cryptocurrency networks can actually power a lot of this. So at Hack VC, when we think about investing in AI, we actually think a lot about Web 2 AI use cases more than we think about Web 3 AI use cases. Because we think that AI has incredible product market fit right now within Web 2 customers. You look at like OpenAI, Anthropic, right? You look at all these large enterprises, these Fortune 500 companies. A lot of them are building on AI, and they're building their own models and tuning and performing inference on those models. And right now, they're using NVIDIA chips, and they're using Amazon Web Services, typically, to host that NVIDIA hardware. These chips are in incredible high demand right now. They're very expensive, and you have to get on a wait list to even acquire this hardware because there's such incredible demand for AI right now. So we actually think that Web 3 can help solve for this problem. So for example, we led a financing round into a company recently called IO.net. Anyone here heard of IO.net before? Raise your hand. Yep, several of you have. So IO.net is the first what we call GPU DPIN, a decentralized physical infrastructure network made up of GPUs. And the way that IO.net works is it taps into underutilized GPUs around the world that could be repurposed and harnessed for AI inference. For example, many of you know that Ethereum used to be proof of work and moved over to proof of stake over time. Well, back when Ethereum was proof of work, you needed a lot of compute power to actually run the Ethereum network. So what happened to all those machines? What happened to all those servers that used to be proof of work miners for Ethereum? Well, a lot of them right now are idle. And a lot of them have GPUs that are idle on those machines as well. And the same thing happened with Filecoin. A lot of Filecoin miners are idle as well. So imagine repurposing that hardware and making them available for performing AI inference. That's kind of the mission that IO.net is on right now. And they can actually save you up to 90% of your Amazon Web Services bill because they're tapping into this underutilized hardware. So think about 10 years ago when Uber came out, when Lyft came out. What was the vision back then for Uber and for Lyft? It was called collaborative consumption. Let's make better use of underlying assets, and let's reuse your apartment or your house for other people who are visiting town. Let's reuse your car for people who need to travel from point A to point B. That's a better use of that asset. And we think that decentralized networks in AI can do the same thing for GPUs, to make better use of these idle GPUs around the web. And another building block for all this, which you'll hear about tomorrow, is zero-G.ai. So zero-G is creating the first high-performance data availability layer specifically for AI, and it's the first modular chain for AI as well. So Michael, the CEO, is going to deliver a fantastic presentation tomorrow, and I hope you'll all be here for that tomorrow morning. So those are some of the key trends that I'm excited about right now in Web3 and crypto, and it's what we look at Hack VC as being exciting and interesting going forward.
I think the next speaker, Chainlink, will be here in maybe 2-3 minutes. But last question I want to ask, you mentioned about deeping, you mentioned about AI. Those are the hot topic, and the real value, where the real values are. So I do want to learn. The next thing will be Bitcoin ecosystem, because I think Asian builders and investors, they are really interested in Bitcoin, and this is the hottest thing. But then that's really because the early days Bitcoin miners are, many of them, I would say like most of them are Chinese or like Asians, right? So do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, so we're at Hack VC, we're extremely bullish on the Bitcoin layer 2 ecosystem as well as Bitcoin staking. So anyone here heard of Babylon before, the Babylon chain? Excellent, yes. We're very excited about Babylon. We actually led a financing round into them recently. Babylon is breaking new ground by giving you the first opportunity to actually stake your Bitcoin in a trustless way, where you maintain custody of your Bitcoin, and you can actually earn additional yield through your Bitcoin. So Babylon, you could think of it almost like Eigenlayer, but using the Bitcoin asset class rather than the Ethereum asset class. And if you look at the total addressable market for Bitcoin, it's a order of magnitude larger than the Ethereum market in terms of the amount of TVL that's potentially available for staking through Bitcoin. And right now, Bitcoin is not staked anywhere. It's generally in people's cold storage wallets. It's under lock and key. People think of their Bitcoin as a store of value. So there will be an education process needed to get folks comfortable with staking their Bitcoin. But we believe that is possible, and the evidence for that is that Ethereum used to be proof of work, and we used to have our Ethereum as proof of work, and then Ethereum shifted over to proof of stake, and people found creative, interesting things to do with their Ethereum. So we think that over time, that phenomenon will happen with Bitcoin as well. And the Bitcoin layer 2s are another extension of this vision. So with Bitcoin layer 2s, the idea behind this is, imagine if you take all these applications that are built today on Solana, on Ethereum, on Cosmos chains, and give them access to Bitcoin levels of liquidity. Imagine all that TVL in Bitcoin being available for things like DeFi, decentralized finance, for applications where you can do perpetual swaps and things like that, right? All these creative Lego building blocks that you can do with DeFi, imagine applying those to Bitcoin. That's kind of one of the interesting use cases that we think exist for BTC, and that's why that market is so hot right now. So if you kind of look, for example, one of the early Bitcoin layer 2s is the Stacks protocol. I'm sure you've heard of Stacks. They had kind of the first regulated offering for kind of a Bitcoin-based protocol back in the day. And if you look at CoinGecko, you look at the price action on that particular token, it's been pretty incredible over the last few months to see that, and I think that represents the excitement that we're seeing in the market right now for Bitcoin layer 2s, and we think it's actually well-deserved because of the market being so large and the TAM being so large for Bitcoin versus Ethereum. So the biggest challenge with Bitcoin layer 2s, we think, are two big challenges. One is custody. So Bitcoin holders generally don't want to bridge their assets to other chains because they don't want to be hacked, right? And they think of it as a long-term store of value. So addressing that in a trustless custody way we think matters. And the second thing that we think matters a lot is speed and performance. So right now, if you look at the Bitcoin blockchain, the block times are in the 20 to 30 minute range, and it's very slow. So these Bitcoin layer 2s are speeding that up and making it faster, and you need that for high frequency kinds of DeFi operations. So there's a whole ecosystem of exciting L2s right now in Bitcoin that are addressing these challenges, and we're excited about the future of those projects.
Yeah, if you want to learn more about Bitcoin ecosystem, how we look at it, and then how we think the real values are, and then what are the new solutions, really just come to Ed. He will be here, and then we can talk more about it. So thank you so much, Ed, for all those sharing. This really, really valuable. I'm pretty sure people want to watch what you just said repeatedly again and again online. So really thank you for the sharing. So now we have the next speaker ready. We're gonna just end the conversation now, and then thank you again.
Thank you for your time,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you so much, Ed and Chi-Chi, for jumping in and sharing your personal experiences and insights with us. Thank you. Meanwhile, our next speaker has arrived. So let me please introduce our speaker once again, Mr. Akesh Shrivastava. Mr. Akesh Shrivastava is the Vice President of Products and Head of Developer Relations at Chainlink. Chainlink provides Oracle infrastructure and tools for smart contract developers, ensuring that smart contracts running on the blockchain can access reliable and authentic data. This is crucial for the functionality and security of smart contracts, as it allows them to interact with external data sources, thus expanding the range of blockchain technology applications. Mr. Akesh plays a pivotal role in driving the development of Chainlink products and strengthening relationships with the developer community. We look forward to his insights on Chainlink's latest advancements, technical highlights, and future directions. Let's all please welcome Mr. Akesh on stage with a warm round of applause. Everyone, just a few minutes. We are doing some updates. Sorry about that. Things are changing very fast in crypto, so there are some last-minute updates on the PowerPoints,
While we wait for this PowerPoint to be finished, I actually want to poll the audience and ask you a few questions. It'll be a lot of fun. So who here is native to Hong Kong? Raise your hand. And who here is from the West, from the United States? Raise your hand. And who here is from Europe? Raise your hand. Excellent. We've got a great cross-section of people here. How many of you actually own Bitcoin and think of it as a store of value? Raise your hand. So about half the people. How about Ethereum? Keep your hands up if you hold Ethereum as well. Wow. It's about the same. So that's interesting because people think of both Ethereum and Bitcoin as a store of value, not just Bitcoin. I actually do the same thing. To be honest, I'm a little bit slow to sell some of my personal tokens, even from the last bull bear market. So it's always hard to time the top of the market, So see some other questions here. So we talked about software developers. Has anyone here written a smart contract before or contributed code to a smart contract? Raise your hand. Okay, you just got a couple of people. Most of the people who are actually developers, I believe, are in the hackathon in the back of the venue right now. And they're competing to win a pretty big prize there. So that's not surprising as well. Fantastic. Well, I think we're almost ready to go here, right? So we'll have our next presentation in just a second here.
Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. I think we'll have to figure out how I can actually, we don't really have a lectern up here. But maybe what I'll do is, since we're all in the decentralized world, I'll use some of the stage props to help me out here. Move this box here. And, let's see. This one too. That, ladies and gentlemen, is some good old-fashioned Web3 resourcefulness. And just like our entire industry, thank you. 2 chairs. And this is a live demonstration of how we scale our architecture. Well, that was a bad joke, but Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. So first of all, good afternoon. There's some incredible things that we're going to talk about today. And the things that we're going to talk about today are at the very heart of innovation growth and the way that we experience technology. It's something that brought all of us here together in Hong Kong. It's the idea of a technology ecosystem. So I guess while we wait for the slides to pop up, maybe next slide. I'll ask a question to the audience. How many people here have worked, or how many people here have heard of Chainlink? Great. And how many people here understand a little bit about Chainlink's role in the ecosystem? Okay. How many people have no idea what Chainlink is? No? Okay. How many people are choosing not to raise their hand? All right, okay. And then, well, let's start with a couple of things. I think the first thing we can start with is the transition between Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3. So we're kind of at an interesting point in the convergence of our technology story. When Web 1 came out, the very, very beginning of the internet, we were serving up static web pages. This was deeply, deeply centralized. So information was created by a content writer, it was served somewhere, and people consumed it. Web 2 moved into read and write. So you saw the emergence of interaction where participants on the internet could create data and host it somewhere on an application that others could interact with. This gave the rise to social media, networking, file sharing, peer-to-peer. In a lot of ways, it created the underlying infrastructure for Web3 to emerge. Now, how does Web3 differ from all of this? Well, what Web3 really means is that there's no single party that owns or hosts the data. The data is actually owned by the network participant themselves. So until now, there we go, we got the slide. Until now, there was a big limitation on how things could build. And because of this limitation, technology had to be centralized. Be it apps or business platforms, your app could be shut down. A bad actor who had control of the app or the data could cheat. So it's very, very difficult to represent value and move value. Next slide. And before we go down all of this, allow me to introduce myself. So previously, I am head of developer relations at Chainlink Labs, and previously I was at Meta and AWS. I've built some of the largest developer ecosystems in the world. About 1 in 4 people globally have interacted with products that I've taken to market. And now I'm at Chainlink, so the question's why? And what do I do at Chainlink? Well, what I do with my team is obsess over the way that we build products for our end customers to use, our developers. The team I work with, we make sure that the experience we offer our customers is more than good, that it's great. So that brings us to what I'm here to talk to you about today, is how do we actually use our product experience to catalyze exponential growth in technology systems. So imagine a world where every piece of technology you use is interconnected. Everything is working in harmony. And in fact, this is not really a distant dream, it's a current reality. We live in technology ecosystems. These are complex networks where software, hardware companies, consumers, data providers all come together and they coexist. So why does this matter? Well, it matters because interconnectivity is the dependence of one element on another. And that is the secret to exponential growth. And that is something that all of us should be interested in. In an ecosystem, every player, from the biggest company to the individual developer, contributes to collective genius. It's where your work, your ideas can stand on the shoulders of giants and reach new heights that we've never imagined. It's within these ecosystems that we see growth and expansion like never before. So single innovation, like what we've created here, propels not just one product, but an entire suite, a suite of services and devices to new frontiers. So let's talk about a principle here. I want to anchor what I'm about to talk to you about in a principle, Metcalfe's law. The year is 1997, and Bob Metcalfe invented Ethernet. And he was trying to convince companies to buy network cards. Unfortunately, he had a problem. Can anyone guess what that problem is? Anyone? That's right. No one else had a network card. Now, people didn't understand what the problem was. And if you went to a company and you said, hey, you need a network card, they would say, great, I'll buy one. And you said, well, actually, you need two. And then they said, okay, great, what can I do with two? Well, you won't really understand the value until you buy three. So he had to convince every company that he spoke to buy at least three. And at that time, it wasn't cheap. It's $3,000 back then, so $9,000, which was a lot. But in the process, he observed something very extraordinary about networks. It's that the value of a network increases exponentially every new user you add. And at the same time, costs increase linearly. It's always a $3,000 network card, but the more people that are connected to that network, the more exchange of ideas you have, the more people can use the same resources. So that's where the real value comes from. So think about it. When two people are connected, they can share, collaborate, innovate. But when three are connected, the possibilities don't just add up, they multiply. And when 1 billion people are connected, we're not just building a network, we're actually changing the way that the entire world works. And the value of that is almost beyond comprehension. This is where all of our models start to break down and why so many people try so hard. Oh, got it. All right. There we go. So this is the slide. Now, don't just take my word for it, right? Because I think if someone puts a slide up on a stage like this, I think the immediate reaction is to be very, very skeptical, especially when it's this neat. So let's dive into the real-world impact of this. There's compelling research that was just released, and the citation's down there, but this is in 2015 in the Journal of Computer Science and Technology that actually brings Metcalfe's law from the previous slide into a vivid reality. So if we analyze the data from two giants in our technology world, Tencent and Facebook, a couple of researchers got together to see if there was this correlation, if it could be validated, and what they found was amazing. There was a powerful validation of Metcalfe's law. They found that the value of Tencent and Facebook's network indeed grew exponentially with the number of users. So you can see across the bottom, you've got monthly active users, and as it goes across billions, you've got your revenue right there on the y-axis. So you can see that that's kind of trending up exponentially, and cost, which is basically the amount that it costs to onboard a revenue, stays static and linear. So this isn't just theoretical, this is very, very tangible. So let's consider what makes these things unique, right? Facebook, it's a platform that connects billions. Every new user doesn't just add to the network, they contribute to it. they create more connections, more interactions, more content. And the same goes for Tencent, the leader in social media gaming. Each new participant amplifies the possibilities for everyone that's a part of that network. So this really does remind us that each new user, each new idea, and each new connection magnifies the value of our network exponentially. So how does that apply to us? Well, if we think about developers, in many ways, are the first users of technology ecosystems. So even the Web3 technology ecosystems, the earliest pioneers were engineers, developers, the ones that really figured out how to thread loose components together to really create a new platform for possibilities. So platforms like Apple's iOS, Android, open source frameworks like React, they not only revolutionized the way we develop and deploy applications, but they created unprecedented value. When a developer adopts a platform of technology, what they're doing is they're laying the groundwork for other people to come in and build on top of it. Each line of code is a building block for a much larger structure. And as more developers contribute to these ecosystems, again, we see that the value multiplies. And then, I think we have Apple and Android and the revenue that they generate, but then we ask ourselves, how does this apply to projects that don't have such direct business bottom line connection? And that's where we have React. The open source movement, that exemplifies that technologies like React have value, not just in itself, but in the community that surrounds it. So open source platforms, in a way, are proof that when developers come together, they share their knowledge, they contribute to a goal, and the results are astounding. React is a software that powers millions of websites and applications. In fact, it drives forward the internet itself. The community of React developers globally is 15 million. That's nearly the total addressable market of web developers out in existence. So this brings us again back to the heart of our discussion, that when developers engage with ecosystems, they're not just writing code, they're weaving the fabric of the digital society that all of us are going to be a part of. The pioneers at the forefront of these technology ecosystems. So blockchain technology itself fits this trend. Now I've extrapolated some data here, I think, because it's a little bit bumpy. But what we can see is that there's radical innovations that are happening as we speak. Right? It's challenging cryptocurrency, for instance, and other blockchain use cases are challenging our conventional understanding of how we deal with value, how we move value, how we transact. Even that idea of a currency is being challenged. But at the core of these digital currencies, a principle familiar to all of us, is that the value of the network grows exponentially. So think about it in the crypto world. We have most monthly active developers working on blockchain projects, and they're not just contributors, right? They're actually, what they're doing is bringing other participants that are non-technical onto the network. And we're seeing this pattern match really nicely. So you can see that as monthly active developers go up linearly, right, loosely, if we extrapolate, then we can also see that the same exponential curve follows behind it. But the question is always, what comes first? Is it the chicken or the egg? Now, developers, the belief that we have over at Chainlink Labs is that developers lay the foundational stones of these ecosystems. They're the ones who translate visions into reality, build initial infrastructure applications and services that actually make the ecosystem value. And without their initial contributions, well, there'd be no platform, no network, or no ecosystem for other people to join. So this initial phase of development is really, really important. It's developers who, attracted by the potential to innovate and create, invest their skills into developing this ecosystem. And as they build, they not only lay the groundwork for future users, but also establish the core value proposition of the ecosystem itself. So if we imagine that with the developer-led infrastructure in place, banks and financial institutions are now leveraging this technology. They're figuring out now how they can leverage the inherent values of efficiency, transparency, inclusivity to expand their horizon of financial services. So the shift is not just beneficial, it's very, very transformative. And that's why we're seeing this trend of real-world assets taking off, right? Is how do we actually digitalize? How do we leverage this infrastructure that all of these engineers and developers have built to go take what we have that exists in the physical world and project it into the digital world where everyone is already participating. So this is a live exercise, and it's a societal shift. I think it's moving the entire financial system forward. And every time we integrate a financial institution or network participant into this, we improve operations, it amplifies network value, and it creates that life cycle of adoption that enriches the entire ecosystem. So what we end up with is a flywheel. And in this flywheel, what we see is that developers create the use cases and the infrastructure, which brings users, which then creates investment, which then brings more developers, which drives more use cases, and so on and so forth. And that is the entire virtuous cycle of growth that we're seeing. But again, don't just take my word for it. So this is the success of integrating with Chainlink and what it actually brings to a lot of our customers. Now, Chainlink is agnostic to what we do is we're in the business of connecting data to blockchains. And these successes aren't just coincidences. They're the results of deliberate strategies to engage developers. A big thing that we always say is our developer experience needs to be the best. People need to be able to use our products and services seamlessly to build whatever it is that they're imagining. So you can see right after Chainlink integration with some of our partners, there's a huge spike in developer engagement across all these chains. And that's what our products do. And to describe a little bit of how our platform is actually divided, so what we've created is a platform of products and services that are individually useful, but together composable to create all sorts of different apps. We provide data access, compute, and cross-chain capabilities with CCIP. And all of that on top of a decentralized Oracle network, which is how we make sure that the data retains its integrity. And at the very bottom of our platform layer is the data that connects to that. And we have one of the largest developer ecosystems in the space. Every year we connect with over 50,000 developers. Part of this is so that we can get close to really understand what developers are asking for. So how do we create the next generation of network effects? How do we really empower developers to do what needs to be done to drive this paradigm shift forward? Developer activity is extremely high and has been growing consistently. We have 20,000 public GitHub repos using Chainlink. We have community meetups all over the world. We have a hackathon that we host twice annually that last year got over 20,000 registrants. If you are a developer, I encourage you to go check it out. We actually have a new one. But yeah, it's about attracting top talent. It's more than just a good platform. It's about fostering an environment where developers feel supported through tools, the community, and recognition. And so these are some of our products. We have CCIP, which is brand new, released pretty recently. And what that does is allows developers to take whatever data they have on one chain, whether that's permissioned or public, and move it across chains. Because we believe that in a truly efficient, super connected world, in order to really embrace those network effects, we have to do more than just bring data to one chain at a time. We have to allow every single chain to be able to talk to each other. And in fact, if you've done anything on DeFi, you've probably interfaced with a service or a product of ours. 80% of all total value secured happens on our Oracle network. We enable 71% of the transaction value across DeFi, and 52% of DeFi protocols are using our general purpose oracles. Which brings us to today. If we start to think about what we've talked about, we stand on the new frontiers of Web3. Where is it going to go? What direction are we taking our products? Which way is the industry and the ecosystem moving? We realize that there's still an enormous amount of potential. Today, there's only about 30,000 blockchain developers globally, a little more. But we know that the total addressable size of the community is 30 million. What we want to do is make it easy for all 30 million of those developers to leverage what it is that makes blockchain technologies great. And through that, we hope to expose ourselves to even greater network effects. And this is much, much bigger than DeFi. Because if you think about it globally, we have over $867 trillion in assets. And markets that are operating 24/7, 365 days a year. So this is the potential value that we could be bringing on chain or tokenizing. So we've seen how the developer-first approach that we have at Chainlink Labs can catalyze exponential growth, transforming platforms and industry leaders. I encourage all of you here today to consider how you can support and engage developers. Their success really is your success. Thank you for your time and your attention. Let's continue to build a future together.
Thank you so much, Akirsh, for introducing Chainlink to us in such detail, and also how it contributes to the development of the space, and for all the last-minute adjustments. Thank you so much. So moving on, our next highlight.
Yes. We are very, very proud to have our next speaker here. Sandeep, the co-founder of Polygon, is going to bless us with an incredible presentation. So thank you for being here, Sandeep.
Oof. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I got stuck in something, so came late. So today I'm going to talk about this aggregation age. And do I have the what? So I will basically, when I want to say aggregation, essentially I want to say. Okay. I want to show you this slide. So a lot of people who are active in crypto, they must have seen last year this has been a lot of talk about modular blockchains and whatnot. And before that also there used to be these monolithic blockchains. And what are monolithic blockchains? So monolithic blockchains are basically one single blockchain where you have a lot of, all the smart contracts on one single layer, like Solana, like Ethereum, even Polygon POS. These chains are monolithic blockchains, means one single blockchain, all the applications are deploying on one single blockchain. Then came in the modular architecture where you can have hundreds and hundreds of chains, and then and your scalability is technically unlimited. In the monolithic blockchains, your composability is very high between smart contracts, but the scalability is limited because you are on one single state machine. Modular, you can have unlimited scalability, but the problem is fragmentation. Many of you guys might have heard about this bridging problem. There are already around 100 to 200 blockchains in the space. And if you want to use a blockchain, you have to bridge your assets from one blockchain to another blockchain using some complicated bridge, taking security assumptions and whatnot. And that has led to this problem that everybody is discussing, is the fragmentation. And so the next stage of this modular blockchains or modular kind of architecture is the aggregation architecture. I'll explain a little bit about that. So let's first go into this, like why, like this is a long statement, I should shorten it, but basically if you read the last part of it, like what is the mission of Polygon? At Polygon, we are very, very clear that we want to create the blockchain architecture which can scale to the level of internet. That means, level of internet means it has unlimited scalability. So I'm not saying 10,000 TPS, like, TPS is a very big matrix. Everybody in crypto likes TPS. I'm not saying 10,000 TPS. I'm not saying 20,000, or like Solana says 50,000 TPS. Some blockchains say 100,000 TPS. I'm talking about 1 billion TPS. How about 10 billion TPS, right? So Polygon is building for that architecture which can create an environment. Like internet today, if you see, there's no TPS in internet, but literally the bandwidth is unlimited on the internet. Similar way, we believe that it should happen for Web3. The blockchain should have unlimited scalability. And that's the architecture we are building towards, because then and only then we can take the blockchains to this internet scale. Basically, as I explained that, last year till mid-2023, before that it was all monolithic blockchains, like one single blockchain, all applications inside the one blockchain. There is a monkey NFT airdrop happening, and then the gas fees is high for everyone. All the blockchains, if there is congestion, all the applications on the blockchains are running slow, and the gas fees is high. So, but then towards the end of 2023 and early 2024, we are seeing this modular or this stack-based, revolution, like, which has OP stack and Polygon CDK and so many other stack, where people are launching their own blockchains. And what's happening is now we have this fragmented kind of environment where there are hundreds and hundreds of these chains. In this diagram, it shows few blockchains, but if you go to, let's say, L2 beats, you see there are like 100 blockchains listed over there. And there are like at least 3x that are not listed there. And I can tell you internally, I think by end of this year, probably we will be at 500 to 1,000. You can see for an end user, the user experience starts becoming very confusing. Imagine you were on the internet and you have to, if you are on mobile, you have to connect to a different internet. If you want to connect to a US website, you have to connect to a different network. If you want to access a Hong Kong website, you have to connect to a different network. Imagine if that was the experience. None of us, we will not have 5 billion or whatever, 2-3 billion users on the internet with that kind of user experience. And we like 100 million users with that kind of experience. Previously, the experience is, okay, I go to Ethereum, but the gas fees was very high. Or I go to like any single chain, Polygon POS, Solana, whatever it is. And then, but like on Polygon POS or Solana, everywhere the transaction fees keeps on going up if all of users are coming over there, right? And so the idea or the modular thesis says that every application should have their own blockchain. And if that is the reality, so which is true on the internet today. Let's say you are using any app like WhatsApp. WhatsApp is not using some shared servers. Those servers are WhatsApp servers, right? But on blockchains, most of the big applications you use, like Uniswap, right? Uniswap is on Ethereum or let's say any other blockchain, Polygon POS, Arbitrum. It is sharing the block space with everyone else. So if the gas fees because of some application goes up, your gas fees on your usage of Uniswap also goes up. This is not how the Web 2 works. In Web 2, each application has their own servers. And we believe, and this is what we are seeing in the blockchain space also, that you will see more and more and more app chains and few ecosystem chains. Like now I say these shared chains, Polygon POS, Solana and all that, they are all ecosystem chains. Arbitrum One, OP Mainnet, Base, these are all ecosystem chains. But individual apps, the app builders are more and more thinking towards creating their own app chain so that they control how much transactions are there, what are the gas fees are there, and their user experience. And so, but the problem, as I said, that with these multiple blockchains environment is that fragmentation. User has to bridge their assets and whatnot. What aggregation does is, and this is our product like AgLayer. I don't know how much time I have, so I'll quickly move over there. Is that AgLayer is a zero knowledge based solution from us, which aggregates these chains together. So these individual chains, they start feeling like, to the end user, they feel like one single blockchain. You don't feel like you have to bridge and all that. As a user, you are seeing something, you have money somewhere in some blockchain. You click on an application, in the background it moves your money into the other blockchain. Your transaction happens. As a user, you don't need to see this stuff. So we call it unified liquidity. And the other part is that it has infinite scalability. Like I'm showing like few chains here. This can go to like 1 million chains. I mean, not today, but today it can go to easily 10,000 chains, and this system will work absolutely fine. So that's where we are headed towards. And so my idea was that last year you heard a lot about modular. Going forward towards the Q3, Q4, you will see a lot. You will hear a lot about aggregation. Like I can already see at least 10, 20 projects after Polygon has launched this thesis. 10, 20 projects, high quality projects are also working something or the other on aggregation. And so, the benefits of this AgLayer is like every application can have their own smart contracts on their own application. And then whenever they need any cross-chain interaction, they can compose with smart contracts on other, compose means connect to the smart contracts on other blockchains and work seamlessly. There is the very interesting feature called bridge and call, with which, like, if one chain, let's say OKX chain, like, you guys know that OKX is launching a Polygon CDK chain connected to AgLayer. So once any chain now is connected to the AgLayer and OKX is already connected into their exchange, you can assume that all the chains are connected into OKX. Like for any builders here, it's very, very hard. If you are building a chain, it's very hard to get your chain integrated into exchanges. But with this kind of architecture, if one chain inside AgLayer is connected to any exchange, all the other chains are literally connected into the exchange because of this aggregation function. So some of these things, I mean, I'll move quickly around that because I missed my original slot. But two main important things, as we say, that unified liquidity across these chains. So you can have hundreds and hundreds of these chains, and the liquidity is unified across these chains. And as I said, the infinite scalability. That means launch 1,000 chains. Each chain has 1,000 DPS. So you have 1,000 chains, you already are at 1 million DPS. And I think that we will reach by the end of this year around, like you can literally say on a theoretical level that this system has 1 million DPS. But it's, as we say, like these are localized TPS for each application. And then, as I said, like, unlimited scalability. This is what Polygon is all about now. Unified liquidity using AgLayer and using Polygon CDK, unlimited scalability. We think, and if you speak to a lot of researchers also in the Ethereum space, you will see, and you will, you can discuss. They will say that this architecture, whether Polygon does it or somebody else does it, this looks to be the architecture which can scale to the level of internet, the kind of scalability that we want for Web3 to become internet scale. And so I will just simply say that at the end that you have this modular versus monolithic. These were the two eras of blockchains. Till 2023 mid, it was like monolithic blockchains. Today or last 6 months, we heard a lot about modular blockchains. You will start hearing more and more and more about aggregated blockchains next year. And so there are already some very big, like Immutable, the biggest gaming, A-Star, OKX. Even layer ones are connecting to this AgLayer, Near Protocol, Canto, and other things. So there are a lot of things coming on the AgLayer, and as the new version, the version 2 of AgLayer, which is much faster and cheaper, launches, you will see hundreds and hundreds of these chains connecting to the AgLayer, and we think that with this we can take the Web3 to the internet scale. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sandeep, for your outstanding presentation. It is always so compelling to hear firsthand insights from someone who is transforming and moving forwards the industry. So next up, we have our first panel discussion of the summit, which is the topic, When Western and Eastern VCs Meet. We're delighted to welcome the following guest speakers on stage. Ms. Annabelle Huang, the managing partner of Amber Group. Mr. Sia Hazemipur from DAO5. Mr. Sky Lai, partner of J17 Capital. Mr. Kun Peng, partner of Stanford Blockchain Accelerator. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Rodney Yesep, who is a partner of Hack VC. The panel discussion will dive into the latest trends in venture capital, particularly how Western and Eastern VCs can interact and collaborate with each other. All right. Let's give a warm round of applause to all our panel speakers. And the panel is all yours, Mr. Rodney.
Hey everybody, thank you all so much for coming. I think this summit is a really great combination of a lot of our Western founders that flew in. For a lot of our Western founders, this is their first time in Hong Kong. And for a lot of our Hong Kong community, a lot of them wanted to meet some of the best founders in our portfolio. So yeah, thank you all for coming, and I'm really happy that everyone could connect with each other. Maybe let's start off with a batch of introductions for everybody. I'm Rodney. I'm a partner at Hack VC. I've worked at Hack for just over 3 years. I've been investing in crypto since early 2017. And yeah, maybe we can have Sia go on with the intros and move forward from there.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sia. I work at an early stage venture fund called DAO5. We invest all across all crypto verticals in the early stage. Some of our more notable investments, we led the seed round in Berachain. We invest in the seed in Eigenlayer, AltLayer, and other products you've seen in the space. Very excited to be here, and thank you to Hack VC for hosting us.
Hi everyone, I'm Sky from J7 Capital. So we are a Canadian VC, so we invest funds and projects. For projects, we invest like L1, L2, DeFi. We recently invest Movement Labs together with Hack. We invest L1 like Shadium and like DeFi like Huma Finance. So yeah.
All right. Hey guys, my name is Kun Peng. I'm from Stanford Blockchain ecosystem. I'm also founder of the Stanford Blockchain Accelerator. And we have helped and accelerated some of the top infra projects like Modulus Labs with category defined in zk.ML, Calderas in the RAS space, Nexus, and also 0G, among others. So excited to be here and share with you guys some of the insights and perspectives.
Hi everyone, my name is Annabelle Huang. I'm a managing partner at Amber. We are a crypto market maker. We also run a venture arm since 2022. So very happy to be here today and sharing our perspective of working with both Western VCs projects as well as those in Asia, for us being based primarily in Singapore and Hong Kong.
Thank you so much. Now we'll move into the questions. So, we have a lot of VCs here that look at Western markets, Eastern markets. VCs based in the East, based in the West. Curious to see maybe your guys' perspective on what the key cultural differences are in investment strategies between the two markets from the VCs that you've seen, and maybe also the differences in startup founders and how they pitch their businesses or tailor their business models, and any advice you might have for them to resonate with the Western VC market. Maybe we can start with Sia.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Well, first and foremost, I think anytime we're talking about cultural differences, ethnic differences, we're generalizing. And ultimately, the job of an investor or a founder is to read the person in front of them, have the EQ to bespoke tailor a strategy to the vibes of the moment. But all of us, I think intuitively, we do understand there are some important cultural differences between the East and the West, generally. One of the most salient ones that I've seen is risk tolerance. I would say in the West, we are more tolerant of risk, especially in the early stage. At DAO5, by definition, we tolerate and celebrate risk. Explosive market opportunities, disruptive opportunities are important to us, and it's something we look for, we're not shying away from. It appears in some Eastern funds, you have a more conservative approach, looking for more traction, more metrics, more fundamentals, even in the early stage. I would respectfully say that in this dynamic and accelerating market, that strategy just isn't going to make it. You need to have high conviction bets, and you need to have highly contrarian bets, I think, to win in this current industry. For your second part of your question, which was about advice for Eastern founders looking to make an impression with Western VCs, I would say one of the most important cultural differences I've noticed is a trend of individualism in the West versus collectivism in the East. And individualism gives you permission to be who you want to be. The way you dress, the way you speak, your energy, and your product, you should be confident and you should stand by it without an apology for being as confident as you want to be. And potentially, sometimes in more collectivistic cultures, you're told to blend in and not shine as much as you want to be. But with Western VCs, we want to see you shine, and we want to see that energy that's going to inspire us to bet on you for the future.
Cool. I think another criteria that I think Western VC do care is about like the founder's charisma. It's about like Western founders are able to articulate the ideas well because English is their mother language, but vice versa, like for the Eastern VC, a lot of Eastern founders actually they sometimes they couldn't articulate the idea well using English. So it makes the entire pitch, for example, if you are pitching Hack VC, and if you can't use English to articulate the idea well, it hurts the idea a lot, and it makes the entire pitch successful. So I think like a lot of really good founders from China, from Southeast Asia, even from Japan or Korea, actually if you ask them to use their own mother language to present the ideas, actually they can present like awesomely. And they are also maybe potentially they are like a technical background as well. So I think that it could be a potential hurdle for a lot of like Eastern founders when they go pitch to Western VCs. It's something that they come across. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys. I'm going to also share some of my personal perspective also regarding the West and the East. And a little bit background on myself, which I think is very interesting, is I was born in China, raised in Argentina, and then also sort of spent the school years in US. So I'll try to see the West from American perspective and the East from Chinese perspective, and then zoom out as Argentinian to look at the both. So I think very interesting part of the Western VC and founder, how they think, it has like the cultural, again, I don't want to overgeneralize too much, but it's like, you need to make a general enough statement to be able to understand the framework, etc. So the West has cultural roots which affected how the VC and startup founders actually behave or work. Is where you have the history of science has rooted back to the ancient Greek society, where science is something actually not useful, right? You can't produce anything useful out of it. However, it's the foundation of technology. You like the history of Chinese history, the four inventions, they're all technology. None of them are science. So you can't have something like science that's not useful, and then from there derive more useful technologies. So that kind of is the startup and or VC function or work in Chinese ecosystem. They're fairly utilitarian. They want to see the result, and they're more like result-driven, technology-driven, rather than something that's more foundational, like science-driven. Another interesting aspect of the difference between Chinese or Eastern and Western is a lack of religion in the Chinese society or the religion in the Western world. A lot of great founders, like Sky said, has great charisma. They're somewhat like Jesus, right? So in crypto, you have something that's futuristic. You're inventing the future, right? Restaking was not existing before, like 2-3 years before. But you have founders like Shriram, who has great charisma, who's like religious leader, who's like Jesus, trying to evangelize something that's not existing before and repeating, and then trying to convince and convert more and more people to join this crypto religion. So that kind of religious tradition in the West or society where the religion kind of shaped how the founders and VC view and work in the crypto industry, that they have some fundamental belief and they think about the long term. And the Chinese, I feel like, is more kind of utilitarian and more result driven based on some of the history. So in terms of the advice on how the Chinese founder can work with the Western VCs, I would say you can focus more on the technology side and the fundamental value you're providing, and also charisma, great aspect of it, so that you can be more like kind of friend with Western VCs, so they have more trust on your startup and the project, what you're doing, and trying to build a long-term relationship rather than just a very transactional one-time thing. You don't invest with me, I don't talk to you anymore.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add to that. Definitely very interesting observations, but I think if you look at the crypto industry history, the Asian players, they were the ones who founded, the largest crypto exchanges, miners. These are all very cash flow driven firms or companies, and I think that's sort of ingrained in sort of the Asia side of a culture where you focus more on the immediate result, on the cash flows you can earn. If you look at outside of crypto for the consumer app side or any sort of fintech, the Asian players, they are big with user numbers, right? Alipay, WeChat of the world have billions of users. And I think that's why most of the Asia players, when they think about doing a new startup in crypto, they are focused on user numbers, on TVL numbers, less so maybe versus the Western players who, like Kun said, right, had an idea, had this fundamental belief, and willing to spend many years building upon it. But actually, I also wonder if that's the case because there is certain biases within the VC space, whether it's Western VC or Eastern VC, when they look at projects that came from either the US versus China, I think the criteria is actually a little different. I think a lot of times when we looking to invest in a Asia crypto startup, immediately we kind of also pigeonhole them into, okay, you oftentimes they're not building on something completely new. They're building upon something that we've heard before, but they're quick to attract more users or more capital into their product. So that's oftentimes what we end up seeing. But obviously, crypto is a very global asset class, and we shouldn't really pigeonhole ourselves into this way. And with a lot of new anonymous players in the field, I think we're also trying to break down this barrier, so to speak.
Thank you so much. And in the context of emerging technologies like blockchain, are there any distinct evaluation criteria used by Western versus Eastern VCs that you can point towards? Maybe we can start from the left instead, with Annabelle.
It's a great question. I think for us at least, but caveat that, Amber, we're not a pure VC firm. We actually started in 2017 as a market maker and crypto asset manager. So for us, being a build and operator for many years in the space, having spoken to many different VCs, I think for us, we also have this unique vantage point of being primarily Asia-based, but also have access to VCs and clients globally, we do see that in the West, at least a lot of our investors, Hack VC included, they don't mind being more selective in terms of what they invest in. They have fundamental thesis and have a bit of a longer term view, right? It's not like I have to invest in this cycle and things are going to definitely play out. Versus a lot of the Eastern VCs I've spoken to or worked with, again, maybe it's that sort of cash flow driven mentality that they're looking at the time to exit almost, right? When is the TGE? What is the vesting schedule? And is it going to be favorable to me, especially in this cycle and the time frame that I can predict? So I think that's probably the first or the major differences I can think of.
Yeah, I just want to second what Annabelle said. Actually, it's very interesting where you see the difference between the West and the East, and their valuation, their criteria is quite interesting, and the difference is quite interesting. I think, as Annabelle said, they're much more like oriented towards cash flow, metrics, etc. And also, I think Chinese or Asians are really good at those metrics and operation-heavy businesses. It's like mining, and all the miners are Asian or Chinese, and exchanges, the major ones, are Chinese. And also applications, right? We care about a lot of the number, etc. Tend to be very good. Chinese are very good than Americans. That being said, I think we haven't gone to the space. I mean, the space or the infra has not evolved to such a stage where you can actually develop a very user-friendly killer app yet. So most of the applications we are seeing are more like cycle-driven, are more like kind of live within the cycle. The next cycle, it will be a new narrative, a new app. I think because of that, Asians have a past dependency since they're so good at doing application, and every application only lives within cycle, so you don't have NFT anymore as a big narrative for this cycle. So that's why the mentality shaped by the history, then they're much more kind of time sensitive and trying to time the market. What's the best time to list your token? You have to list it now if the bear market is coming next year, so I have the vesting, etc. Excuse me. And then the vesting VC tend to be less so because of the project investing in the past, like Solana or Near, all like went bottom and came back. So tend to live like a multiple cycles. So their mentality based on the history and also how they behave or think to be much more long-term rather than time the market. If the token doesn't get listed this year, then I don't get my token unlocked. They tend to be much less so rather than like they'll focus on the fundamentals and trying to be long-term. The project tend to live multiple cycles as well.
I think what Kun and Annabelle says makes perfect sense. Mainly about the founders' executions capabilities and also the time to exit the project as well. So we're a VC that actually we also invest a lot of funds. We invest around more than 20 funds across Asia and the US. So we understand actually a lot of Eastern VCs, they would like to exit within 1 to 2 cycles because they mainly invest applications, right? So applications, usually the cycle of applications is way shorter than the L1. Like if you look at like Berachain, actually they raised the first round that they raised actually in the bear market or even in 2022, right? And actually it goes up, it takes off like in 2024. It takes almost 2 years to really suffer and really to take off in the entire cycle. So, but vice versa, a lot of like gaming projects, applications, actually they raise just maybe like 6 months or like 9 months before the project launch. So that's why it makes like a lot of Eastern VCs to be more like, I would say, not really short-sighted, but at the end, like they are more like, they want to have like the return DPI. They want to return DPI faster. It's like when we look at a lot of funds that we invest, usually Eastern funds, the investment period it takes around 2 to 3 years, and they want to return the DPI within like 3 or 5 years. But if you look at Western funds, actually they can take like 3 years, 4 years to deploy, and the entire exit period can go up to like 8 to 10 years, because at the end you are investing like the Eigenlayer, you're investing Babylon, will take off, or you're investing in Cilicia, which takes like 2 years, 3 years, or even 4 years to take off, or even like Solana as well, right? So that's the first thing. So this is the timing wise. Second is about the execution capabilities, right? As what Kun said, I think Eastern founders are really good at executions and are really good at like operations, because if you look at China, like WeChat, Weixin, Alibaba, they're all like killer apps, right? Even you look at like Japan or Korea, like KakaoTalk, Lines, right? All those are like killer apps, and they're really good at like measuring matrix, as what you said. They're really good at like how to calculate the CPI, how to the CPA, everything. And versus, I think the Western founders or the Western VCs do care about the founders' charisma, is also the I would say the ability to like convince or persuade the audience, or it's also about how you can like position the projects to be more like visionary as well. Versus like Eastern founders, I think they're more like practical founders who want to execute the projects. If they have one, they will say one. But if for Western founders, I think if they have one, they will say two, or they will say 10. So I think that's the key difference.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what was just said. Something that Sky just mentioned, which was the suffering that happens in a bear run, in a bear market. I would say the very sizable bias from Western VCs is the character and the resilience of founders themselves. We really look at the human capital, especially in the early stage, as a determining factor of whether or not we'll invest in a project. And that charisma, that passion, that resilience, that determination of a founder really just comes across when you meet them and when you see them tested by the tremors of a bear market, for instance. And I think Eastern founders need to understand how important charisma and passion are for Western VCs, and you can strategically place certain individuals in your team on the front when you deal with Western VCs, so we understand in a bear run, in a bear market, or when things get tough, you'll have the characteristics and resilience required to handle all the crazy stuff that happens in our crypto industry.
Yeah. So putting all of this together, curious what sort of advice you guys would personally give to founders either based in the West or the East for how they should construct their cap tables and which sort of partners they should incentivize. Should they work with both Western and Eastern VCs, and if so, how so? Start, if anyone is opinionated about the subject, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I can start first. I think it could definitely be a mix of like both Western and Eastern VCs, because Western VCs and Eastern VCs, they have different strengths at the end. I think Eastern VCs, two things. One is about token listing. If you look at like the major exchange right now, Binance, OKX, HUAWEI, a lot of like Bitget, Bybit, right? They're all at the end Chinese founders or Chinese teams actually running, right? Or Eastern teams that are actually running, and a lot of users actually are also in the East side as well. So I think a lot of like Eastern VCs, they are very close with the token listing or the way how to get list a token as well. So definitely that's one of the advantage or benefits that like Eastern VC can help with. The second thing is about user. So if you look at the crypto populations right now, actually I think more than half of the crypto users are actually active and high quality crypto users are actually from the East side. If you look at like Southeast Asia, like Indonesia, Vietnam, if you look trading volume wise, definitely Korea or China, although Chinese using VPN, right? But actually Korea is a really big market. Like a lot of like DePIN projects, a lot of like DeFi projects, the trading volumes like 1/3 or even half of the volumes actually came up by the Korean users. So definitely Eastern VC will have a lot of marketing resources with the marketing KOLs to get pushed to the Asia markets. So that's how the Eastern VCs could help with. And in the Western side, definitely about the branding and also the volume as well. Because at the end, like a lot of the first tier VCs or the most reputable VCs that everyone in the planet will follow is always in the US side at the end, yeah. Even at the moment right now. So it's for the branding, for the branding perspective, for the reputation perspective, and also from getting the most top tier capital resources perspective is still on the US side. So at the end, capital side, just try to get it the best from the west side, and user and token listing get it on the east side.
Yeah, I'll add on to that. I think it depends on what stage you're in, right? So if you're, C stage, then a lot of times also depends on the audience of the VCs you're speaking to. This is when you have your core believers. But then as you scale, especially if you're a consumer-facing product, now it could be new layer 1, layer 2s, DeFi, anything like that, then eventually you want to think about, how to go to market. And a lot of times that is coming to Asia, and then it's important to have go-to-market partners or strategic partners through your cap table. And I think what we spoke about earlier as well, I think a lot of the Asian VCs, they don't mind coming a little bit later in the round if time to exit is more certain. So I think the reason why I see so many Western projects here in Hong Kong today, I think is probably with the same mindset, right? To get to know more players in Asia, to find more strategic partners, whether it is crypto whales who deploy TVL onto your product or exchanges who can bring users to you. So I think we are seeing this convergence.
Yeah. So maybe as for the last question, looking forward, now that we've looked at the West and the East from a VC landscape, how do you think things might evolve over the next few years? Do you feel like the West will continue to have this sort of mindshare monopoly, and the East, might be looking for shorter timelines for these sorts of investments? Or do you think that this sort of landscape might shift over time, and the distribution of founders might, change from being like in North America to all over the world more so as these communities become more global? Anyone feel free to start.
Yeah, I think right now we're in Hong Kong, so definitely bullish in Asia. If you look at, the main driver of this, the entire landscape change will be mainly because of the regulations. Like if you look at the Asia regulations right now, like Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, like Southeast Asia, they're really bullish and they're really open with the Web3, right? But vice versa, look at US. Actually, they're still a little bit like skeptical on the securities or on the regulations on the what you can do, what you cannot do. You never know where the red line is, so you dare not touch the red line, right? So we invest a lot of projects that a lot of founders actually from US, but they try to move out from US to, like, for example, Singapore or Hong Kong. If they're like BTC projects, they want to move to Hong Kong because a lot of BTC miners or like BTC whales actually from China as well. So I think that's definitely the first criteria because of the regulations. Second is about the users, right? At the end, I think it's like a lot of emerging market users are all from Asia. Like they're hungry to earn money. They're hungry to success. Like if you look at Ascent Infinity, the living cost and also the time cost of a crypto user, like in Southeast Asia, like Vietnam, Indonesia, they are way lower than the US or than the developed countries. So at the end, like those so-called airdrop incentive, so-called those like gaming incentive, are actually way more significant to those like emerging markets in the East compared to the West, I think.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Cool. Well, thank you guys so much for taking the time to be on the panel. I would say these are some of our closest partners at Hack VC, and strongly recommend coming and saying hi to all of them because they all flew in to be here. So, yeah, thank you guys so much.
Sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone, for this very exciting panel.
No, you did great. You did great. Actually,
You can just... All right, coming up, our next panel discussion. Building the next generation decentralized ecosystem. In this increasingly digital and interconnected era, the development of decentralized ecosystems has become a crucial driver of technological advancement and social transformation. We believe that through our next panel discussion, we will gain a deeper understanding of how to build a more robust, efficient, and secure decentralized ecosystems. We're thrilled to welcome the following industry leaders to our next roundtable discussion. Founder of AltLayer, Philip Forte. Founder of Gelato, Hilmar Ort. And co-founder of Avail, Anuray Arjun. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Gökhan Ör, who is the Managing Director at IOSG Ventures. Let's please welcome our esteemed panel speakers on stage with a warm round of applause.
Yes, hello everyone. This is Gökhan. I'm a managing director at IOSG Ventures. We are an Asia-based Web3 native capital, venture capital investing in the space since 2017. And we're going to be talking about the modular stack of the blockchains today. Let's maybe take a round of introductions. Would you like to start, Flip?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Philip Forte. I'm one of the founders of Elixir. Real quick on my background, so I got into crypto back in 2016 when I started the Carnegie Mellon blockchain group. I was the president there until I graduated from CMU. I started a company called Block Venture, built that up. We had 41 different research groups and 44 venture funds in the space. Ran that for about 2 years. We were advisors to Solana, Moonbeam, Flow Network, like working with these guys over a multi-year long time horizon, earning team tokens, all of that. And sold that to go all in on Elixir about 2.5 years ago. So yeah, it's a pleasure to meet all of you, and looking forward to this panel.
Hey everyone, my name is Hilmar. I'm one of the founders of Gelato. Gelato is Web3's cloud platform, and what we do is we help projects launch their own rollups, L2s, L3s, using the Arbitrum Orbit, OP Stack, Polygon CDK. We enrich these rollups with a bunch of Web3 middleware services such as smart contract automation, verifiable randomness, gasless transactions, and some more. And happy to be here.
Hi, my name is Anurag. I'm co-founder of Avail. Previously, I founded Polygon. Avail is actually a product that was started within Polygon, but became a separate project last year. It focuses primarily on providing data availability to scaling rollups, and we also build a rollup interoperability layer on top using proof aggregation.
Amazing, yeah. Maybe we could take some time to just focus on and elaborate on the specifics of your projects. And I'll start with Hilmar, actually. So Hilmar, you're basically building this like a roll-up as a service, which is gonna, a lot of this modular stack is basically the future of the scaling of blockchains, hopefully. And we know that there are so many different stacks that the dApp developers have to manage if they're building something on it. And this is not easy, right? Like to navigate all this modular stack. And now you're coming in and trying to make this easier for the projects. Could you elaborate, like what sort of problems do you see the dApp developers, roll-up developers are facing, and how you're trying to solve these problems?
Yeah, I think a very basic problem, first of all, is there's so many options and technologies out there that it's very difficult for them to understand what is actually important for their specific use case. Do they require zero-knowledge proofs for faster finality? Are optimistic rollups sufficient? What about block times? How long should they be? Do they need custom gas tokens and so on? So I think that what sort of data availability layer to choose, right? What are the different trade-offs there? I think there are so many technical details that it's just nice to have like a platform that abstracts that for you. And we actually on our platform have different packages. We have like a gaming package, we have a DeFi package, we have a perpetual DEX package, right? That we sort of select and compose, and they are actually sort of perfectly suited for certain use cases. And what we really focus on at Gelato is what actually, like having your own blockchain shouldn't just be, okay, you do exactly the same things that you did before on like, I don't know, Arbitrum 1 or Polygon, right, the public chains. You should actually leverage having your own chain to create a much better user experience. And for example, there's a really cool app chain launching on Gelato very soon called Raya. They're using the Arbitrum Orbit stack, and they really leverage having their own blockchain to the fullest. They have 250 millisecond block times. Users actually don't transact with the blockchain directly. They all go through our Gelato relay system, meaning they don't have to pay any gas on that chain. And all of the transactions that are not user-specific are just like automated transactions that pull in data from off-chain from like price oracles and then settle trades directly. So users don't interact with the chain directly. It's all sort of via these middleware services. And the cool thing is, and that's why we went into like rollups in the first place, is we build like these systems that connect smart contracts to off-chain data. We build systems that make transactions gasless on behalf of users. And we actually merge them with the sequencer. So now the sequencer basically builds blocks with off-chain data pulled right into them with user intents or operations baked into the protocol. And this is actually like the power of what we can do with our services with rollup technology. And yeah, this just provides a system that you can't achieve on like a public chain, because you are now the sequencer can do much more than, you're the block builder, and the block builder can do much more what it can do on like a public chain. And yeah, that's why we are very excited about it.
Amazing, thanks a lot. And Anurai, you guys are building like the most, basically like the key pieces of this modular framework, and Ethereum, although they're trying to solve the same problem, is notoriously expensive. Despite some of the improvements in the cost of posting data on Ethereum, it's going down, but it's nowhere close to where people want it to be. And the estimations show that the next 3 to 5 years are going to be like that. So how do you come into this current condition? Like, how does AltLayer position itself, and how does it differentiate itself from the other solution providers in the space?
Yeah. So, like Ethereum pivoted to the rollup-centric roadmap back in 2020, and that's when they explicitly decided to become or focus on data availability, because that's the key to scaling rollups. And data availability sampling is a technology that is required to implement this, and that's what we've been doing at AltLayer. Is we've spent the last 3.5 years building out the data availability sampling piece. But data availability itself is not sufficient, right? Like, I mean, I think if you look at the landscape, so there's now an influx of data availability players. And so I think data availability is going to be a very commoditized space. We are going to eventually scale a lot of rollups, but like if you kind of think of the architectural choices that we have taken in kind of the Ethereum or the rollup landscape is, so there is this monolithic thesis of, can you make your single chain as fat as fast as possible? And then there's the whole rollup centric piece where we have one base layer and there's hundreds and thousands of rollups or services on top, right? I like to think of these as microservices that branch of the main layer. And you also need to kind of provide interconnectedness to this entire system. Like you already have like things like Polygon, Arbitrum, Optimism, zk Sync, StarkOS, Tyco, Scroll, and like 20 different rollup stacks. And even today you can think of users having to switch chain RPCs, users having to bridge from one chain to the another. Right? This is going to be a massive rollup fragmentation and a user experience problem. And so how do we kind of abstract a lot of this from the user. So it's important to build those interoperability or composability rails, and that's also what we do at Avail Nexus, which uses this combination of proof aggregation and data sampling. So essentially what we are saying is, what we bring to the table is, like, Ethereum of course has the data sampling roadmap. If you see the Avail DA implementation, it's actually uses the same primitives as that is what is going to be used in the final dank sharding roadmap. And it's a very useful implementation to kind of reference against. And also rollups really can't be waiting around for scalable DA and the interoperability on top, right? Like, so that's what we are really kind of focused on, providing so scalability as well as sort of a roll-up abstraction experience on top.
Great, thanks. And Flip, I want to now, like, maybe let's bring it to the liquidity layer, which is basically the life and blood of any of the new networks that are launching. And notoriously, again, the roll-up or modular frameworks, they usually lead to some sort of fragmentation in liquidity. And you're building this liquidity network that potentially powers the whole modular stack. So what does it mean for the new network builders, new dApps, new DEXs that are launching? How does Elixir come into place and integrate with them?
Yeah, so really high level, order books face this fundamental problem where they don't have any sort of infrastructure to trustlessly bootstrap liquidity to their books, right? If you are an order book based exchange, you have to go through one of the big 4 or 5 market makers to attract liquidity on your pairs. Like, there is no way for a retail user to come in and just one-click supply, right? So what Elixir is building, right, was Elixir is a dappOS, like, modular blockchain built to power order book liquidity. And so we have over 30 exchanges that are building out, like, native features of their exchange that they're offering to their end users powered by Elixir. And so what we've seen is that, like I don't know if you guys have heard of, like, Orderly, or there's, like, all these other, like, perp dexes. These, like, Vertex, for example, just launched Vertex Edge, is that not only is there, like, this fundamental issue that Elixir is helping solve, but there's the liquidity, like you were saying, is fragmented across so many different ecosystems that, like, you have some funds that are on Blast, you have some that are on, like, ETH, some that are on, like, AVAX or, like, whatever, right? You have all these different funds that are on all these different chains. And so what we're seeing is that all these different dexes are going from chain to chain, and then they're creating, like, this off-chain order matching to kind of aggregate that liquidity. And so we've been seeing a lot of this kind of, especially with these, like, AMMs too. A lot of these, like, leading AMMs that you guys are all familiar with are actually launching, like, order books or launching perpetuals. I mean, obviously from the exchange perspective, they can monetize a hell of a lot better with a perps exchange, because people can just, you could deposit $100 and then turn up the leverage and you're trading with $1,000 or $5,000, right? So from the exchange fees are a lot more lucrative that way, and you can also charge on open interest. So just versus, like, spot, you're able to earn, like, volume is a lot higher, so trade fees are a lot higher, and you get, like, these degens that will just come in and, like, supply $1 million worth of Bitcoin and then go, I want to buy more Bitcoin, right? And turn up the leverage slider and then buy, like, another $5 million worth of Bitcoin exposure, right? So yeah, really the main issue with fragmentation, Elixir is actually trying to solve this as well. We just launched a cross-chain LP token that will actually, you mint it with Ethereum, it's redeemable 1-for-1 with Ethereum, and it actually backstops liquidity on all of the different top dexes that are integrating Elixir, right? So you mint this token, will route liquidity to Hyperliquid, DYDX, like Vertex, RabbitX, Bluefin, and so these guys, Vertex, RabbitX, and Bluefin, Elixir is already live there. We power roughly 40 to 60% of the order book liquidity on each of those exchanges. So, like with Bluefin, I think we're at, like, 80%. So if you open a trade on Bluefin, like, your counterparty is, like, most likely us. And then essentially what we're doing is with this cross-chain token, we can actually route liquidity to where it's needed. So the last thing I'll mention, because I know I've been going on for a bit, like, once Elixir comes to the picture, you then have these really, like, interesting use cases unlock, right? So for example, DYDX's long-term vision is that they want to have 1,000 or 5,000 markets or 10,000 markets, right? Similar to, like, Uniswap. The issue there is that for every new market that they have to add right now, they have to go to Wintermute and say, hey, please support this market, right? And then if Wintermute says, oh, I don't really know, I can't arbit to Binance, like, no, sorry, then they can't add it, right? Like, you need a party that's there. So now what can happen is you can go to DYDX in the next month or so, and you can create any new market, and you can supply liquidity to that market and earn a share of the taker fees that are generated by that market. On the back end, Elixir is powering that. So we layer the liquidity on the books. Our protocol, we have 14,000 validators. We're updating once a second, right? You can earn a share of those taker fees, right? So our protocol then, as more taker fees are starting to happen on that one market, right? Say that Ansem tweets about some coin, it starts ripping, everyone's trading on it, right? There's a lot of trader fees. The APYs go up on that market, and Elixir can route liquidity there proactively. And then what you have is activity ticks up on a market. Then you start to see the books getting deeper as Elixir is routing liquidity to provide liquidity on that pair, and the LPs are earning a higher APY. So there's all these really interesting use cases that Elixir unlocks, but hopefully that kind of addressed. I mean, I could talk about this for hours, but yeah, a lot on that.
All right, thank you. So maybe the next question is going to be a little bit more general, but I think one of the main critiques to our industry is that we've been trying to build this infrastructure for so many years now. And then with the introduction of the modular stack, now we have data availability layers, we have roll-up technology providers, we have liquidity networks, etc. So people, rightfully so, are asking for, is this going to go on like this? Why does it too long to build this infrastructure layer? So I'd love to get your opinions on why this is the case, you think, still we're in the infrastructure phase, or how do we break through this? Maybe we can start with AltLayer.
Yeah, it's a valid question to ask, right? See, sometimes we kind of forget why we are all building all this stuff for, right? Why are blockchains important in the first place? And if you kind of look at the history, so of course Ethereum was built 10 years ago, and there's been sufficient amount of time. But if you kind of look at how the architecture has evolved, right? It was a very monolithic sort of architecture that has happened. And it's only in 2020 is when we went into a more roll-up way of doing things, or a more modular way of doing things. And there's a slightly underappreciated nuance to this topic, that what roll-ups really bring to the table is the ability to spin up new chains, new sort of execution environments, so new sort of authentication mechanisms at very low cost. Before roll-ups got invented, the cost of spinning up a new chain was huge. You had to bootstrap a new validator set, you had to bootstrap a new token, you had to make that token valuable, you need to have a community. So the cost of bootstrapping that chain was pretty huge, and once you kind of get locked down to it, the execution mechanism and such, right? It's very difficult to pivot, right? If you look at any monolithic blockchain. And the main difference that rollups have made is now, rollups are not only EVM rollups. They can be WASM rollups, Cairo rollups, TypeScript rollups, Rust rollups written in Rust, for example, rollups that have no gas metering, rollups that can be accessed by API access tokens, for example, and so on, right? We've just started brushing the design space of, the actually not only the execution engine, but the data model. And you can now today build a rollup that's written in Rust or in TypeScript and have a custom data model. If you kind of look at the developers in the space, it's actually in the grand scheme of things, it's only a handful. And so one of the real, there's of course a lot of other reasons to this, but one of the things that I feel genuinely is, if we can make writing apps as simple as, the same ease in which, we can take the developer writing a smart contract and have them write a TypeScript rollup, for example, or a Rust rollup, for example, and then make it easy to write it in their mental model. Not write a program, take a data model, put it into whatever data model the blockchain supports, but do it in the way that they think. And I think developer friction is very, very important to solve for, because, I like to give this example of mobile apps, right? The first mobile apps that were built were not rather meaningful. But if you kind of look at the timeline with which Uber or an Instagram came, right? It came after a lot of developer iteration over the years. And like, it's not on day one that someone thinks that, oh, can I use the GPS functionality on my mobile phone to kind of apply to the passenger driver matching problem, right? Like, and Uber takes time to create. It comes after a lot of iteration, and blockchains are new trust infra, right? Like, and we are still kind of, lot of developers still need to go through that process, crowdsource that creativity and get to that process. And so I think we are certainly at an inflection point with rollups. I think we will get there, right? Like, I mean, that's the feeling that we have, and that's why our main focus is at Avail.
Cool.
Yeah, I think these things just take time, right? Like the internet, when it was created, like one of the first killer use cases that really took off then was like e-commerce, Amazon, right? You can like buy things online and ship it to your home. And why did that take off rather quickly? Well, because you already had invested hundreds of years of building like logistics networks that can actually like ship parcels from one place to another relatively quickly, right? And then they just built like this internet layer on top, and then payments had to be solved, right? And then this stuff kind of like worked out of the box very well. What we are doing here, we are trying to rebuild like the financial system especially, and like this decentralized asset layer where you can transfer ownership of digital goods to different parties. And first of all, we need to interconnect this with the traditional financial world. This is very complicated, very difficult. Regulatory has to be solved, right? And then also the incentives for the legacy system might not be there, so we have to kind of like do it ourselves. And then one problem I always saw is that we actually mixed this decentralized asset layer, this trustless computation layer that we built with a new paradigm, which is self-custody. And self-custody is just such a huge new paradigm that, hey, users can take fully, they have their own ownership over assets suddenly. And I think this also delayed adoption in general in crypto because it's so difficult, right? Like the UX sucks. And if we would have all started with just, hey, there's like a custodian that manages everything for us, then potentially many more users already in the world would have sort of get on board and use these technologies today. But obviously self-custody is something super important. We need to push it, but it's a process that is very cumbersome and takes a lot of tools to actually get right over time. So we try to sort of mix two things at once and bring it to the world. And I think now with like wallet as a service and these kind of solutions, we are trying to sort of decouple them more from one another and try to solve each at a time, which I'm bullish on. And yeah, to the infrastructure, unfortunately, infrastructure still doesn't scale to the masses, right? We're still very early on. Every roll-up that we have today, every framework, like, I don't know, like with Arbitrum Orbit on Gelato, right? We can do 300, max 600. The zk rollups even less, so that's still not enough, right? So we are already at Gelato looking into how can we sort of run 5 different rollups in parallel for an application and interconnect them with like sequencing, and then sort of have like in World of Warcraft where you have like 5 servers where different users are on and like shard the execution even further. Then you have parallel EVMs that come out, right? So there's still a lot of work that has to be put into the infrastructure, unfortunately, to make it work, but there are a lot of very smart teams working on this, so I'm sure in the next couple of years we have it, and then once really this application comes that requires this sort of scalability, I think hopefully we are ready.
Yeah, I think not too much else to add. I think that's a good point, actually. I think generally, when you think about like the most successful use cases of crypto, it's been around anything that touches speculation has done really well, right? Exchanges make money. The wallets make a lot of money. If you're a staking provider, you make a lot of money. If you're a market maker, you make a lot of money, right? But everything else like is kind of almost an afterthought, right? Like you saw that FTX would go and sponsor arenas and blow money on everything, right? But then like developers are just like, once you get actually into the web, like into Web3, like you essentially get this fragmentation where you have all these different variety of use cases where there's some people that need super high throughput chains, and then some are more of like, oh, well, we just need like basic like lending, borrowing, right? And so you have this huge array of like these different like needs that these DeFi apps have, and you add the UX issues on top, and you add all these other issues, and so you just get, it just takes time to get to the point where the where the tech can actually catch up. You've seen it obviously like exchanges like in the earlier point, right? Like they're just obviously they're like there's no issues with any of those, right? Like that is fully developed. They have a great reach everywhere. You go into New York, like I live in New York. You go to the subways. There's ads for like all these different products and exchanges and everything, right? Like that is really developed. But then you see the actual tech is like all the way back, and that's because there's all of these diverse array of problems that you run into when you have things that are like brand new, like you'd mentioned, like self-custody and things that have never really been tried before. So it's just one of those things. If you're reinventing the new financial system, it's going to take time. And I think that like a lot of the guys here, especially on the stage, are building great tech to actually solve and unblock a lot of the builders. So yeah, I think it's quite bullish on Web3's future.
Perfect. One another thing that I'd like to get your opinions on is, right now if you look at it, I think there are different ways this like whole modular thing is playing out. On the one hand, you have the general purpose L2s like Arbitrums, like Optimism coming in. On the other hand, you have some clusters also started to show up. Like you have the Base, and there are now L3s building Base on top of Base, and that is also positioning itself as like a social layer for general like Ethereum ecosystem, right? There might be different, like Ronin is trying to become the gaming ecosystem and gaming cluster. So between these, I think like general purpose layers versus the dapp layers or roll-up layers or clusters, do you have any preference, or how do you see this is going to play out in the next 5 to 10 years? Or how do you position yourself for that sort of a future? Or maybe you're just agnostic to whatever the future might play out. We can start with you this time.
Okay. Yeah. So I actually think we had a good conversation before the panel around like Bitcoin layer 2s. I think that's actually something that's pretty innovative, right? There's all of this like Bitcoin capital that's been essentially just like in people's cold wallets, and now that they can onboard that to a layer 2 and begin actually like interacting with DeFi apps, right, through an EVM compatible chain. I think that's actually really interesting, and I hadn't really looked too much into it before you'd flagged that. What I think will happen, I mean, I think the Pareto principle is real, and I think in crypto it is no different, right? Like wherever there's going to be one or two, I think, really big winners, and then the rest kind of fade into irrelevance, right? Like I don't think anyone here actively uses like EOS or any of the old like 2017 like really hot chains, right? Like it's kind of like everyone has kind of moved back to like Ethereum or some of these other big ones, right? And so I think there will be a few winners that will win in certain categories. And I think that's the case in like everything. Like it's almost everything in life too. It's like you have like there's 20%. The top 20% have 80% of all of the adoption, right? And I think that's going to be the exact same thing in Web3. I don't think it'll be any different. I believe I do think that there will be like the future will be modular. So there can be multiple winners in like, for example, there can be a winner in data availability, right? There can be a winner in like for us, like liquidity, right? For these different order book based exchanges. So there can be winners across different categories, but I think there will be a Pareto principle, and I don't think that like people are going to be bridging onto like 20, like in the future, it's not going to just keep growing. There's not going to be like 500 different chains personally. I don't think where like just for like broad based general availability smart contracts. But I do think there will be specialized chains, right? Like for example, like obviously I talk a lot about trading because it's like Elixir is like, it's what I know the best. Like DYDX created DYDX v4 chain, and that is like a purpose built blockchain. And I think things like that will stay. But like, yeah, once again, just like I don't think like people will be deploying general smart contracts on like 150 chains in the future, right? Like I think they will tend to gravitate to where the best documentation is, where the developers are, where most of the infrastructure is built out, right? Like if users don't have wallets or have to download a new MetaMask, like they have to add a new extension, like they're not going to want to do that. So those are my thoughts for the future.
Yeah, so in general, when we talk about general purpose versus more app-specific chains, I think there's a clear trend that more and more app chains are coming out, and the trend is usually you start on a general purpose chain, and then at some point you mature to your own application-specific chain, because the having access to the sequencer or having access to building blocks just provides you with superpowers, right? And what we do at Gelato is we actually help projects leverage these superpowers of being able to build your own blocks by letting them access off-chain data when they build the blocks, right? By customizing the UX when building blocks. And the UIDX does this, right? They feed in Oracle data by building blocks. And more applications like this will come out. And so we believe that all the big applications will always go to their own app chain. Why would they pay rent to like a general purpose chain in the first place, right? If they drive all the volumes, if they drive all the sequencing revenues, why do you pay rent to a middleman that is just a middleman to a data availability layer and a settlement layer, right? It doesn't really make much sense. Only if you have atomic composability on this L2 or something that you might be built on, then it might make sense. But even now with things like shared sequencing and so on, we want to come to an atomic inclusion of transactions between different chains, not atomic execution for now, but like we are getting to a more interoperable world over the long term anyways. So I think this is a clear trend that we are seeing, and yeah, I believe every application and every company will have their own blockchain, and they will all be the difference between now every company has their own server and some APIs. It's just not open, right? It's closed, and sometimes you can communicate it if they give you an API key. But in the future, in the Web3 world, everyone has their own blockchain, their own database, on their own kind of like API, but it's sort of open by default. And some maybe want to put some permissions on top, right? But in general, they all follow standard interfaces, and assets can freely move between these interfaces everywhere. And this is kind of like this asset protocol that we built. They can just move from one server to another, and they are all like what we call today roll-ups. I'm not sure if we will call them roll-ups or L2s. At some point, they will probably just call, I don't know, decentralized database, I don't know. But yeah, this is how we sort of see this world. And like we're already spinning up enterprise. Like we have like US enterprises that now have their own L2s that do exactly that are live with us. So like it's already starting, and it will take some time, but yeah, this is how we see the future.
Yeah, see, we are at that stage where we kind of started with, let's say, like 1 roll-up, 2 roll-up, 5 roll-ups, right? Like, I mean, so it was a very chain brand-led marketing or awareness that we go through. So someone thinks of using a blockchain, oh, I'm going to use an Arbitrum or an Optimism or a Polygon. And really, like, I think it's the incorrect mindset, frame of mind, right? Like, it's basically apps are the main thing, right? Like, you don't talk about, like, AWS or Google Cloud or Microsoft Azure, right? Like, you talk about the apps on the front, right? Like, you talk about Facebook and Uber and Instagram, right? Like, not about the underlying infra. So today, it might be the case that an Arbitrum 1 is more popular or a Base is more popular because there's no shared notion of, like validity and interoperability and so on, right? Like, I mean, and things have changed massively over the last 3-4 years, right? Like you have now, like shared security layers, like data availability layers are shared security layers, right? If you build a roll-up on top of something like a whale, it's basically inherits the entire security of the base layer, similar to Ethereum, for example. And so essentially, we've just in the transition from a very chain brand perspective to being more of an app brand perspective. And the way the roll-up stacks are maturing, and especially with the advent of, like much faster ZK proving systems, right? Like with ZK roll-ups, right? Not only are these EVM rollups, as I said, right? Like these are more app-specific rollups, right? Like, and like if you look at the analogy on the internet, apps on the internet do not run on one big supercomputer, right? Like they run on independent servers and they scale independently based on demand, based on growth, and essentially, like the major difference between what happens on the internet and what happens in blockchain land is that you need to have some shared notions of trust, because you don't know what trust assumptions that you're dealing with when you're crossing different boundaries, blockchain boundaries, right? Like, and so I think part of what we are building in infrastructure land right now, especially on the roll-up infrastructure side, is how can we, of course, enable a lot of roll-ups, but how can we have this shared notions of volatility, shared notions of composability, and can be through shared sequencing, proof aggregation. Anyways, I mean, I'm not getting into the entire detail, but what I'm trying to say is we are going to move from a world of chains to a world of apps, and these apps might live on one chain, but they will be able to access users, access liquidity on other chains seamlessly, because then you will have some shared notions of connecting different, chains, for example. And I think the question really is not, how many chains will be there. The question is, how many apps will be there? How will apps be able to interact with other apps if they need to? For example, I don't think everything needs to be synchronous, really. Like if you need synchronicity, you do it on something like an SVM rollup or whatever. But I like this example of asynchronous microservices, right? Like if you look at a service like Amazon, it's not only Amazon's internal microservices. It also, there's like a connection to Visa, connection to Stripe, for example. And so it's a complex set of microservices working in the backend, but the user doesn't feel any of it, right? And so the app functionality is what important. And it's the job of our infrastructure builders to abstract a lot of this and make it easy for developers to build these apps and users to use these apps. That's how I feel about it.
Amazing, yeah. Thanks a lot for the insights. Maybe to conclude, everybody can take a minute to just give the exciting milestones that are upcoming or how people can get in touch with your project. Anurag, we can start with you.
Yeah. So we've been in development since 3.5 years, and the first roadmap, part of the roadmap that we are excited for, which is the AWEIL DM mainnet, that is out in a few weeks. So that is coming pretty soon. And the other parts where we do a prototype of the composability part using proof aggregation. So that we are releasing a POC pretty soon on between Polygon zk EVM and zk Sync. So you can test composability out between these two ecosystems, perhaps sometime in early Q3. So that's what we are kind of looking for.
Yeah, so if you are interested in building a really scalable application that requires their own rollup, for example, using AWEIL as a data availability layer or whatever you sort of think is best for you, definitely come speak with us. We're doing a lot of really cool, innovative experiments, such as running multiple chains in parallel and abstracting them away and then having them feel as one to really scale to tens of thousands of transactions per second. So yeah, if you're interested in that, definitely come talk to us at Gelato.
Yeah, on our end, we just launched our Apothecary, which is essentially our version of a points program. We're going to be distributing, or we are distributing 20 million potions to people who are participating in our network, running validators, having liquidity supplied, things of that sort. We launch our mainnet in August, so we closed our Series B. We raised 8 at 800, and we're ramping up to our mainnet launch. So yeah, definitely, if you have any questions, you can go to the website or talk to me after. Our website's elixir.xyz. And then the next few native integrations, Apex is launching their Apex FAMM, and then we have Orderly launching their quantum pools to their users, followed by like DYDX and Hyperliquid. So yeah, feel free to reach out, get involved, join our community, and yeah, hope to see you all in the Discord.
All right, yeah, thanks a lot to all our panelists for the insights, and thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you.
We'll have to take a picture. Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys, for sharing your entrepreneurial spirit and passion with us here today. And we're moving on to the next panel discussion. So, next up, we are delighted to move on to the next panel discussion featuring industry leaders. This discussion will dive into the topic of securing the digital frontier, with the participation of our following guest speakers. Robert Chen, who is the founder of OtterSec, Mr. Alex Roberts, who is the co-founder of Demo, Mr. Ranvir Rana, who is the co-founder of WitnessChain. They will share their experiences and insights in the field of digital security, discussing how to ensure the safety and stability of the next generation of decentralized ecosystems. The moderator for this panel discussion will be Mr. Ken Zhang, who is the head of security of Google Cloud in Greater China. With his extensive experience and profound background in digital security, we believe that this panel will provide a deeper understanding of the importance of digital security for our audience and also how to address the challenges that come with it. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage with a round of applause.
Alrighty. Yeah, so great to be here to have my esteemed panelists to join me to discuss security. So I will have you to introduce yourself and what you do when I ask the questions, and you can tell all the people who are probably not familiar with what you do who you are just yet. So we're going to talk about security. And security is a large topic, and we could be sitting here all day today and tomorrow, and we won't finish. So I want to zoom in. I want to zoom in a bit. I want to zoom into the Web3, digital assets. So considering all the challenges and opportunities we have, if you were to give everyone here top 1, top 3, or top 5, your choice of the essential controls or pillars in a security framework, what would it be? I'll start with Robert, who sits next to me. Yeah, introduce yourself and what you do, please.
Hey, I'm Robert. I founded OtterSec. We do security auditing. We work with both on-chain protocols, as well as L1s, exchanges, anything in between. We look at a lot of code. We read a lot of code, and we try to find security issues and report them ethically.
Hi, I'm Alex Rawitz. I'm one of the co-founders of Demo. We're building a connected vehicle platform that's built on Web3 components. What we're trying to do is really take the automotive industry, $1 trillion industry around the world, and upgrade the digital infrastructure upon which it runs to make data more available to people, users, drivers, and really all kinds of automotive services.
Hi everyone, I'm Ranvir. I'm the co-founder of WitnessChain. At WitnessChain, we are building a layer to unify deep-in economies. We build consensus protocols on physical state, such as proof of location, bandwidth, and so on Eigenlayer. And this helps you build new economic instruments on deep-in.
Cool. So stay on the mic. Tell us your top 1, top 3, or top 5 core controls in terms of security for the Web3 industry.
I think, in my opinion, the most important is crypto economic security. This is a new era of security where even if some security property gets violated, you can attribute some economic value to it and get the funds out to the victims. So it's a security which I think changes the paradigm a lot. Even if something is vulnerable, it fixes, it has a remedy for it. Well, of course, these is built on the foundation of operational security and security within the code itself. So those are my top 3.
Cool. Alex?
Yeah, one thing that we think a lot about at Demo is hardware security as well and infrastructure security. We're connecting cars to our platform, and that's actually something that has already been exposed as a major security vulnerability throughout the auto industry. Almost every automaker has had to endure hacks, has had to see their code get really exploited in some way with over-the-air updates. So for us, we think a lot about hardware security, and one of the principles that we ascribe to there is just the need for open sourcing as much of the hardware and as much of the firmware as possible. So that's something that we've approached in our ecosystem. Hardware manufacturers are required to open source their schematics. The firmware is open source. And what that does is that helps actually the community become a lot broader, the security community really become a lot broader in terms of who is actually assessing the vulnerabilities that exist at the hardware level. At the end of the day, a lot of the digital products that we consume and a lot of the experiences we have are rooted in some physical product itself, some chipset. And it's really important to think about the security in the physical world as well.
Cool. Robert?
Yeah, when we think about security, we think it's really important to have security at every stage of the process, right? If you think about how bugs actually get to production, you have the developer who's writing the code, then maybe you have some internal testing, then maybe you have an external review, then you have a bug bounty program, and then at the very end of the pipeline, you have the hacker who exploited your protocol and stole your money. And ideally, you never get there. Ideally, you catch the bugs earlier in the pipeline. But I think it's really important to stop as many bugs as early as possible, right? And that means writing good unit tests, writing good integration tests. When you're a developer, you should make sure that your developers also understand something about security and that they can write code that has less bugs, because the less bugs that you start out with, the less bugs that you need to actually catch via auditing or internal testing, stuff like that. And I think overall, by pushing the bugs left, you make it a lot easier to write safe code.
Cool. I think I'm hearing a few keywords and a theme over here. We're talking about the trust. We're talking about open source, the transparency, so the entire community and industry can actually collectively make those protocols better. And also I heard about the shifting left, essentially catching on the vulnerability sparks early before they actually eventuate. And those are actually themes maybe for the Web 2 and Web 1 world is still actually apply to Web 3 world as well. Yeah, so thank you for your insights. The next question I'm going to go to Robert. So I looked up your website and I read some of the reports. All the reports are fantastic things. And one of the things on your website really caught my eye was the vulnerabilities you found were actually worth over $1 billion, right? That's quite impressive. So wondering, out of those vulnerabilities you found, tell us one or couple that's most impressive or most interesting, and how you and your team address those bugs or vulnerabilities, please.
Yeah, I guess the highest dollar amount vulnerabilities are probably going to be L1s, right? That's where all the value accrues. And if you have some sort of logic bug or consensus issue there, you can steal all the money from the L1. And I don't think I should name the L1s, but I think there's definitely been some really cool bugs that we found. And I think you find those by looking deeper in the stack, right? I think you have auditors who, for example, look mainly at smart contracts, and they look at how Solidity code interacts. But if you want to find really cool bugs, you should look at how the VM works, right? Like maybe the Geth implementation, or in the case of all L1s, a lot of it's open source. Look at how the VM works and see if you can find something that breaks one of the invariants. And I think definitely the coolest bugs that we found have been, I'd say, lower in the stack, right? Like I think they sometimes tag us, so you can probably find us in there if you really want to look for it. But yeah, I think overall the coolest bugs are the ones that I think are lower and in places where other people haven't really looked as much.
Cool. So how do you, let's say those bugs, the coolest ones you found, like buried in one of the GitHub open source project commits, and how do you then go from there? How do you help the developer or industry to patch those bugs?
I think the nice thing about most bugs, I would say, is that once you find it, it's relatively easy to patch. Right? I think the hard part is finding the bug. And actually, we have this really common saying internally is that all bugs are obvious in hindsight. Right? If you know what the bug is and you know what to look for, it's super easy to find it. Right? It's like you're missing some sort of access control here. You should have rounded in the correct direction. You should have checked this thing, but you didn't. But I think the issue is there's just so much code and so much surface that it's hard to actually look at the right thing at the right time. And I think that's really where auditors come in, where we're able to process all this code, think carefully about the invariants, and find the critical bugs when it matters. So I guess getting back to your question, when you actually find the bug, I think it's relatively straightforward. We just write the patch for it. We tell them, obviously we do it securely. We let them know. We message them directly, and then they issue a patch. And actually, the patch process for some of these L1s is also interesting, right? You see a lot of these L1s have public reference implementations or repositories of code, but what some people might not know is that they also have a private version where they land security patches before it becomes public. So when we report a bug, for example, against one of these L1s, what they'll do is they'll write a patch, they'll push it against their private repo, they'll invite us, they'll send it to all their validators, and then only once everyone has patched will they make it public. So what you see on these repos is actually delayed by probably a few days to a week.
Honestly, I think it really drives home to what you talked about just now, the shifting left. If people who develop new versions, new protocols that will actually have security in mind, it will eliminate a number of bugs appearing. So thank you, Robert. Now, Alex, Demo, again, I looked you up. You guys are doing something really interesting on the utilizing vehicle data. Questions on your thoughts on the underlying security protocols and mechanism that you put in your product to specifically addressing the unauthorized access and maybe data manipulation as well. Especially, I know you guys moving towards tokenomics and NFTs, etc.
Well, one thing that's really interesting is that the auto industry is already grappling with a lot of unauthorized access issues. One of the things that occurs, it's a new trend. So in the last 3, 4 years, 5 years, automakers have started to, with their car, produce an app. So you buy a new Toyota, you get a Toyota app. That's pretty nice for most people. But one of the things that they didn't think about, which is kind of amazing in hindsight, but like really didn't come up at all, is a car is typically sold 3 or 4 times over the life cycle of its over its lifespan, 20 years, most cars are on the road. So a car is sold 3, 4, 5 times, and there's no way to actually transfer. It's extremely complicated. If you've ever gone through this process, you have to get on the phone with Toyota and like go through layers and layers of customer service. There's no way to transfer ownership of the data. So the internet is filled with stories of people who've sold their car. They actually are able to hang on to access to the vehicle connection, and now they see where some other person, the next owner, is driving all the time. People tell stories about how I sold my Tesla, and now I can see the Spotify playlist that the next person is using in my Tesla. So right from the get-go, the auto industry has not been built with kind of that mindset. And a couple of things that fix that are, one, like better user ownership of the data itself, which is where, the approach that we've taken, where users are actually custodying the data themselves. They're in control of who they are and aren't sharing their own data with, as opposed to it just living with the OEM servers. And 2, transparency and auditability. So in the case of what we're building, we can make sure, you as a user, when you connect a Demo device or connect a car to Demo, you can see all of the people that actually have access to your vehicle data. And there's a very easy activity log with which to see that. And that also exists in APIs and at the protocol layer itself. Really, the entire auto industry is going to have to shift in this way, where they're more in control and providing users more control over their data access. The other wrinkle in all of this is, of course, that vehicles are starting to get over-the-air updates. So now people's cars will update overnight. And most users are really unfamiliar with this process, and they've been surprised sometimes to wake up and find that their car works differently, or a feature they had enabled is no longer enabled. And having a change log, so to speak, is actually really important for users. We saw another incident where Nissan's APIs went down for like 3 days, and users are like, great, now my app doesn't work. I can't lock and unlock my car from the app anymore. That's not fun. So I think that all of a sudden we're going from treating cars as a purely mechanical item to having to think about like what is the digital nature of these vehicles, how reliable are the APIs that the automakers are building on, what kinds of services are we expecting. Tesla wants to launch a robotaxi. Well, how robust are those APIs going to be, and who's going to control the access there? So we've been thinking about that from the very beginning, and want to create this credibly neutral data layer that actually can track those sorts of access points and those vulnerabilities.
Cool. So I think many years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago, we were all watching those blockbuster movies, right, where people hack all the cars and they're going to go all over the place. And I still have the memory of when I was early in my career, I was working for a car manufacturer, and we spent month and month developing the head unit because we know once it rolled out, it's going to be 20 years, it won't be able to patch it. Now, the world changes, right? Connected.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what?
So the world changes.
Yeah.
All the cars are connected these days, almost.
Yeah, and look at Tesla. You know, they every 3, 4, 5 months, his story hits the news. Oh, there's a Tesla recall on 1 million cars. Well, they don't have to do anything with the cars other than update them over the air. But that is the model that has been changing in the auto industry, where it used to be once the car rolled off the manufacturing line, that was the last time the automaker was going to see it, and it had to be set as it rolled off. But yeah, the world is changing, and we think that an important part of that is for users to have control over that software. Like, imagine Tesla can crack full self-driving. Well, what if, as a user, I could actually just download the Tesla software to my Toyota? You can end up with a much more modular framework in the automotive industry, and that's been happening in the hardware, on the hardware side of vehicles for a long time, where we're going towards the skateboard, as they say. And you know, you can start to layer that in at the hardware layer as well. In fact, you know, you could even say it's kind of a return to the days when you used to like put your own stereo system in the car. You're really kind of bringing back modularity into the vehicle, and you might find one day that, okay, well, I like the Tesla self-driving, but I think that the safety features of BMW software are better, so I'm going to have those. Like, what if there's a world where you could actually, you know, compose your own car based on the software that you can download to it, and you just have a skateboard, so to speak?
No, I'm really looking forward to that future. I'm such a car fan. Now, Ranveer, proof of location, proof of bandwidth, these are the things from your products. So maybe you could take us through how your new proof mechanisms are different to the ones we're all familiar with. And also probably pivoting to the security lens as well, how those new proof mechanisms can help security and functionality of like Ethereum, for example.
Definitely. So what we are building is broadly classified as consensus on physical state. You know, what this means is there is a global set of validators, and in our case, those are Eigenlayer operators, which are validating physical attributes of assets that constitute depends. Now, I would like to draw an analogy before Bitcoin, right? Before Bitcoin existed, tokens existed. There were airline points, there were credit card rewards, and so on. What Bitcoin changed is, or Ethereum changed is, there is now this token created, which is validated by a global set of nodes. And now on top of that, people can develop dApps or anything without trusting any single entity. So it enabled this whole new alternative economy, $3 trillion, I didn't check the current value, around this, because people can trust that whatever, if I have 1 ETH, I actually have it, and I can't double spend it. Now, extend that, these are digital assets, extend that to physical assets. If you can prove these attributes for physical assets, you can use them downstream for other applications. You can build, for example, deepin DeFi on top. You can compose multiple deepins together, because now asset on one deepin can trust asset on another deepin. You can build a distribution channel, and so on. So that's the motivation behind this proofs of physical state. If you want to draw a difference between what current consensus mechanisms are, they are proofs for, let's say, execution. Right? These are proofs of physical attributes such as location. Now, to go into details of how these work, let me give an example of how proof of location works. It's the way it works is you can think of these validators as quote-unquote GPS satellites. Right? you need to perform triangulation on some on a node to determine its location. Now, rather than performing it over there or through any medium, you can perform it directly through the internet. Now, there are a few challenges here. The internet is not, internet infrastructure does not run in a straight line, so you have to learn the manifold of, you have to learn the internet topography throughout the world. So we developed that manifold. The second thing is you have to make it Byzantine fault tolerant so that you can have anyone act as those quoted GPS satellites. Right, so we have this thing called BFT, Byzantine Fortified Trigonometry. It's a play on BFT that enables this proofs. But what's important is like once you have these physical attributes validated, they can be used downstream to, let's say, tokenize physical assets themselves.
Cool. So just to, thank you for explanation. If we dive deeper into security aspect of these new proof mechanism, what would you say is better or how is it improved compared to traditional ones or old ones?
Definitely. So, well, a globally validated proof of location, for example, does not exist. So any proof of location that exists right now, like either you have to trust a GPS chipset, which can be spoofed, or you have to do some triangulation on a wireless medium. If you do that, you can get higher accuracies, but you have the vulnerability that if, let's say, a majority of your neighbors are colluding, your security breaks. So it's very possible that a majority of nodes in one city are adversarial. Or you can just create those nodes in one small city. Imagine what happened with helium, for example, where you have a node in a closet pretending to be somewhere else, right? So if you rely, this kind of vulnerability does not exist if you rely on a global set of validators. Because on a global set, you can make an assumption that a majority of them are going to be honest. Or in our case, we are now moving to crypto economic security, so you can make assumption that when a statement is made, it's backed by X billion dollars of crypto economic security.
Cool, thank you. So I think, conscious of time, I wanted to have a wrap-up question for all my panelists over here. So how do you see the industries, i.e. company I work for and yourself and the community like developers and end users work together to enhance the security in the Web3 for the next frontier? And particularly, you can talk about how your projects will contribute to that collaboration. So let me start with Robert, please.
Yeah, so I think most directly we read code and we report bugs. So I think we hopefully directly contribute to the security of the products that we work with. But I think maybe more indirectly, I think one thing that we also try to do a lot is we have a lot of blog posts on the sorts of interesting bugs that we find, interesting information about a particular VM, or just things that we've reported in the past and write-up of a particular bug, for example. And I think in general, by contributing to the knowledge base or the shared public knowledge base, we're able to make it so that other people are able to find similar issues. And I think that we see this a lot actually on Ethereum, where there's a very robust knowledge base of past vulnerabilities. People have a strong culture of sharing their findings on Twitter, for example. And I think it makes it so that a lot of these issues that were once very complex and hard to find have now become a lot more shallow. And I think that's really important and something that we and everyone else in the ecosystem should strive for to raise the overall water level of security.
Global citizen. Alex, what are your thoughts?
One of the things that keeps me up at night is just the experience that the average user has in crypto. Almost every day, I feel like somebody in the demo community shows up to say they clicked a malicious link and now all their tokens are gone, and is there anything we can do to help? And there's nothing we can do, and it's just unfortunately a sad reality of the way that the tools are in this space, and obviously the noise and the scams and all of that other stuff. But I think that like to expect users to be fully like, you know, kind of self-custodial and to be able to navigate all of the complexity in the space and just in the world generally and just not ever make a mistake is probably too high of a bar. So one of the things that I'm most excited about is we're finally seeing another wave of wallet infrastructure come out in the crypto space. New tools like Turnkey and Privy and others that can strike a balance between like hiding some of the wires, extrapolating some of the complexity from users, but not giving up fully the like to centralized control what users can and can do with their tokens. You know, they can still export a seed phrase and still gain control really easily. And I think that for most people, finding some balance between a self-custody mechanism and a centralized entity that's helping them to achieve their goals and operate as a user is going to be what leads to better security, at least for just the user experience level here. I think, you know, from Demo's perspective, we're going to do what we can to contribute to kind of a better mechanisms in the auto space. Hopefully we can be on the leading edge of some of these new wallet technologies and bringing that to the forefront and bringing that into user experiences. But overall, it really does come down to like all of the players in the space acknowledging that there's a long way to go and that there's really no destination at the end. It's kind of all a constant effort of improving in an ever-changing world.
Cool. Definitely, I think there's massive uptick in the MPC wallets in the industry, and now actually can mitigate the risks of what you talked about. Now, Ranveer, what are your thoughts?
So what we are looking forward for is composability in security senses, composability of proofs. So what I mean is DIPINs are a way to observe the world. Now, if you want to observe attributes of a physical asset, there are various, like for example, Demo here is observing some attributes through the data that it receives. Can you compose multiple proof systems together to corroborate into like one single statement that A, this thing exists, or B, this thing doesn't exist? So composability of proofs is what we are looking for. In some angle, Eigenlayer is kind of doing that on an economic angle where multiple AVSs have their own systems, but they share the same economics. And we would like to expand that into the physical realm.
Cool, fantastic. So I think that's all the time we have here today, and really appreciate your time and interesting thoughts on my panelists. And that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you for having us.
Right now. No battery also. Very slow. No battery.
All right. Thank you, esteemed guests, for this engaging and insightful roundtable and for sharing your professional opinions on the topic of digital security. Next up, we are delighted to welcome Mr. David Tse, the co-founder of Berachain, for his keynote speech. Mr. Tse is not only an outstanding figure in the academic world, but also a prominent individual in the blockchain industry. He has achieved remarkable research outcomes in various fields such as information theory, computational genomics, machine learning, and blockchain. Mr. Tse holds a degree from the prestigious Massachusetts Institute of Technology and has taught as a professor at Stanford University, School of Engineering, and the University of California at Berkeley, nurturing countless outstanding students and researchers. Furthermore, he is a fellow of the National Academy of Engineering in the United States, which is an honor that fully demonstrates his outstanding contributions and widespread influence in the field of engineering and technology. As a co-founder of Babylon Chain, Mr. Tse has special insights and profound understanding of blockchain technology's development and applications. We look forward to his captivating keynote speech. Let's give a warm round of applause for Mr. David Tse.
All right. Can people hear me? All right. Hey, so thanks so much for Hack VC to organize this event. Thanks, Ed. Okay, so good. Let's test this out. Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm a co-founder of the Babylon project. So the protocol that we're building at Babylon is Bitcoin staking. And Bitcoin staking is always a weird sounding concept because everybody knows that Bitcoin is proof of work. But staking is, of course, associated with proof of stake. So how can you put these two words together? So I'm hearing myself later than I talk. Very interesting. Okay, never tried that before. Okay, so yeah, so the driving of the current bull market is, of course, the Bitcoin momentum. So we can see that the prices of Bitcoin is probably the most fast-rising asset across all classes. And so we are working on Bitcoin, so we're very excited about that. So what we always been saying that Bitcoin is digital gold, okay? Now, in the past few months, since the Bitcoin ETF have been issued, I think this philosophical concept is realized in the shift of gold ETF to Bitcoin ETF. So this is really exciting to see this concept of Bitcoin as a digital gold realizing. Now, however, things look really good, but there are some current Bitcoin issues. And let me point out two of them. Okay, so the first issue is that in every 4 years, the Bitcoin reward, which is the number of Bitcoin that miners earn by mining one block, is reduced by half. And this is defined in the protocol. Basically, nobody can change that. So it's like Olympics. We know that every 4 years, there's an Olympics. Bitcoin halving is like that. So every 4 years, Bitcoin is halved, the block reward. And hey, when is the next halving happening? Do people know? Next week. Is it next week already? Wow, time flies. Next 2 weeks, probably. Okay, so yeah, so next 2 weeks, we'll see the Bitcoin reward halving. So, all right, so what's the implication of Bitcoin reward halving? Is that the miners' income will be significantly reduced. If miners' income are significantly reduced, then fewer miners may mine to secure the Bitcoin network. And so this is kind of a problem, and it's a long-term problem because 4 years later, it will be further halved and so forth. So this is the so-called security budget problem of Bitcoin. That is, miners may have reduced incentive to mine over time. And therefore, less miners mine, less security budget. So that's number one. Now, in fact, this concept of Bitcoin reward being reduced is not only pertaining to the miners, but in general, the Bitcoin has very little yield opportunity. So we've been talking to a lot of Bitcoin holders because our project is built on Bitcoin. And the first question we asked Bitcoin holders is, hey, what do you do with your Bitcoins? Okay, So the typical answer is, well, I don't know. The Bitcoin just sit on my wallet and earn nothing. And we're just hoping that the price of Bitcoin will keep on going up. That's it. So compared to other digital assets like Ethereum, for example, Bitcoin has really very little yield. And this chart shows the 1% of Bitcoin, which is in wrapped Bitcoin asset. And first observation is that, hey, this is only 1% of the Bitcoin. So what is wrapped Bitcoin? Wrapped Bitcoin is basically a way to bridge the Bitcoin from Bitcoin chain, which has very little economic activity, and bridge it to, say, Ethereum, where there are more economic activities for which the Bitcoin can participate. So you can see that even within this 1%, which is a very low percentage of Bitcoin, which is in wrapped Bitcoin, the yield opportunity, the yield rate is very low. And so these are the problems that have, which is the Bitcoin miners are earning less. In general, the Bitcoin holders have very low yield. Now, so basically our project you can think of is to find new and interesting use cases for Bitcoin which can earn yield opportunity. All right. Okay, so here's the solution, or one solution, of this problem of increasing yield opportunity use case for Bitcoin. So if you look around, now you may also ask the question, which is I forgot to mention, that, well, in general, why is the yield opportunity so low for Bitcoin? One reason, not the only reason, is that Bitcoin holders tend to be rather conservative. Look, if you have gold, you don't want to mess around with the gold, okay? So therefore, when we start thinking about use case of Bitcoin, we want to find not any arbitrary use case like lending Bitcoin and so forth, but very, very low risk use cases, okay? And if you look around the crypto ecosystem, not just Bitcoin, crypto ecosystem, you will find that the lowest risk use case, which earn yield, is actually staking, okay? So if you think about staking on Ethereum, for example, you can think of staking is like an analogy to TradFi would be something like a risk-free investment. That is, you stake, very low risk of losing the asset, but yet you still earn a decent level of yield. And this staking market in the past few years have grown to be huge, okay? So as of the quarter, you see that we have about 150 billion staked assets and a significant amount of staking reward, and the yield is actually quite high. So this kind of a risk-free staking yield is actually quite high. Now, unfortunately for Bitcoiners, they don't have access to this market. Okay, why do Bitcoiners do not have access to this staking market? Why? Well, because Bitcoin is not a proof-of-stake chain, okay? So if you take Bitcoin, you do not have this basic use case which proof-of-stake asset have, which is to stake and provide security to your own chain, okay? Bitcoin is proof of work. It's not secured by its asset. So what we invented, this Bitcoin staking protocol, is really just to make these two observations, which is, hey, Bitcoins do not have access to this market. Bitcoin have low or no yield. Why not try to connect Bitcoin to this staking market? And as a result, okay, so we asked this question, what about let all Bitcoiners access this market? And the result is our protocol called Bitcoin staking. Now, this is a bit weird, okay? I just told you that Bitcoin is proof of work, okay? I want to give this use case of staking to Bitcoin, all right? How does that work? Am I going to change Bitcoin from proof of work to proof of stake? Okay, look, we're only a small startup. Now, we have very generous funding from Hack VC last round. But it's not quite, now Hack VC is a very powerful VC, but it's still not powerful enough for us to go and change Bitcoin from proof of work to proof of stake. So if I had done that pitch to Ed a few months ago, I'm not so sure I'm going to get funding from Hack VC. So, therefore, we're not trying to change Bitcoin itself. In fact, our protocol makes no change whatsoever to the Bitcoin chain. But what we do is the following, okay? So what we do is to invent a protocol called Bitcoin staking, which allows any Bitcoin holders, any holders which have Bitcoin, to stake and provide security to any proof of stake chains. In fact, more broadly, any systems which require proof of stake security or will benefit from proof of stake security. So for example, you can do staking and combine it with rollups. You can get proof of stake level security on rollup as well. And we can do that too. Okay, so this diagram is the essence of this talk. Okay, so let's digest this diagram, all right? So on the left-hand side, we have the Bitcoin holders. They're the ones like you and me who hold these Bitcoins on the wallet, hardware wallet, etc., with almost no yield. On the right-hand side are the proof of stake chains, okay? Now, proof of stake chain, so to understand this concept of Bitcoiners providing security proof of stake chain, one needs to break down this diagram in several ways. Now, and one actually has to dispel with some existing biases that come from this very short history of proof of stake, okay? So the very short history of proof of stake is following. You built a new layer 1, okay? Many years ago it was Ethereum. Then more recently, there are chains like Solana, Stray, Aptos, many other chains, proof of stake. What do, right? You have a native asset associated with that chain, and you use that native asset to secure that chain, among potentially, hopefully, other use cases of the native asset. Now, what is staking? If you look at more generally what is staking, staking is really a way of putting capital as collateralization to ensure good behavior of the validators, the nodes that run the network. You know, just like if we go to an Airbnb, you have to pay a deposit to ensure that you don't trash the Airbnb when you leave it. Similarly here, staking is to provide collateral to make sure that the validators have good behavior. Okay, so if you think about it this way, then in some sense, the capital that you put in does not necessarily have to denominate it in the native asset, okay? Because any asset which has value, it can be a collateral in a sense that if bad behavior is penalized by removing this collateral, then the goal of security is achieved, okay? So what we are trying to propose here is in some sense a more broader view of what proof of stake means. This is that proof of stake chain is any chain which can be secure by capital, whether the capital is a native asset, or the capital is a foreign asset, or the capital is a mix between the native asset and foreign asset, or the capital can be a mix of a native asset and multiple, perhaps, foreign asset. Okay? So this is a very general concept, and if you think about proof of stake in this general concept, then the proposal here and the protocol here is to use Bitcoin as that foreign asset. Now, Bitcoin is actually a pretty natural choice for a staking asset. One reason is because if you want a good staking asset, you would think that you want that asset to have low volatility. Because if it has high volatility, then the security kind of drops and rises very rapidly, which is undesirable. And in some sense, many native assets, especially early on, is very volatile. Bitcoin relatively is much less volatile, number one. Number two, Bitcoin is the largest by far crypto asset out there. More than 1 trillion worth of Bitcoin. Now, with such a large supply, then you would imagine that the cost of the capital can be reduced as well. So therefore, you could imagine that the proof-of-stake chain can reduce the cost of security by giving a relatively low yield compared to the native asset to provide security. And the cost is lower, the volatility is lower, so it is an advantage for a lot of these proof-of-stake chain. From the point of view of the Bitcoin holder, they're just happy to get some level of yield in a nearly risk-free manner. So I propose that this picture of putting these two things together actually is, if you think about it, after a while, maybe a few months, then it becomes sensible. Okay, now, how to do it? Okay, so I'm going to spend 1 or 2 minutes talking about how to do it. Now, one way you can think of doing it is to take your Bitcoin and bridge it to one of these proof-of-stake chain and then provide staking, okay? Now, I propose that this is not a good solution. Okay, why is this not a good solution? Because if you think about bridges, they're the kind of the weakest link of the crypto ecosystem. Many attacks happens on bridges. Particularly for Bitcoin, bridges are secure bridges are extremely hard to build. And so bridging is something that Bitcoiners, I would say, a bridge too far, perhaps, to use, okay? And so our solution does not require any bridging. In fact, our solution is a completely trustless solution. The Bitcoiners can hold on to their Bitcoin, never swap it for any wrap asset, keep it on the Bitcoin chain, lock it up on the Bitcoin chain, and in the meantime, provide security to the proof-of-stake chain. And our technology, the core of our technology, is to be able to trustlessly slash this collateral if the validators that the staker supports does a bad behavior. So that is the core technology that makes this happen. All this is done in a trustless manner. You know, we are working towards a decentralized world. We want to get rid of all these central actors, all these. So our protocol is working towards this vision that, as someone says, what do you call it? In math, we trust. I think I saw a T-shirt of that somewhere the other day. Yes, in cryptography, we trust. Okay, so yeah, so that's basically the core idea. And so this is the system that we're trying to build towards. Babylon, in addition to protocol, it is basically a coordination layer between all these proof-of-stake chains on the one hand, and supply of Bitcoin from different places on the other hand, okay? In addition to proof-of-stake chain, existing proof-of-stake ecosystem, one market that is emerging only in the past few months are actually Bitcoin layer 2s. Bitcoin layer 2s, we're working with a lot of them to provide Bitcoin staking security. So recently, there has been quite a lot of interest in our protocol, and we have struck up quite a few partnerships and collaboration to build up this Bitcoin ecosystem. Just to give some examples of partnership, a few months ago, we announced this partnership with the Cosmos Hub. So Cosmos Hub is the biggest, chain, the core chain in the Cosmos ecosystem. They are actually quite interested in providing security, not only to itself, but to other Cosmos chains. And Babylon is partnering with the Cosmos Hub to allow it to obtain Bitcoin staking security in addition to security from Atom. So this is an example of a hybrid system where you have both native asset, Atom in this case, and Bitcoin asset, and different chains can choose different weighting between these two assets. Another collaboration which we've been working very closely is in the roll-up direction with AltLayer. I believe AltLayer is actually one of the co-sponsors of this event. So that's why we include this slide here to make sure that in addition to Hack VC, we pay appropriate respect. With AltLayer, we are developing all kinds of roll-up solutions to use Bitcoin staking. One thing about roll-ups is that although roll-ups is supposed to get full security from the main chain, be it Ethereum or Bitcoin, but current day roll-up, a lot of trust is actually on the centralized sequencer, okay? And Bitcoin staking can actually be used to make this crypto economic secure on the sequencer as opposed to just trusting the sequencer. And that is one direction we're working with. All right. So yeah, as we mentioned, there has been a lot of projects working with us to try to build out this Babylon ecosystems. These includes Bitcoin Layer 2, wallets and custodial, DeFi projects, liquid staking and liquid restaking, roll-up infrastructure, the Cosmos ecosystem. So we've been really working hard to build this Babylon ecosystems. So in terms of the technology development, about a month ago, we rolled out the Bitcoin staking testnet, the first trustless Bitcoin staking testnet. And the response has been overwhelming. We gave out 100,000 NFTs to the first 100,000 stakers on this testnet, and we did it within 48 hours. So there's a lot of interest in the project. We're quite excited about that. And very important part of any proof of stake protocol or any protocol involves proof of stake are the validators. And we have many leading validators that run the Babylon chain to receive the Bitcoin staking and secure the Babylon chain. And very important is that in addition to the big validators like P2P or Figment or Instone, Chorus One, etc., we also have a lot of validators who are themselves also Bitcoin miners. Now, a very natural thing for Bitcoin miners to actually benefit from this protocol is to stake their Bitcoin and also run a node to receive staking. So it's a completely trustless protocol. Doesn't have to trust anyone. You know, in delegated proof of stake system, the staker typically has to at least have some level of trust to the node that runs the protocol, because if the node does bad thing, the staker gets slashed. In a system where the Bitcoin miners run their own nodes, there's no need to trust anyone else. So this is a rather natural configuration. So we have miners like Galaxy Digital Foundry running nodes as well. Great. All right. So yeah, coming to the end of the talk, we rolled a Bitcoin staking testnet in February. Moving on in Q2, we'll be launching our mainnet phase 1. So the Bitcoin staking testnet has the staking, the Babylon chain, which is the first chain that will receive Bitcoin staking. In mainnet phase 1, we will be focusing on the staking part, so people lock up the stake. And in phase 2, we will launch with the Babylon chain and potentially with a few other chains that we are integrating on the testnet right now. Other projects we work on are Bitcoin data availability, and Bitcoin liquidity. But those are more down the road. Okay. Yeah. So if you're interested in our project, please connect with us on Twitter and on our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David, for these interesting insights about Bitcoin. I'm sure everyone has learned something new today from your presentation. Our next guest speaker is Mr. Feng Han, who is a co-founder of Bell2. Mr. Han has extensive academic as well as professional experience at the Tsinghua University, as well as profound knowledge in the area of blockchain and financial technology. He is a co-founder of Elastos Foundation, which was founded in 2017 and is a blockchain-powered internet version. Its recent breakthrough is the introduction of Bell2, a layer 2 solution leveraging smart web technology to revolutionize Bitcoin transactions. Elastos is using smart web technology to build the Bitcoin second layer network Bell2, which extends the efficiency and scalability of the Bitcoin network through smart contracts. Unfortunately, Mr. Feng Han cannot join us in person here today. However, he has shared a virtual introduction with us, where he shares his latest industry insights with us and his industry knowledge. I invite everyone to pay attention to the screen to watch Mr. Feng Han's virtual introductory speech. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Very happy. Today I was invited. Join us for this Hack VC Hong Kong convention. Let me make a keynote speech about BL2. BL2 is one. Fully compliant with Bitcoin maximalism infrastructure. It is based on Elastos and BTC joint mining, owns more than half of Bitcoin's computing power. Support your own smart contracts. Then through BTC Oracle, zero knowledge proof. Let BTC, no need to cross the chain out of the main network. I don't touch BTC holders at all. Ownership and management of assets. And then let BTC participate. Protected by more than half of Bitcoin's computing power. In the smart contract ecosystem, which is ESC. So next, we are going to implement BTC swap. That is, BTC cannot leave the main network. No loss of management of assets at all, via BTC Oracle. Participate in smart contracts for other chains, even smart contracts that dominate other chains. So in May, we will implement a BTC loan, which means that BTC also don't leave the mainnet. The same is not lost. Ownership and management of assets. Just take advantage of the Taproot's time lock. Can participate. Smart contracts on other chains. Realization of loans for trading atomic assets. So this, maximalism for BTC. For these BTC owners, a just needed scenario is implemented. That is, BTC unliquidated. You have access to sufficient capital. Get involved in the whole market transaction, including making other investments. This we believe will be the case in the future. The United States includes big ETFs in Hong Kong, a just needed scene, because they accumulate a lot of BTC in their hands. So without BTC loan on BL2, they can reap the compounding effects of huge assets. So we think BL2 must stick to Bitcoin maximalism. Finally, we are all about BTC. Bitcoin, its network is more secure, more transparent. Stick with Satoshi. The great ideal of computing democracy, really now. Global, deep in the debt crisis. Allow BTC to do what gold did in the last century, the most basic. For the global market, the role of basic credit consensus. Then we believe only BTC. Technologies like blockchain, so that the world can gradually come out. This round is heavy. The disaster of the debt crisis really can give to the world, to bring all mankind into the next prosperous civilization, rich and developed, a new era. Let's work together. Let BTC and Bail to join you. Bail 2, under the banner of Bitcoin maximalism, contribute our strength together for the development and progress of human civilization. Make our efforts. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for your attention. There is one more interesting video that we would like to share with you as well. Bell 2's promotional video ad has been shown on a digital billboard here in Hong Kong, in Lan Kwai Fong. And we would like to introduce it to you as well here at the summit. So please pay attention to the screen. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention. Perhaps you'll see the ad running in Lan Kwai Fong later on when you visit the central in Hong Kong. So moving on, we have another panel discussion about zero knowledge proof and restaking. Zero knowledge proof is an extremely hot topic in Web3 space, and I also personally find it very exciting because it's also very important. If done right, it could solve a lot of issues. This topic has been also mentioned today in the morning by Mr. Ed Roman. Basically, it's the concept of proving the information without disclosing it. And if blockchain could solve that problem, that would be an immense leap forward. And on this note, I'd like to invite our panelists today to discuss this very exciting topic. The moderator of the topic will be Nicole Sun from Zuzalu Core, and our panelist, V.S. Krishnan, who represents the strategy of Eigenlayer. Unfortunately, Federica Caron could not join us here right now, so it will be two panelists discussing the topic. We are currently, they are currently arriving, so please give it a few moments to welcome our panelists on stage. Thank you.
It'll just be a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll have the next panel.
Guess we can have a short break while we're waiting on the next panelists. Thank you for your understanding. In the meantime, we have a short Hack VC promotional video for you. So if you could pay attention to the screen while we're awaiting our next panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a slight break in between now and the next interview with Eigenlayer. And in the interim, I wanted to introduce one of the important partners from Hack.Summit, Omer Ozden from RockTree Capital, and we'll be talking a little bit about East versus West venture capital in preparation for this session with Eigenlayer. So it's a pleasure to have you here, Omer.
Thank you, Ed. Pleasure
Would
to
you like
be
have a
here.
seat?
Thank you.
We'll have a little fireside chat here. So Omer is one of these rare investors, in my experience, who is both generous as well as incredibly helpful with his portfolio companies and has a particular expertise in helping startups in the West break out into Asian markets. And we love working with him in that regard. So Omer, maybe tell us a little bit about your background and how you got started in investing.
Sure, thank you. But first I want to say to everybody, guys, Hack VC did a great job in organizing this event. In fact, like the comparison to what we've experienced over the days before to the quality of the audience that's here, the speakers that are here, really compact into one event where it's really high value. So thank you for that, Ed. Thank you for putting that together.
We're grateful to have you here to learn with us. So I want to thank you as well.
Yeah, 谢谢, and thank you for having us co-host. So in terms of my background, I'm Omer Ozden. I'm the founder of RockTree Capital. 我们是一个北京的风险投资者. We're a Chinese VC early stage. And our team is in the East and also in the West. And let me give you a little bit about my background. So I first came to China, Taiwan in 1991. And in 1996, I was brought over to Beijing by some people who eventually became like the Steve Jobs and Wozniak of China, which is Yu Minghong and Xu Xiaoping. So if you guys are, I know that there's a lot of friends from mainland China here. You would recognize those names. They became legendary founders. And we set up, we helped with startups in Zhongguancun. So who knows what Zhongguancun is here? Put up your hand. Okay, you guys gotta know. Because Zhongguancun is the Silicon Valley of China. So you need to know Zhongguancun, but when I went there in 1996, it was still dirt roads. And there was all these emerging companies rising in the 90s, particularly we were moving from Web 1 to Web 2. So we did that, but then I was still a student at the time. I went back to law school and I came back and I worked here and in Beijing to create something. I was on the team, the legal team that invented something called the VIE structure. Who knows what the VIE structure is? Okay, you guys know. Okay, so for the foreigners, the Westerners that don't know what the VIE structure was, today you think that Web 3 is difficult in China? Web 2 in the 90s was even more difficult because everything was illegal. Nothing was authorized. Even a website was not legal. Foreign investment into a Chinese internet company, WEFA, okay? It was illegal. So I was on the legal team that actually created these structures. We got approval from 5 authorities in China. We got approval from the SEC. And we did the first investments and the structuring for Baidu, Alibaba, NetEase, and all these companies that became the large Goliaths of Chinese Web 2, and they exploded from their first money in to something that is completely unrecognizable today, and we IPO'd them on the NASDAQ with US approval and Chinese government approval. So that forged the ethos of RockTree Capital, which is uniting East and West to help humans through technology, and we carry that today to Web 3.
It's an incredible background. Thank you, Omer. I think a lot of folks in the audience who are building protocols or are curious about building protocols might be wondering, what is special about the Asian markets? Because you could kind of put your blinders on and you could try to build a protocol out of Europe or in the West, and you could maybe not pay too much attention to the Asian markets. But there might be consequences for that, right? So tell us a little bit about the importance of Asian markets, and also how to capture the minds and hearts of Asian investors, and maybe some best practices that might go along with that, or things to watch out for as well.
Okay, great question. First of all, the markets, there's a lot of similarities, but it's really Mars and Venus. So the most important thing is you have to localize. You have to be really grassroots and local in the Asian markets. It's really important. And you can't see that the market as a place where you just parachute in. You have to be here permanently. Your team has to be here. You have to localize for the local markets here. It's really important. And I don't think a lot of Westerners understand the scale of Asian markets. Like, you kind of have an idea, and maybe from Hong Kong you can get a taste, but when you go to all the other regions, Vietnam, mainland China, obviously South Korea, all these other places, Hong Kong is just a portal for that. Singapore is just a portal for that. But behind that are tens of millions of people in Web3 and Web2 as well, who are developers, they're investors, they are people who are helping promote community, they're partners. If you look at the largest crypto projects in the world, a lot of them emanate from Greater China. Officially, they may say they're from Singapore or Malta, whatever, but they come from Greater China. Any serious protocol, any serious Web3 project that ignores this market is doing it at its peril, because you can't be a global protocol if you don't actively engage this market.
That's well said. And how are the regulations? Are they generally favorable in the East for crypto protocols? Are they embracing of these projects, or is the regulatory body still evolving in the East right now?
Okay, great question. So if you look at our website, RockTreeCapital.com, you'll see like there's a quick flash of something that's a little bit subversive. It says, separating money and state since 2008. And kind of that's what we're doing. We're decentralizing, and eventually maybe 50, 100, 200 years from now, we can have separation of money and state. And that's like one of our long-term goals eventually. But I think if you look at some Asian markets, they are very, at the highest level, they are very aware that currency, particularly the US dollar, has been used to weaponize certain things. And that, when I look at Japan, when I look at Singapore, even Hong Kong and some other markets, some of the thinking emerges from that we want freedom, true financial freedom. And so we've seen Singapore be one of the most progressive. In 2017, they came out with their guidance for issuing tokens, and they went in a completely different direction than what the SEC in the United States was taking, which was saying everything's a security. The regulators in Singapore said, no, not everything's a security. Okay, we treat it as a commodity, so we can have these very clear regulations, and Singapore exploded in that way, like in terms of being a crypto hub. Japan also very advanced. In fact, it was the first one to embrace. They've had like 2 steps forwards, 1 step back, because they will embrace crypto through a regulatory standpoint, but then there'll be a hack, and then the government will get scared and take a couple of steps back. But they've also recently, in 2023, made some major regulatory moves to embrace crypto. And then this market. This market, to many people, may appear as, okay, it's special, Hong Kong special administrative region. It's separate from China, but this is China. And I think that in 2022, the government here decided that we really need to invigorate the ethos of the Hong Kong market, which is finance. And so they went, the leadership went to Beijing, and they started petitioning them to help Hong Kong to open up the market and bring clear regulations with respect to embracing crypto. And in 2003, that happened. And actually for us, as an investor, originally from Beijing and from here, but also in Western markets, that sent us a very clear signal that there was an embracing of crypto in this market. So we started deploying a lot of capital because we knew that this would also bring better macro conditions because you need the regulators on board. And I think that Japan and Hong Kong really moved forward in 2023 from a regulatory standpoint to embrace crypto even more. And to that extent, I would say that the bull run, the favorable macro conditions, started in Asia in September, while the SEC was still suing Binance, Coinbase, and so forth. And so we didn't really start to get that type of sentiment till maybe early 2024 in the United States. So this is the region that has shown from a regulatory standpoint and also from a grassroots standpoint, really embracing innovation.
I agree. And if you look recently at what's been happening in Asian markets, there's almost been a new surge of interest in NFTs in the form of Bitcoin ordinals in Asian markets. And it's really been a phenomenon to witness. And the excitement has been much more pronounced in Asia compared to the US. And in the US, what we experienced over the last few years was a massive crash of NFTs. And then that resulted in the surge of Bitcoin ordinals. So what do you think is going to happen? Do you think that the Bitcoin ordinal NFT market may experience a similar crash? Is that a danger that we should be worried about, or do you think it's here to stay? What do you think about that?
I think it's like, consider a small project from Vancouver called CryptoKitties, which pretty much came close to crashing Ethereum. It is the first wave of what's happening on Bitcoin chain. All of these fun little things, memes and so forth. Now you are seeing a true ecosystem develop on Bitcoin. And guess what? It's developing here. Guess what? The degen activity is in Asia. And Asians have embraced it, just like the hash rate. 70% of the hash rate was coming from Greater China at one point in time, just like Vitalik had to come here to help with developing proof of work hardware and so forth. The early adopters, a lot of them are in Asia. And so it's not just ordinals on Bitcoin. It's an entire ecosystem that's developing. And just about every Asian VC has been hip to that for at least 10 months. But American VCs, I would say only about 25%, like you guys know about it and you were really progressive with certain projects, but I'd say only 25% or so have woken up to it. But by sometime this summer, sometime maybe in Q4, everybody's gonna know about Bitcoin as an entire ecosystem that's emerging.
We agree, and we kind of look at Bitcoin as, even though it's an older technology, we actually look at it as the next frontier. Because if you look back in 2018, 2017, there were a number of layer 1 protocols and then layer 2 protocols, most of which accrued a very large amount of value. And a lot of them were based on Ethereum back then. And if you look at the market sizing of Bitcoin right now and how large that asset class is, it's almost like there's a whole new wave of infrastructure now that's powering Bitcoin. And there's been some sentiment in the market that's been negative about that. There's been investors and there's been founders who say, this is too crowded, there's too many of these guys in here, most of them are not gonna make it, right? But then there's another part of me that thinks, maybe a lot of these guys will make it just because it's such a large market and there's so much Bitcoin out there in the world. What do you think, Omar?
Okay, so I think that if you take the resilience of the chain and also the decentralization, that actually it is the closest to the ethos that we're trying to achieve in crypto. And so that matters. And I would add to that, that there's a more profound understanding in China of proof of work. Like, I feel like in the West, Western is more about tangping, you know, like proof of stake. You just sit back and you just collect some yield on proof of stake. But like, actually, the true ethos, proof of work, like the profound understanding of you have to work to do your mining. You have to have difficulty in your consensus. And so that's an important concept that's, I think, more appreciated in this market than it is in the West. And so that's an important factor. And I'm going to add one more thing. I'm a securities attorney by background. Okay, I come from TradFi. You come from TradFi as well, like you're tech, but before Web3. So as a TradFi investor, there's something we call a pinhole issue. Okay, you take a piece of paper, you poke a little pen in it, and there's your risk profile. And the Wall Street guys will spend hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to get rid of that pinhole risk because it's too much. If there's an issue, these guys lose their jobs, plus lawsuits, plus maybe enforcement actions by the SEC. So if I'm a Wall Street investor and I want to put $10 billion on a chain and I want to develop an ecosystem, there's 500 chains that I could choose from, okay? But I can immediately eliminate the ones that are regularly going down. And those that still have a legal compliance risk, I don't want to touch them. And guess what? Even with, and I don't want to knock any other chain but we just need to talk like openly here because they're all good. But there's only one chain that right now has a free pass on that. And the SEC has been giving these subtle hints, sometimes not so subtle, that they still are open to enforcement actions or labeling something as a security. And we know what chains those are, but there's only one chain that's got a free pass. So I'm BlackRock. I don't want to fuck around with that, sorry for my language, I don't want to mess around with that pinhole risk, okay? I'm putting $10 billion of assets on a chain. Can't be something that the SEC all of a sudden comes out and says it's a security or there's something else like that. So Westerners, TradFi is not there yet. They don't realize that, this is my prediction that this is going to happen, but 4 or 5 years from now, when you've got the real TradFi guys doing big numbers, they're not going to be going to some of these top 20 chains. A lot of them are going to be choosing Bitcoin.
Yeah, and just to echo that, you know, I believe the Securities and Exchange Commission actually did the crypto industry a little bit of a favor with how they greenlit 11 Bitcoin ETFs on the same day. Because, look, let's just be honest, the SEC should have approved those years earlier when they first wanted to launch. And the SEC dug its heels in and waited and really slowed our industry down. But then the result of all that was that 11 Bitcoin ETFs got approved simultaneously on the same day. And you know what that caused? It caused a marketing event for crypto. Because now we had 11 different famous large Wall Street firms, each of them promoting their Bitcoin ETF simultaneously and basically telling their clients that cryptocurrency is an exciting asset class again. That marketing event would never have happened if each of these had been slow rolled and approved one at a time over many years.
Totally.
So we actually think that this year is going to be fantastic. We're bullish for cryptocurrency and we're excited to be a part of it. And so, Omar, I really want to thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you so much.
Your comments were fantastic and we learned a lot. So
thank you, Ed. Thanks to everybody for participating in this event, and thanks to Hack VC as well. Thank you.
Awesome. We'll be right back with our next panel. Thanks again.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Omar and Ed, for your very exciting insights. In the meantime, our next panelists have arrived for our next panel discussion. Please welcome on stage Mr. V.S. Krishnan, Strategy of Eigenlayer, Mr. Federico Corona, co-founder of AltLayer, The panel will be moderated by Ms. Nicole Sun from Zuzalu Core. They will be discussing a very hot topic in the Web3 space, the zero knowledge proof and restaking. Zero knowledge proof has captured a lot of attention these days, and it's very exciting to be discussing this topic in more detail after it had been already mentioned today in the morning. So let's welcome them on stage, please. Let's give them a warm round of applause, everyone.
Hi guys, I'll give a bit of a self-intro first. I'm Nicole. I'm actually from Hong Kong. I grew up here, and I'm a venture partner at Hack VC. I also started this thing called Zuzalu with Vitalik. It is a pop-up city experiment. We do large events. Last year we did a 2-month-long pop-up in Montenegro, and we invited over 1,000 people there. So just some context for who I am. And please welcome Fede.
Hi.
So Fede came from really far away, took a 40-hour flight from Argentina to get here. So it's really rare we have him from across the world. Yes, Fede, would you like to tell us a little bit more about Lambda class?
Yeah, sure. I'm Fede. I'm an engineer. I have been working professionally in software for the last 19 years. I founded Lambda class 10 years ago. Most people call it a dev shop. I don't believe it's a dev shop, but whatever. Like taxonomy is the least interesting science. We have been working on Starknet, on the infra. We created the new Cairo VM. We're helping one of our bigger partners, zk.Sync, on multiple things, decentralization of the sequencer, making the prover faster, full EVM compatibility, on a lot of other things, volition, etc. We're also working with Polygon Maiden, Mina. So in crypto, we're mostly known for zk, but actually our background is mostly compiler security on decentralized systems.
Awesome. So yeah, Lambda class is one of the biggest infrastructural players in the entire crypto space, but very few people seem to know that.
I like that.
So yeah, we're doxing Fede here for the first time. Actually, please give us a little bit more context of what got you into crypto.
Sure. I'm from Argentina. So that's the answer. We had 200% inflation. I created my company 10 years ago. I come from a traditional oil and gas Argentinian guy. My father is an Argentinian guy, but he worked a lot in Texas. So you can imagine, like, very traditional. I didn't know much about finance or companies. I remember I told him, like, what should I do? Well, go to the bank, create a bank account. I went to the bank. I saw, like, hey, I'm getting 10K, 15K paid per month from a client. It was just me. And the bank told me, like, we cannot create a bank account for you. And I'm like, why? I want to export. We cannot. And I'm like, okay. So the second option was Bitcoin. So I started getting payments in Bitcoin. So the banking sector in places like Latam sucks. Hey, that was my. It's not that I believe in Bitcoin or anything. It was just the only option. Right now, actually, it continues to be a pain in the ass to be an exporter in Argentina. So we exist thanks to crypto. In Europe, on the US, many people tell you, like, crypto has no use case. Well, my company wouldn't exist. And I do believe we provide a lot of value in crypto. And it wouldn't exist if we couldn't get paid. Like, something as simple as getting paid is a mess.
Yeah, it's crazy. And that's why I see crypto adoption being the biggest in emerging markets where it's needed. All it is decentralized trust. And here, welcome Vias. He is from Eigenlayer.
Hey guys, apologies.
Yeah, give us a little self-introduction because we just went around.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm with the Eigenlayer team, primarily leading strategy and the DA ecosystem development, but I've been there since day one, so a lot of different hats across multiple of our products now, and yeah, just supporting any of the strategy, BD, and product initiatives in any way I can.
And what was it that got you into crypto initially?
I got in very early on for like somewhat degen reasons. Yeah, and then slowly started to learn more about the space, read into white papers, got lucky to be at the University of Illinois when Andrew Miller and Pramod Vishwanath, both very prominent researchers, were actively teaching there. So got to explore the community a little bit. And then really it became about, I mean, Fede just touched on this. So Bitcoin introduced like decentralized trust, and then Ethereum introduced decentralized programmable trust. And so it really started to open up this wave of, you know, a bunch of hackers and a bunch of builders in the space at the time in our community who were just actively iterating, starting to build, you know, some DeFi primitives, like the precursors to DeFi. So yeah, I was working in traditional banking and like cross-border payments at the time, and just saw how inefficient that whole space was. You know, something as simple as getting paid, like we just said, and the inefficiencies of like remittance and licenses and things like that, where I was like, hey, we can move to a much faster decentralized settlement world that crypto enables.
Awesome. Let's talk a little bit more about the two protocols you guys work on. So first, let's start with Eigenlayer, one of the most interesting primitives of this recent time.
Yeah, so Eigenlayer actually started because we wanted to tackle the bootstrapping problem for blockchains. So our founder, Sriram Kundan, tried starting a L1 in 2019 with Pramod Vishwanath as well as David Shea from so Babylon, Witness Chain, and Eigenlayer tried starting a L1 with Solana type performance back in 2019. And it was incredibly difficult to bootstrap. So now you see David tackling the bootstrapping problem to some extent in Bitcoin, us tackling the bootstrapping problem in Ethereum, and then Pramod, who's working on both an AI project as well as Witness Chain, which is, you know, trying to improve the efficacy of like event-driven automation for monitoring networks.
Awesome. And actually, let's talk a little bit about your new product. Okay, Fede. AltLayer is something people might not know enough about. Just give us an Eli 5 on what it is.
Yeah, so we're patching in some way the incapabilities of Ethereum to be fast and cheap for CK verification. So what we're doing is making verification on aggregation of proofs on Ethereum very cheap and very fast. So that's it. On, I believe, long term, CK will be everywhere. So we want to have a place where we can verify the proofs. I believe that Ethereum, for different reasons, I can go into details afterwards, very technical details, will never be, will be always the place where you want to settle things, but it will always have, it won't have the best performance for that, at least in the next minimum 5 to 10 years. Maybe in the future it can change, but it's quite difficult. So what we're trying to do is be very aligned with Ethereum, because I'm like a hardcore Ethereum fan on Bitcoin too, but I work mostly on Ethereum. So what we're trying to do is literally we're trying to build a lot of different products, because we know very well what can be done with CK, and we're like, okay, we need this. We need a way of having a layer where we can verify the things I want to build on top of.
Everyone keeps saying that ZK is so far away and it's so hard to understand. What is your take on that? When will ZK be usable?
I'm an engineer and I like practical things. I believe if you cannot teach somebody else what you know, that's not science. But at the same time, I believe that right now, academia and also due to investments and narrative, there's the general trend is that people like making things more complicated than they really are. In part, my business, Lambda, exists because I can teach other people things and simplify them. So I don't believe CK, so I have huge respect for researchers. But one thing is the research on the difficulty of, so for example, Eigen is a good example. Getting the idea of Eigen is, from my point of view, pretty crazy and difficult, being the person that had the idea. But if you think about Eigen, like the concept per se, after you got the idea, it's not that complicated. Actually, the guys from Eigen will say you could have invented Eigen. I believe the same happens with CK right now. Maybe 10 years ago, no. But right now, you can teach an engineer how to write its first proving system in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Like, we're doing that. So I believe it's teachable, something that in general doesn't work that well. Most companies on the things that are online don't have a system to teach engineers how to learn zk. I think that's doable, and that will get in the next year solved. On the second thing is like, I think it's getting so fast. Not a week, but every month or 2 months, there's a new paper making things way faster. So I believe it's way closer than what most people think. And actually, you have Starknet on zk-Sync, on Polygon, different systems from Polygon that are pretty fast and cheap. So I actually believe it's already next door.
Amazing. Also, then what are the use cases that can be unlocked with something like a line layer and usable ZKs?
So the first one is bridging between L2s. You can have storage proofs. You can prove the whole state of HL2 on while you have that, you can verify that you have some asset somewhere, and you can move it to the other place with some intent-based market. So you can have very cheap and very safe bridging. You can have zkML, from my point of view, will be used a lot in the next few years, having the ability of verifying any type of proof of what you did in the past, something that cannot be done right now. If you can verify that very cheaply, it will start being used everywhere. Even in gaming, I have a few crazy ideas where it can be used, but I think any type of computation will move to zk. On any that is zk will get verified somewhere. So actually, from my point of view, it's the other way around. It's like, what won't use zk? It will take a few years. In the meantime, we can use, that's why I also like a lot Eigen, because I'm a big zk fan, but I also believe for the next 3 to 5 years, there's a lot of use cases that won't be able to be done with zk. You cannot get a zk SQL server running. That's why Eigen is also very useful. So that's it.
Yeah, I think you're touching on something really important here, which is the separation between cryptographic verifiability and then crypto-economic security, right? And we're tackling the crypto-economic security problem and then creating a platform where projects like Lambda Class and AltLayer can build all these modules that will introduce more cryptographic primitives or implement the crypto-economic security into these, modules that really just reduce the complexity for builders, right? You want to make it as streamlined as possible for builders to expand the use cases where L2 block space is no longer a limitation, right? So maybe I'll break that down just a little further, right? Eigen is looking to, actually not just Eigen, I would say the industry right now is really focused on scalability across each layer of the modular stack. Right, we're seeing a lot more emphasis on scale at the sequencing level, at the DA layer with both Eigen and all the other alt DAs out there. Scaling execution is the whole roadmap for rollups, right? So we're starting to see computation shifted from the L1 to the L2, but there's still a limitation on the L2 of what people can build. And as we, in the next 3 to 5 years, there's going to be a lot more, actually even shorter term, we're starting to see a lot more app-specific rollups. App chains that have a demand for more scale, more throughput, more demands. And it'll take time to move to a fully cryptographic future. But in the meanwhile, we can achieve strong crypto-economic guarantees, which is what you see with the large amount of optimistic rollups today. Optimistic rollups are inherently especially ones with not necessarily fully implemented fraud proofs, it's a full crypto-economic guarantee today. There's very little cryptographic security guarantees. So we're excited for more ZK enablement, but again, it's going to take some time where all the use cases can actually leverage the benefits of it.
Makes a lot of sense. Actually, please dive into more what a Eigenlayer powered future looks like to you.
Yeah, create a center for increasing the rate of coordination. I think that's the real focus of Eigenlayer. How do we enable projects to limit the amount of redundancy in terms of what's being built in the space so we can start to accelerate Ethereum much faster? I think that's the real focus here. And that involves, initially enabling projects to be able to borrow the security from Eigenlayer as a platform, use EigenDA, or use any of the services that are built on top. And then eventually we're actively iterating on Eigen Insurance, which is an idea that we have for specifically initially maybe bridges that could buy insurance that covers up until a certain amount for assets in transit. We're excited about a lot of different AVSs in the fully homomorphic encryption space, or introducing a lot more like trusted execution environments, or just increasing the modularity of what's possible to be built on Ethereum, while also creating a place for builders to congregate and really the power of the commons of Ethereum.
Amazing. I guess we all work on scaling Ethereum and working towards this crypto endgame. But what are the biggest bottlenecks and limiting factors that are stopping us from being there right now? To both of you.
So I think the DA problem is somewhat solved with the EAP 4884 on blobs. EigenDA on other solutions will make that even better. That was one of the biggest bottlenecks that existed in blockchains. Then I think proving time for any CK rollup or any CK applications, because there's also CK applications that are not rollups. For example, one of them is WorldCoin. It's one of the biggest users of gas in Polygon. All of them use a lot of CPU and GPU to prove things. I believe the ones that the proving time gets faster, that will enable other applications, because it's too expensive right now to prove simple things. So that's the next step. From my point of view, the one that's following that is CK verification. Because in the next 2 years, proving will decrease. It will be very easy. Now you have SP1 on RISC-0 to prove Rust. So you can already prove any common developer that doesn't know any CK can write Rust and prove it, but it's pretty slow. It's getting better. It will take 1 to 2 years from my point of view. There's a lot of papers on research being done from very good companies like Starkware, CKSync, Polygon, etc. But the next frontier will be making the verification very cheap, very, very fast, and that's why we're a little bit ahead of the market. I think we're in 2 steps ahead, but that's why I believe it's a good company. It's because it's a good idea that in 1 year it will be obvious. Like Celestia, when Celestia came, in my case, I read the paper and I was like, why do I want this? I don't get it. Because that data availability sampling. It took me a while to understand that it made the possibility of creating very cheap DA. The same with verification. Why do you want cheap verification in CK if you are still not using proving or CK? Well, when everybody uses it, you will need it.
Yeah, when the cost of writing to Ethereum was negligible, then nobody cared about alternative DAs. And then as soon as gas goes up and the cost of doing computation on the L1 is so expensive, we start moving to rollups and we start moving to alt DAs and we start finding alternative solutions. I'm actually going to answer your question in 2 parts. And to be honest, I want to get a little spicy here. So I think the first half of this market, of this bull run, specifically of this cycle, we're starting to see most of the price action and activity on Solana. And that's because Solana is it's an L1 optimized for trading and for traders. They have really fast settlement times. They have a lot of liquidity. And those are the things that motivates traders. And the reality is we don't have a ETH L2 that's optimized for both of these constraints to drive some of these traders to our community and get some of the price action in Ethereum, which I think is something that some of these projects should be focused on. And I'm excited to see the alt VMs start to focus a lot more in that space, right? We're starting to see Move VM as L2s. We're starting to see a lot more projects pushing the barriers of TPS on Ethereum L2s, which we're excited about. And then the second thing is the infrastructure precedes the use cases because the builders know how to use the infrastructure. But the reality is, if we want to make a dent in general adoption, the majority of this needs to be abstracted away from the end user. When we're interacting with the majority of applications that we interface with on a daily basis, you don't recognize the number of SaaS modules that are implemented in your application, right? You sign in with OAuth and you pay with Stripe and they're using some ML module, but the end user has no friction of any of these modules. And the reality is the UX in our space isn't designed that way, and we need to move to a, so, Eigen is building infrastructure, AltLayer is building infrastructure, and then the layer of developers building on top of our platforms, whether it's an L2, well, then it goes even a further step downstream to the dapp builders who are responsible for the UX, right? So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of building infra that can scale, but then we need to tackle this UX problem so that, like, I want my mom to be able to engage with crypto one day, and like the UX of getting her on a wallet and getting her involved in the ecosystem is just way too high of a barrier today. And so if we want to make a dent in general adoption, we need to start tackling some of these problems as well.
I mean, that's a very good point. Even as, I guess, someone who engages in crypto, I've been hacked twice. It's so hard to use the crypto applications. So I guess here's a more contrarian take. Why Ethereum? Especially in Asia, there's a lot of uptake of alt L1s. How does MetaMask compare to something like BonkBot, where you just walk on Telegram, you buy some shitcoins, and you make a ton of money? Why Ethereum?
So I think it goes back to, and we have this thesis with EigenDA specifically, but it goes back to the amount of value that's embedded in a transaction and how much projects value security. Security is often a retroactive approach. People are far more secure once they've been hacked once. People are very proactive to security. So projects are still trying to understand on Eigenlayer, like, how much security do we need? What's the estimation and things like that, because it's a really tough problem to tackle. But the power of Ethereum is, we have about $100 billion staked, but we have about a $400 billion market cap in Ethereum. So we've already seen a good amount of stake to market cap and leverage ratio where people trust the security and efficacy of Ethereum. You compare that to something like Solana, my numbers might be off, but like up until recently, Solana only had about 2 billion staked, right? A much, much smaller amount staked because users in that ecosystem want to keep their assets liquid, versus users in our ecosystem value stability and the democratic commons far more. So Eigenlayer is really tackling that agility versus stability trade-off, where you build fast and you break stuff versus you build slow and methodical and you create long-lasting systems. And I think if you value both a short-term and a long-term win, Ethereum's a great community to be aligned with. And if you want to create something that captures a lot more attention and value quickly, then maybe Ethereum isn't what's designed for you, and you need to work a lot harder to create alignment, perhaps.
I have multiple answers. The first one is, I think betting against the Ethereum Foundation, Vitalik, teams like zk.Link, Polygon, us, Starknet, Eigen, I don't think it's a very smart bet long term. They have capital. There are some of the best. I have worked for 20 years in software. Some of the smartest dudes and girls I have met in my life are in these teams in crypto. I learn a lot. I feel stupid sometimes. Yesterday I was talking to Shuram, and I was like, the other day to, I don't remember, the guy that studied medicine from your team, that is a researcher.
Kaido?
Yeah, I was like discussing something with him about cryptography and distributed systems. So at one point I was like, fuck, this guy knows a lot of shit on, I don't normally feel stupid. I ask him like, what did you study? Medical school. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm stupid. There's a lot of people that are like, even the outsiders that didn't study computer science working in Ethereum are very smart. They have a lot of experience. So I don't think long-term is a good bet. Two, I do agree that Solana has way better UX. I respect a lot the more like UI. They brought a lot of good designers on people that are very good at doing a full integration test. I think we need to learn a lot on that on Ethereum. However, their chain goes down every 2 or 3 months. There's a reason. And the reason is that the way it's designed will make that happens very often. And I discussed that with Anatoly. I think they cut some corners on, I believe the best thing is to have a very minimal L1 that can be verified anywhere, and you then do a very fast L2. Now we have L2s that are getting, it will take 1 or 2 years yet, but they have less than 1 cent fees. They're very safe. They're getting decentralized. In the next few months, we're decentralizing the sequencer of one of the L2s. With Volition, it's going to be even cheaper. If you can launch a stack per each, you can have an app chain for different applications. It's going to be even cheaper. And you can have also sovereignty. So those are the two main reasons. The third one, for me personal, I believe in the ethos of Vitalik. I don't see him as the Pope or anything. I agree with him. I think he has a very interesting soft power with very good values. I don't know, everybody I meet in the Team Foundation and in these teams, they are doing it because they believe in it. So that for me means a lot. I'm an open source Maxi type of person. So I believe that people that have a long-term focus on trying to bring value to society are the coolest people around. And in general, the most people go to that place, not to the place where you can make only money. Making money is cool. I make money. But it's always better if you do it with people that have a long-term focus on providing value to society. And I believe that's it too.
I completely agree. We have a very similar framework at Eigen. We think about that. You can create value, you can capture value, but it's very difficult to create, capture, and distribute value. And more often than not, the personality type of somebody who wants to do all three is misaligned to the incentives of value capture, right? So it's quite interesting. We were chatting about this today, but like it's quite fun to work for almost like these, for lack of a better word, like a benevolent actors or benevolent even like dictators, even though that's so far from the truth for someone like Vitalik, right? Where it's like this open source commons of the Ethereum Foundation, and it's more like, hey, here's this general vector of a direction that we want this space to head into, and how can we all congregate and take the power of this incredible community of builders and head in that general direction while creating value and distributing value to everyone. So totally agree with that.
Yeah, I think we're all super aligned. And thanks for all the insights. Let's end with either a hot take or a piece of advice or value you hold true. Let's give everyone some advice.
CK will eat the world. I don't believe it's a hot take anymore. It's just that most people that are outside of the red circle don't know it. But for me, it's so obvious that it's a safe bet. It's getting so fast on the UX. It's getting so better. And you have so many people doing research. Even you have Samsung, AMD, AWS spoke with us about it. Like all the big companies know it. They are saying it. In the next 3, 4, 5 years, it will be obvious. And I believe that anybody missing that train. Actually, that's a very hard critic I have against Solana or other L1s. I think they're amazing distributed system developers. I come from that background. I actually believe Ethereum needs to learn a little bit about more like practical engineering or system programming, but they're missing something so huge that is going to take the world on. I think anybody that doesn't know anything about it should try to learn, try to know more, try to understand why it's going to be so big.
I feel like everyone here is early. You're sharing the alpha. Fede is incredibly based. Okay.
Hot take, wow. Oh no. Okay, maybe I'll go here. I think we're going to start to see, we're already starting to see a lot of projects engage in multi-tenanting, where they don't necessarily align with any particular ecosystem. They're kind of just like, trying to find a fit in all these ecosystems. And that's fine when you're in a phase of iteration, but the reality is you need to have a community in this space and build a strong community that will stay and drive your ecosystem when the speculators leave. And the reality is multi-tenanting is likely not going to be a long-term win strategy. It's more of a short-term win strategy. So I really want to focus on emphasizing builders to make decisions that are more driven around both short-term and long-term wins. And having a little bit more foresight into that rather than making decisions today that might affect their ability to grow and really engage with strong communities downstream.
Yeah, let's play.
Can I add something? There's a few things that so CK will take some years to become like huge. During that time, I believe that Eigenlayer will be like a wormhole where every AltLayer 1 will be built again in Eigenlayer, but better, in a more simplified way. I have too many ideas. I don't want to share them too much. But I think that everything that was built out, so you got Bitcoin. Bitcoin enabled the movement of data. We put a price on that data, but movement of free data worldwide without with censorship resistance, liveness, permissionless. Then you had Ethereum that enabled true incompleteness over that data. And then the only thing that happened, apart from zk, was people touching the parameters. Less nodes by, like I won't name names, but they did a smaller validator sets, bigger hardware. That's not big innovation. I actually thought multiple times of doing it. I was like, I will launch this and I can make $1 billion. I was like, no, it's too boring. I thought multiple times of like, let's do this. And I think at that time it didn't make sense. Now I do believe it makes sense because it's bringing innovation. I love that word from that sentence from Shriram. It's bringing innovation back to Ethereum. Like, I think all those changes of parameters will be enabled on top of Ethereum using the security of Ethereum, the community of Ethereum. So I think that zk will take a lot of time, especially with big things like SQL, machine learning. On during that time, that can be more than a decade, Eigenlayer will take all those things, and people will rebuild it there. And that's why my long-term focus will be in zk. On the places that zk cannot be used, Eigenlayer.
Yeah, I think it goes back to let's make sure, bringing innovation back to Ethereum, but also let's start, I think builders have been restricted in terms of their creativity even, of what they can do, right? The design constraints of block space and the lack of scalability limits what they can do. And so bringing innovation also requires like re-inspiring some of the creativity to these builders. I think that's very important. And yeah, Fede's on top of
One
that
example
too.
of that is that I never wanted to raise money on create a company. I'm a bootstrap type of person. And after again, I was like, fuck, I want to build something on top of it. So I think that's a great example of, like, it's going to get a lot of builders that want to build cool things on top of Ethereum and Eigenlayer.
Exactly.
I think our time's up, but we could go off forever. Yeah. Thank you guys for coming
you so
today.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for sharing your personal crypto journeys with us. It's always very inspiring to see people who work and build with a purpose and share their passion with us. Our next roundtable discussion will be exploring on how to create value through data and infrastructure. We have an incredible lineup of industry professionals for this panel. Please welcome on stage Mr. Sean Lim, who is the head of APAC of AltLayer, Mr. Ganesh Swamy, the co-founder and CEO of Covalent, Mr. Hakan Sizikli, who is the Chief Marketing Officer at BVMEM, Mr. Bilal Khan, who is the Chief Marketing Officer of zk.Link, Mr. Pavel Buverlichev, who is the Engineering Director of GGX. The roundtable discussion will be moderated by Mr. Omer Osden, the chairman of RockTree Capital. Just a while ago, Mr. Omer has already shared some of his incredibly rich professional experience with us and the astonishing market expertise that he has gathered during his years in Greater China, which was very exciting to hear about. Now, let's see how this sophisticated topic unfolds with this exciting speaker lineup. Let's welcome our speakers with a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I was up on stage earlier. My name is Omer Osden. I'm the founder of RockTree Capital, one of the co-hosts of this event. By way of background, I mentioned that what we focus on are founders and also scaling up projects from east to west and west to east. And so we've got a group of projects that are from the west and also from the east on stage. And what we're going to be talking about today is themes for exponential value creation. So what are some of the themes in Web3 that are exploding since 2023 and even earlier, but definitely developing traction in 2024? And we have projects here that are represented from these themes. So one of them is AI meets Web3, and we have the founder of Covalent, Ganesh, who they're the leader in structured data for artificial intelligence. And you can also talk about Deepen as well today. Another theme that's emerged in the prior cycle, but really important in 2024, is solving cross-chain infrastructure. And we saw a lot of vulnerabilities in that area, but we have a project represented by Sean Lim of XLR, and they are solving the cross-chain problem, but without actually bridging through a platform, which is different from what is happening in the past. We also have Bilal, who is from a project, zk.Link, which combines two of the really important themes that we saw emerge over the past couple of years, which is ZK technology and DEXs. So RockTree invested early stage in DYDX, which in the last cycle became the largest DEX in Web3. But now there's many DEXs that have come out, and it is an area that has tremendous growth. Welcome, Bilal. And an area that Asians are a little more familiar with, Chinese are a little more familiar with, but less familiar to Westerners, or you're starting to figure it out, is the emerging Bitcoin ecosystem space. So we have two projects that are layer 2s on Bitcoin, and each of them are approaching it in a different way. We have Hakan from BEVM. Welcome, Hakan. And we also have Pavel from GGX, which are both Bitcoin ecosystem projects. Welcome, everybody. Thank you. So I want to start out by having each of you introduce yourselves, introduce your project, and talk about how you're bringing value to the Web3 space. So I'm going to start in the middle with Ganesh.
Hey guys, thank you Omar for that great introduction. So I'm Ganesh Swami, I'm one of the co-founders of Covalent. And what we do is we scrape blockchain data, put it into a structured format, and then offer that for downstream applications. And historically, that's been DEXs, that's been NFT marketplaces, that's been taxation use cases, that's been audit use case. But increasingly, what we are starting to see are all of the AI applications that are starting to train their LLMs using this large body of structured data. So I've been in the data space for about a decade, and Covalent has been around for a while. So really excited to share my insights over the coming moments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's talk, Sean, you want to go next?
Sure, thank you, Omar. Hi, everyone. My name is Sean. I head up Asia Pacific for AltLayer. So AltLayer is one of the leading interoperability cross-chain messaging protocol. So what does that mean, right? So essentially right now, you have heard many panels throughout today that there are more and more rollups, there are more and more sovereign chains, right? How do you connect and make sure that the whole user experience is a lot easier to onboard the next billion users? So that's what we are doing right now, working with different projects to solve the problem about chain abstraction and also going beyond just bridging, right? That's something that Omar mentioned. How can we work with top applications which we are already working with, like for example, DYDX, Lido, Uniswap, in different types of use cases that enables them to actually operate on multiple chains and have novel use cases that are built on a cross-chain basis. So if you think of it right now, if you are an application user, you turn on your Apple iPhone, you do not know what protocols you are actually interacting with. So we want to abstract that all away so that when you use your Uniswap to open up a new trade position, right, you can also do a loan on top of that and without just swapping apps and swapping wallets and swapping chains. This is something that we're trying to solve in the space. And yeah, happy to share more.
Great. Bilal, who is CMO at zk.Link, which is a zk-based DEX.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. So zk.Ex.com is a super DEX. And you may wonder, what is that? And let me answer that in the form of a question. What is the most profitable business model in crypto right now and will be in the future? The answer is a CEX. You cannot bet against the CEX. They're going to be profitable before, now, and they will be in the future. So 2 years ago, our team asked ourselves the question, we want to make money, but what can we do better in this space? And we thought, let's make a better version of a CEX. So we take that same model and put it on chain. So copy, clone Binance, OKX, and the other CEXs, put it on chain. How on earth do we do that? It was very, very difficult. So we thought, number one, we want to solve the problem of risk, which CEXs suffer from. So Omer mentioned pinhole risk in his talk earlier. What do? We want to make it self-custodial. The second thing is, how do we prove that the assets are secure? And we thought, okay, technology-wise, validity proofs are the best way. Zero knowledge is without a doubt the best way to prove asset security on chain. The second thing is usability. It's an awful experience using DEXs right now. There's so many L2s out there, so many L1s. You're moving money from chain to chain using this bridge and that bridge, and then you lose money actually. Like you don't even know where your money is at certain points. So we thought, let's aggregate all this liquidity on all these different blockchains and L2s and rollups and put it into a place where you can just buy a token and implement your trading strategy. So our product is very much based about eliminating risk and making things easy for traders. That's it. And it was not easy, and I don't think anyone else has done it before. And we're going to go live next month, and that will be our big launch and a proof of our intention from 2 years ago.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, RockTree, we've invested into DEXs before, DYDX, for example. zk.Ex was founded from former Binance and HUAWEI team, and very advanced product, omni-chain, utilizing ZK technology with respect to latency. And even though a couple of these members look like they're from the West, a lot of the team is actually Chinese, from China. So it's a local project as well. And we have a similar thing here. I talked about Bitcoin Eco. We have Hakan from BVM, which is also a project from the region, layer 2 scaling on Bitcoin. Hakan?
Hi, everyone. My name is Hakan. First of all, big thanks to the organizer for making this event happen. Actually, very quality event, bringing quality people together and making brainstorming on such important topics, possible. So my name is Hakan. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of BVM. Basically, what we do is we are EVM compatible Bitcoin Layer 2 solution. So it dates back to 2018 when we first started to building Bitcoin Layer 2 called Chainlink at this time. So at its peak, we hit 100,000 Bitcoin deposited and transacted through Chainlink. And then with the upgrade of Bitcoin, basically the Taproot upgrade, we also upgraded ourselves. And basically last year, we launched BVM, and we have just recently went live, our mainnet. So basically, we're making Bitcoin ecosystem to grow. Make it possible, make Bitcoin circulation of Bitcoin on other chains possible. So currently, you all probably heard about Wrap Bitcoin is making this, but it's not in a decentralized way. So it's issued and basically guaranteed by institutions which are centralized. But what we want to achieve is making it possible in a decentralized manner, and bringing our motto is bringing 10% of Bitcoin to layer 2. So yeah, thank you.
Great. And on the theme of Bitcoin ecosystem, we have GGX, which is taking a different approach to layer 2 with like clients from Bitcoin to Cosmos to Ethereum for liquidity. And so Pavel from GGX.
Hi everyone. At GGX is a interchain consensus platform. We run light clients on consensus layer for Ethereum and Bitcoin. We have IBC interface, and we are going to integrate with more chains. That's in our roadmap. We are really concerned about security of when it comes to operating between different chains. So our solution is very focused on security and is built for DeFi. And we have a hybrid EVM application layer. And our first product is a DEX and a request for quote. So we're helping both institutionals and retail for safer DeFi operations. And request for quote is a perfect thing for institutionals as they're not in a hurry to sell something in that second, but they can wait until they have the bid that satisfies their request. So for example, if they want to sell or buy some big amount of tokens, they can put a request for quote and wait for a bid. And we are supporting ordinals and runes that are hyping right now. And we are going to launch later this year. Currently we're in active testnet phase. And we receive very positive feedback from our investors, advisor, and tech people. So we're going to blast soon. Thanks.
Great. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. So let's get into some specific questions. I'm going to start with Covalent, Ganesh. Let's talk about AI and the intersection with Web3 and long-term structured data. Li Kai-Fu, who is a famous investor from China in AI particularly, he said that data is the oil of the AI industry. And so explain to us specifically what is Covalent doing with respect to data, long-term structured data, and scaling and the value that it's bringing to the ecosystem.
Great question. So one of the fundamental misunderstandings about blockchains is that people think of it as a database, but really blockchains, they are billboards, which means you post data on the blockchain and then the data expires after the challenge window. So this is, has been an overlooked problem in the space, but over the past couple of months, this is starting to become a very acute problem. So specifically, some examples here would be with the Dekun upgrade on Ethereum, the blobs which were published gets deleted after 4,000 epochs. That's about 18 days. So there's a chance that your cryptocurrencies could be deleted. A second example is if you pushed your data to a data availability layer like a Celestia or an EigenDA or an Avail, what happens is that the data is on the DA layer only for the challenge window, and past the challenge window, the data is deleted. This is primarily because the security of the DA layer needs to be the security of the L1. Otherwise, you could hack the DA layer and have corrupted data onto the L1. So you can't provide this security for long-term accessibility or storage. And with state expiry, with the purge, there's a lot of things that are coming down the horizon where access, unfettered access, unrestricted access to historical archival data on the blockchain becomes next to impossible. So what would happen is centralized companies would come in and provide a solution, And the whole point of blockchains is to have have decentralized data access. And that is really what we're doing with Covalent. So we've introduced a piece of technology called the Ethereum Wayback Machine. So if you're familiar with the Internet Wayback Machine, it's basically an archive of the entire history of the Internet. So the Ethereum Wayback Machine keeps historical access to data, and because this is a decentralized protocol, there's it's censorship resistant and it's permissionless. So that is a piece of technology that we've done. Now on top of this, because the whole point of an indexer like Covalent is to provide structured data, now you can ensure that the data that is being used to train your LLMs, for example, is not corrupted. There's no either accidental or malicious introduction of biases. It's making sure that the inference engine that you run is secure. So that is kind of the crux of the problem we're trying to solve. And we think it's a very important problem. And the community has really rallied around this solution. It's all open source. It's all permissionless. And I think we're leading into this new dawn where everything becomes decentralized, soup to nuts. So really excited about this future. Thank you.
Great. And so sticking to the theme of AI and its intersection with Web3, I want to talk to XLR and also GGX. Our industry moves communication and value securely, and AI advancements have been adding a new layer of ability for the protocols to do that. So Sean, tell me, how do you see AI overlapping with XLR in the cross-chain space?
Sure. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, being a cross-chain interoperability protocol, we send millions, if not trillions of messages across different blockchains, right? That is the goal that we're moving towards. So i.e. there's a lot of data that's moving across different blockchains and interacting with different states. As what Ganesh mentioned earlier, is that the two key areas that we are looking at some overlaps in terms of adding AI capabilities on top of XLR is the area of optimization and also security, right? So essentially, every time that a message is being passed through XLR, how can I make the fastest way to get from chain A to chain B, right? The ability to actually select which coprocessor or what state that it should be going through. The other area is also to detect some malicious activity on the different chains so that we can stop and put the blockchain itself can actually stop the transaction before it actually goes ahead to do it, right? So the whole idea here is that the ability to actually program interoperability across different blockchains and subsequently add on AI on top of that. So if you know the pedigree of our founders of XLR, they were the founding team of Algorand, and from MIT, and the whole team is coming out from the MIT Waterloo area. We just recently added an AI engineer. The whole idea is to really build on and research new areas of AI to utilize those techniques to actually enhance XLR's capabilities.
And let me just add to what Sean was saying. So RockTree really focuses on founders. And as soon as we met the founders of XLR, Yorgos and Sergey, we fell in love. Like, we knew that they had the merits to be able to develop the Web3 technology in a highly innovative way with high-level execution. So I'm going to move to Pavel on the same question. How do you see AI supplementing GGX in the future?
I see at least two ways where GGX can use AI. First of all is, of course, security and just analyzing transactions, and AI can prevent a lot of troubles. But the second way is less obvious, but still important. AI can be successfully used in interfaces, in user-facing applications, for example, DEX and so on. We can't even predict how useful it can be. It can even give some advice or something. Usually, users of exchanges, they are very familiar with with everything in the interfaces they use. but still AI can give some insights and guide users so they can benefit from that.
Okay. zk.Ex, there's a lot of DEXs out there. You know, there are a lot of DEXs, but actually you guys started to become profitable around Q4 and you have users. So tell us what you see in terms of your strengths, in terms of usage, and why you're actually making money. And how do you see the inflow of new users for zk.Ex?
Okay, so last year we had a soft launch. We spent no money and we didn't tell anyone about it. And we were very surprised that we actually started getting flow. And we broke even in some months and made a small profit eventually. And we only did this to try and get hacked. We wanted people to hack us and to break us, and it never happened. Instead, we started making money. And we changed our assumptions a lot about our business model. When we look at that, we thought about two things right now. One is, what are the big problems that every startup has, every project has? Number one is getting to product market fit. And the second one is, how do you have a reliable route to market? And I would argue that 95% of DEXs at the moment don't and never will have product market fit. And the second thing is, especially in the EVM ecosystem, a reliable route to market is extremely expensive and difficult because users are very unreliable and not loyal to your project. They just chase liquidity or incentives from project to project, and they're gone forever. So we pivoted essentially in terms of our targeting. And what we're targeting now is we're going for the kind of the high volume traders as our primary key market, because they're the ones who actually care about the product that we're actually building in terms of the elimination of risk and the access to a sophisticated product where you can implement a strategy in the way that your analysts tell you to do. So based on certain, whether you want to do spot trading or perp trading or a combination of the both, you can do cross margin or a delta neutral strategy. Whatever it is that you have in mind, you're able to implement on us. But at the same time, you want to do it in a trustless way and keep custody of asset as well, however you want to do it. So I think that's our route to market. And retail is still important to us, but they will follow later, especially in EVM. It's always Rails first, and then retail will follow. So to encourage retail, what we have is we do have an incentive program for them, but it's more about the product in the long term. So I think most of these DEXs that you see, there's a few, there's even one on the board right now and famous names out there, which will still be around in 5 years or 10 years, but ultimately it comes back to the product. And if you build a product which gets out of the way of what the user is trying to accomplish. So in terms of infrastructure, I know this is an infrastructure panel. So the way we've done it is we're building very, very solid infrastructure, and our technology, we believe, is world-class. But who cares? Because the user doesn't care about this stuff. As long as it's really, really safe and it does what they want it to do, and it's, if someone does DD on us, they'll find, oh yeah, it's kind of an unbreakable model. It's quite okay. But ultimately, that's not how you make money in this industry. You need a way to get out of the way of the customer.
Okay, great. And on users are very important. So the last question goes to Hakan at BVM. When we invested into BVM, it was still in testnet. I think it was like approaching 100,000 users, 30 projects building, but you've increased even beyond that and you've delivered mainnet. How many users do you have right now? And tell us how many projects on your ecosystem and how are you attracting the users?
Sure. Thanks for the question. So with the debut of ordinals and inscriptions, we started to hear more about Bitcoins, and it attracted a lot of users and projects. And we're also very happy to, being connected with different projects, by organizing such events. More and more projects started to contact us and, wanted to understand more and more about Bitcoin ecosystem. So basically what we do is we have over 600,000 addresses now actively being traded, and already across like 1 million transactions already happened by that time. So it's been a little over a week since we went live. So we're actually quite new, though we have been building since 2018. So basically what we do is you imagine yourself as a common Bitcoin user. You deposit your Bitcoin or Bitcoin relevant assets like BRC20 or Rune into Taproot address. And then, so basically that is guaranteed by 1,000 custodians taking the custody of your asset. And then when you want to move to the, from name network to the BVM level, so we use Schnorr signature, where we have 1,000, another 1,000 validators. Those can be actually the same people. When you want to do the other way around, moving your Bitcoin from BVM to Bitcoin network, basically, we're doing all this process in a decentralized manner. And another use case is basically for Bitcoin miners and Bitcoin whales when they want to do cross-chain swaps as well as lending. So we basically bridge Bitcoin to other chains, and everything is being with high security and in decentralized manner. So yeah.
Great. So we're going to wrap up this discussion, and I want to say these are the themes that have been emerging over the past couple of years, but really great gaining traction in 2024. Bilal from zk.Ex, ZK Technology and DEX. Hakan from BEVM, Bitcoin Ecosystem. Ganesh from Covalent, AI, Structured Data. Sean from XLR, Cross-Chain. And Pavel from GGX, Bitcoin Ecosystem L2 as well. Thank you, gentlemen. 谢谢大家.
Thank you, everyone, for your captivating sharings of your professional experiences. Now we're moving on to our next panel discussion. Next up, we'll be discussing smart money trends and possible predictions of how crypto payments, digital payments are going to be transforming in the near future. What might become more popular? What would be easier to integrate into the markets? Also, how perhaps the future trends look like in developed markets versus emerging markets. So a very exciting topic. Let's welcome our esteemed panelists on stage. Once again, Mr. Omar Ozden, Chairman of RockTree Capital. Bimi N from ABCDE. Gavin Wang, the CIO of SNZ. Yiming Wang, Chairman of JDI. Yi Wang, Managing Director of CSOP Asset Management. The panel will be moderated by Ms. Yolanda Chung, who is a partner of Panani and PA News. Let's all welcome our panelists on stage with a warm round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. And happy to have you all here. So I guess Omar spent a lot of time on the stage. And I just found out actually you can speak Chinese, so we're going to switch the channel for this panel.
No way, I won't be able to do it. It's too much.
All right, just kidding.
压力太多.
So actually you can handle it. All right, so let's get the ball started by quick intro of all of you, each of you, to say your name, your company that you are representing here. 30 seconds. Let's start from you.
Hi, my name is Yi, and I'm managing the CSOP ETF investment team. And CSOP is the largest ETF issuer in Hong Kong. And probably some of you guys know, we launched the Bitcoin future and the Ethereum future ETF in Hong Kong, firstly in 2022 December. And until now, I think several of our products become top 10 traded ETF products within Hong Kong right now. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
Omar?
My name is Omar Osden. I'm the founder of RockTree Capital, one of the co-hosts of this event. And I think there's two things that RockTree does really well. We're an early stage crypto investor. One is that we really focus on founders, and a few of us have been trained by the best trainers in the United States for behavioral neuroscience. So we're not just using instinct, but actually scientific tools in psychology to be able to assess founders. And this is a really important point for our theme. We learned this from Gen Fund in China, which I could talk about more later. And the second thing is we're local in the East and we're local in the West. And so we find really good founders in the East and we help them scale in the West, 国际化. And we find really good founders in the West, early stage, and we help them scale in the East, internationalization. That's one of our strong suits. Thank you.
Thank you. Gavin?
Thanks. I think we share lots of things in common with Omar. So SNZ Capital, the history is like, as lots of DJ and OG knows, we helped Vitalik translate his white paper together with the founder of WaterDrip, and helped to build the earliest community of Ethereum since 2014, like domestic China, like the offline community and online community and offline community, quite focusing on founders and do incubation and do investment. We have been in the industry for more than 10 years. We've got more than 200 portfolios. And we very focus on which we call like connect to empower. We see too many gaps between East and West, between Web 2 and Web 3, between financial institutions and crypto degens. So we're trying to be engaging investor to help bridge the gaps. So I came from UBS background and have been doing then moved to Block One, then SNZ. I'm now CIO of SNZ. Good to meet all of you. Thanks.
Thank you. B-Man.
Hi, everyone. I'm B-Man, co-founder of ABCD Capital. So ABCD Capital is a 400 million fund based in Singapore and Hong Kong. We have been in crypto for a decade, and we are the co-founder of HUAWEI, and all our partners are entrepreneurs. So we have built multi-billion dollars company in crypto. So we are co-founder of HUAWEI, Chainlink, Sinohope, CoinTime, BeWater. So we are a huge ecosystem in Asia. And our thesis is to be the entrepreneur or behind the entrepreneurs, because we are entrepreneurs ourselves. So we know how to help entrepreneurs. And yeah, so our focus right now is invest in infrastructure projects, because all our investment team are tech backgrounds. So we have contributed to a lot of open source projects and big ecosystem projects. Thank you.
Yeah, Yiming.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Yiming from JDI. So we're not only just an investment company, so we also make hardware for deeping project. We focus more on deeping. So we started to invest deeping from like 5 years ago. The Helium demo and the Grass IO is our portfolio, and we also love Mimi. So I think that's the future of the young generation, and I think it's a good signal for the young generations to experiment themselves. So, and also gaming. So I think a lot of great things happen in Web3. Happy to hear and happy to communicate with all the guests. And if anyone wants to build in deeping area, you can contact me later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yiming. All right, so every one of you actually touched a little bit about the sector that you are focused on right now and what you might take a look. Let's say the founders, that is a factor that you're gonna evaluate the most, maybe in the first stage, right? So let's start from Wang Yi again. You're literally just sitting right next to me. So from the current investment trends, let's say the BTC layer 2, the deeping, the AI, memes, et cetera, so what do you think is the next investment trends in your opinion?
Yeah, just purely from my experience, I think AI is definitely proved itself, at least for the early stage, especially from US side. So we have seen a lot of chip makers rallying the revenue. So basically, a lot of people rush into like this kind of computations. So in terms of applications, I think we are looking at like ChatGPT and Sora, these kind of things. But still, it's a very early stage. But it's definitely much better than what we have seen, like compared with Metaverse or VR, AR before. So generally now, we see more and more implementations, no matter from the real companies, like S&P 40% or 50% of companies claim that they have the AI project to implement it. So I think that's definitely going to be a big trend, or is a very important factor for this year. Yeah.
All right. Thanks. AI. Okay, Omar.
So as I stated earlier, we're really into founders and the behavioral neuroscience, their psychology. So one thing that we look at deeply is that the team, the founders need to be truly crypto native. We don't invest into projects where it's Web 2 guys now coming into Web 3 for the first time, because it's totally different industries. So in AI, we had a project up here that was one of our portfolio companies, Covalent. They're crypto native, but a lot of the projects we saw actually come from Web 2 and non-Web 3, and we took a pass on them because guess what? Web 3 is a totally different animal and much more difficult, and when the bear market hits, we don't need you to be crying on our shoulder like of this. So we need crypto native, so that's important. You mentioned Bitcoin ecosystem. I think that because of our roots in Asia, we were earlier to that. I think that that's going to just get bigger and bigger. It's already exploded in the East, but American VCs are only starting to wake up to this in the past 90 days, and only some of them. But there might be eventually a convergence between the two, because crypto VCs move fast, crypto projects move fast. So just like we had DeFi summer in 2020, DeFi became a thing in the United States and the West around late 2019 and early 2020, but it really only came to the East and got it really popular around the springtime. And when both markets, East and West, converged, we eventually had crypto summer in August of 2020. So I think actually around September, October, there's going to be a convergence of both East and West, seeing this entire new ecosystem developing, which is Bitcoin based.
Thanks. So for us, like we internally divide it into three sectors, right? First one is the infrastructure and the middleware, which is has been our focus since like 10 years ago. And then the second one is the application and content. The last one is a financial related, both DeFi and CeFi. We do both equity and token. Specific to the several sectors that the host moderator mentions. Like for example, right, Bitcoin layer 2. Like we are the first Asian investor into Blockstack back to 2018 when they were doing the STO. Like we were the backer for CKB Nervous since 2017 in the angel round. Recently, B-Man, we have just co-led the UTXO stack. It's like a project incubated by Cell Studio, like under the, but that to some extent related to Bitcoin layer 2, but actually that's a UTXO POW public chain. So we're looking at more from the fundamental infra perspective instead of a kind of a short-term narrative perspective, right? So for deepings, we are like generally positive, but like we are more looking at the fundamental business, whether the business makes sense, whether the math could add up, right? So for example, recently we invested in IOTax, right? I think IOTax is a very good public chain since early 2017, has gone through cycles, has built very good communities and pick up the business. So long story in short, for us, like the key thing is whether the fundamental tech makes sense, whether the business makes sense, whether there are really progressive developments there, right? So the other example is like, Omar just mentioned the DeFi Summit in 2020. Like we invested in Chainlink before DeFi Summit. Like we helped them to do lots of Asian collaboration, etc. As most of the kind of blockchain community knows, when in terms of business ecosystem building, get access to developer community, DeFi community, etc. Even get access to financial institutions. So we're thinking a very long run, and I think we think in a long time the FDV or market cap is driven by the fundamental business development. Thanks.
Our focus right now is more on infrastructures. For example, we put our 1/3 of capital in Bitcoin ecosystem. So since last year, we have been supporting Merlin. We are the biggest investor. Babylon, like AltLayer, Unisat, and UTXO Stack. Most of these projects we are lead investor because we have been in crypto for a decade. So when I still university student, I bought my first Bitcoin, and Bitcoin changed my life. And I think it's time for us to build on Bitcoin so that we can change more people's lives. So I think Bitcoin's ecosystem is going to be huge. And this year, 2024, is actually a year of Bitcoin. So we witness a Bitcoin ETF, and it's soon the Bitcoin halving is coming. So we can see more and more builders, especially in Asia, are coming into Bitcoin ecosystem. And what is next is about we also looking at some missing part in the most important infrastructures in Ethereum. And I had a dinner with Vitalik the day before yesterday, and I talked with Vitalik what is missing in Ethereum, and he said maybe like parallel EVM. So we invest in Mega ETH, and he's still thinking about like zk and HUAWEI accelerations. So we also invest in SciSec. So yeah, we are a big fan of the missing piece of the infrastructures in the most important ecosystem in crypto, because ABC is actually a big ecosystem. So we will bring ecosystem and strategic support to all the big ecosystem projects. And if anybody are building some important infrastructures in the markets, just let me know. We'd love to help. And we can connect you guys to all the connections and resources in Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, B-Man. So infrastructure, BTC, ecosystem. Now, Yiming, you can share more.
Yeah, I think what the four guys talking about is true. Yeah, they are talking very good. I think this bull market is everything will be great. Yeah, it's like a tremendous bull market. Not only in DeFi, not only in Bitcoin, not only in like public chain like Solana and modular. Everything will be great. Yeah, even meme coins also. I think so this bull market, I think, is the biggest one from Bitcoin. From Bitcoin is created. Yeah, so I think this bull market, everything you buy will go up. So don't think too much. Just do it. Like our name, GDI, right? Don't think too much. Just do it. So everything you buy, if that even, yeah, don't think too much. Just all in. Yeah, this market. Every track will be great. And I think the Bitcoin bull market will till to the 2028 even. So But Deepin and Mimi is more way focused, yeah. And yesterday we hold a Deepin summit here, and in the future we will hold more Deepin events around the world. We have a Deepin tour, world tour, so happy more people can coming. And there's one more. This is in our fund, so we will find great project in one track. But if we cannot find a good one, we will make it by ourselves, right? Just do it. So yeah, we also make project by ourselves. If we don't find the perfect one, we only invest a perfect one and all in. If we don't find it, we will make it. Yeah. So we don't wait anything to happen. If we see a trade, we will make it happen. Yeah. Owning big bet and all in, yeah, is our style. Yeah, thank you very much.
So I just wanted to add one theme also, like we invest into infrastructure, and something that's really emerged over recently is modularity. And that's something we're working with a project called Eclipse. We invested into it, and some of you guys we may have also introduced you to. So this is an area you guys should be looking at too. Obviously, modularity is a big theme coming up.
All right.
Yeah, I think so. Modular is the third.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. And actually, Yimi, you are pointing out that in the bull run, especially as an investor or VC over analysis or over concern actually is not a advantage, right? In the process.
Yeah, it's a good advantage. It's a good advantage of this market, the biggest one. So we should prepare and exercise every day to enjoy,
Get ready.
right?
Yeah,
Enjoy the
get
market. Enjoy the market.
All right. So let's go to the next question. As basically as a investor, a VC, what would be the criteria for you guys to source the deals, and also what do you think that how do you separate the potential or the promising startups from the rest? Wang Yi?
Probably I'm gonna skip this one, yeah, because we are focusing on the secondary market, not quite on the VC and the PE side.
Yeah. Okay, Omar, maybe you can go.
Yeah, so we invest in a very international way, but ultimately we're Chinese in our way because 喝酒吃饭 is very important for our business method and investment. So we need to sit down with the founders and meet them face to face. We need to drink, we need to eat, because it's very important for our thesis. So some American VCs, they can just do something by Zoom or by email. We can't do that. So it's really important for us to get personal with the founders. And so that's a very important part of our investment. Also, what we look at for some of our investments is, again, the psychology. A lot of founders, they focus only on the tech. And when they hire guys, they hire people like themselves, which is a big mistake. It's kind of like when a man and a woman get married and they're cousins, okay? They come from the same family. Their children are gonna have some problems. So if you hire people like you that are focused on product, 非常保守, very conservative, something like that, you don't have a good organization. We're looking for making sure, first of all, the product is super important, but hey, you don't have a really strong growth person, somebody who really understands capital markets, somebody who also moves fast, just like my friend at the end, like don't think too much, like just do. You need guys like that on your team too. So I see a lot of projects where they're just focused on product, they're moving really slow, but you need the guys who are like, let's go all in and let's move fast as well. So we look for a wide cross-section in the team. That's really important for us.
Diversification.
Yeah, we have, because we are actually kind of old school VC, but like specifically in crypto, digital blockchain space, right? So we have a very firm ideas what we are looking for, where we're not looking to invest. In Chinese, we are looking for teams 长期坚持做难且正确的大事的团队。长期难正确大。Basically, it's like we are looking for visionary builders with long-term commitment to like difficult big things of right value. The idea is like, well, to give you an example, right? Recently, people say, hey, CKB Nervous is quite a hit, right? It's like in past a few days, like it's already doubled like during the Web3 festival. But we have been investing, like supporting the team since 2016, even before these established this company, right? The previous company is a Crypto Ape, right? Then it's divided into Nervous, and the other one is Theta. So, yeah, it's like, it's like Rome is not built in one day, right? So this is really important for us. And we have some red lines. Some companies we are not, projects we cannot invest. First of all, is like we are not investing in those kind of legally, like reputationally, morally, it's very risky for us. Like, you can do a pawn NFT or whatever. That's not our cup of tea. Gambling, pure gambling, etc. We can barely do that, right? Secondly, we don't do. Well, it's not no offense, but we don't do pure narrative, murmur, mimi, whatever. That's a little bit too because of the mandate. It's more because of the mandate issues. We like some of the LPs are like real, very established Web2 companies, etc. Actually, we are trying to the entire vision for the fund is to get blockchain a massive adoption, right? So we really want to find solid business. That's why we don't do narratives purely. Yeah, that's pretty much for our general standards. But if you go into the detailed screening criteria, we have very detailed scoring board. I don't want to bore all of you here, but if you want to know more details, feel free to come to me, either your entrepreneurs or other peer funds. Thanks so much.
Okay, Gavin. So 长期坚持做难的
难且正确的大事。
正确的大事。Okay, I have a amazing project to recommend right
Sure,
after
sure.
this panel. Okay.
It's like tech news. For sure, we are interested.
That's one of them. All right. Next comes to V-Man.
Yes. So there's a principle in ABCD. So our principle is to invest in either the only one or the number one. So, in crypto, we need to find the player that can define a category or, is the winner of the category. Because if a player is the winner or the category definer, he will capture 80% of the value. So, for example, Merlin is the number one in TVL in all the Bitcoin layer 2s. And Babylon is the number one and only one Bitcoin staking projects. And like Matrix Fire is the number one shooting game in Web3. And like, UTXO Stack is the only one roll-up as a service projects in UTXO and RGB. So that is our thesis. We will find the winner of every category and we make a heavy bet in them, and we will fully support them to be the winner or define a category. If you think that you can win in a category, came to ABCD, we can give you full support. Thank you.
Hello. So I think for me, projects is more like a kid, right? It has a lot of character. So I think we always want to work with people who can make us comfortable, right? So I think we cannot give money who when we talk to him is not comfortable, right? So our genius is follow our heart, yeah. So follow the trade, follow our heart, and just do it, yeah. Don't think too much. Yeah.
All right, JDI really has a very free spirit and soul. All right.
Yeah.
So I think the organizer just told me that we have very limited time left. So let's wrap up with the last question. I mean, you guys mostly from the TradFi and the old money. So compared to the Web2 or the traditional investment, how can you manage the risks, given that the complexity and the difficulty of risk management is actually leveling up? So, do you want to start or? you're gonna skip and pass to Omar again.
I think I'm going to mention something. So a lot of people very key in Hong Kong right now is physical ETF. On that sense, we see very popular US one, but even though we have very successful current future-based one, I think it's a 1 billion in size, but compared with current management, we are managing like 100 billion Hong Kong D right now. That's a tiny little bit for me. So it's being very attractive, but for the physical one, I think Hong Kong and the US are completely different. Not only because of the risk they are managing, but around the actual investor channel. So the channel is very important. That's a traditional finance like burden, like banks, brokerage, they can't buy that. But US is a completely different. So we need to understand that there's a new money inflow in. We occupy US, then US is representing huge amount, like multiple billion USD inflow in. So that's the reason why we have a very bull market right now. In terms of risk management, I think, yeah, for VC and PE investment, I will leave the expertise to give more comments. Yeah, I will want to share my last point here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So for us, it's the people that you deal with. We make sure that we deal with people we know or people can validate them, whether it's in New York or Silicon Valley or Hangzhou or Europe. And so, like, for example, friends here, SNZ we've known for a long time. ABCD, I know Dujun, and obviously Lilin was an investor in us early. These are people, we have the similar, even if we don't know each other directly, we know the same people. And it's the same with due diligence on projects and so forth. And the way it works is if you fuck me, you fuck all of our friends. So that's the biggest risk mitigation. It's the people that you deal with.
Yeah, I think definitely nailed it. It's like, in addition, just add a couple of small points, right? So you will facing lots of different kinds of risks. For us, like the top is for sure, as Alma mentioned, it's like the reputational risk is also the biggest for yourself as well, right? If you just kind of pump and dump, like you would just kill your name as well. For the others, like top ones, like for sure legal risk, right? So because I used to work for UBS for nearly 8 years, I listed most of the Chinese fintech company, went through the entire fintech ups and downs, right? I came from finance and law background, so especially we are in a relatively little bit sensitive industry. So this is really important for you, for the fund, even for your portfolios, right? The others is more like operational risks. There's tons of this because, that's why, within our investment focus, we have something called financial related. We did an equity investing into some TradFi company as well because we see if we're bridging traditional institutional money into the industry, still tons of the infra in that sense are still missing. So they are still facing lots of operational risk, right? Yeah, Nicole, just like the moderator, she said like even she said herself got like hacked by twice. So how about like a Fidelity, BlackRock? Can they dare to move into the space without like enough like understanding about the operational risk? So that's important. But as a fund, I think the key mitigants is the portfolio allocation. Right? But if you one word or one sentence you would like to remember out of the meeting, I think the key is like the risk of missing the beta. But never like just dump all your position. Then you probably will be missing the beta. Then you have a certain basic beta. Then you try to build on up on that and to get additional alpha. So that's my tips. Thanks.
To ABCDs, to understand risk is actually the most important thing is to understand cycle. So ABC has been in crypto for 11 years, so we know the pattern of the cycle. So we know we are in the middle of bull markets, so the risk get higher and higher, so that we can control our allocation and exposure of risk. So we have a lot of advice to our portfolio that you need to prepare for, the peak of the bull market. You need to get ready and have 3 years runway to, prepare, if the bear market comes. So the only advice and the most important advice to everybody is that to understand cycle. Thanks.
Yeah, and for me, I think because my investment is different, all our money is still fund, so we can do more risk high investment. So and I'm also post 1995, so I love meme coins. I got 100x in last 2 cycles. Yeah, so my philosophy is before Bitcoin hit 1 million, always all in. Yeah, so.
All right. I think time's up, and thank you, every gentleman here, to share your insights. And also, this is Yolanda from PA News. We also offer like 1 free PR promotion if you come to me with a good project. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your sharings on this panel. Our next speaker will be joining us virtually through Zoom. Please welcome Mr. Justin Drake from the Ethereum Foundation. Despite the distance and not being able to be in person here with us today, we're grateful for Justin's virtual participation and his delivery of compelling industry insights. As a representative of the Ethereum Foundation, Justin has elaborate knowledge and unique perspectives of the development of Ethereum. His speech will reveal the future trends of Ethereum ecosystem and how it will continue to lead the new chapter of decentralized finance. I invite everyone to pay attention to the main screen, and let's welcome Mr. Justin with a round of applause. Thank you. Right after we've logged into Zoom. Sorry, just a few moments. Thank you. just a few more minutes, everyone. Please be patient. Zoom is always acting out a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Drake from the Ethereum Foundation. It's going to be an incredible interview. He's one of the most senior and prestigious leaders within the Ethereum Foundation. So just give us a few minutes to finalize the Zoom and we'll get that interview going.
Perfect. We're logged in. Everything seems to be functioning. Can you hear us, Justin? Not quite sure. Hi, hello. Hi, Justin. Can you hear us? I don't think your microphone is on. In case if you can hear us. One, test. Still cannot hear you, Justin, sorry. Maybe check the mic, or maybe it's on our side. While we're figuring out the technical difficulties, just wanted to thank Mr. Justin Drake one more time for attending virtually and for delivering his presentation despite not being able to be here with us in person. So looking forward to an exciting Ethereum presentation. Can you try speaking now, Justin, please, if you hear us? I guess not. Okay, all right. Can you hear us now, Justin? 1-1. I think it works now, yes? Hi, Justin. 1-1. Can you hear us? Yes, perfect, finally. All right, all set up. Okay. Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Justin Drake, for joining us today here virtually. And despite not being able to join us in person, we're very excited for your presentation and insights on Ethereum. Thank you so much. Sorry, I think we're still not quite with the audio. Sorry. Just one more moment. Sorry, Justin. Okay. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Okay, all works. The panel is yours, Justin.
Amazing. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me, and thank you for the organizers. So today I'd like to talk about Ethereum pre-confirmations, which I think is a very low-hanging fruit in Ethereum land, because it's infrastructure that's very close to the consensus layer, but not actually enshrined in the consensus layer. So it's infrastructure that allows to effectively simulate extremely small block times, even faster than Solana. So Solana has 400 millisecond block times. With pre-confirmations, you can effectively get 100 millisecond block times from the point of view of the user. And I'm going to be basically splitting the talk into two parts, and there should also be time for questions at the end. Let me know. Sorry, I'm hearing a lot of. Is it okay if I just do on my end? Okay, I'll just turn off the audio on my end.
Can you? Hi. Can you hear us?
So there's going to be two parts to my talk. One, decentralized pre-confirmations. Basically, how do we get pre-confirmations in a decentralized way? And then in part two, I'd like to talk about a specific type of decentralized pre-confirmations, which I call base pre-confirmations. Okay, so let me just check that the organizers don't need to get in touch with me and everything is okay, because I can't hear you guys.
Everything works now, Justin. Thank you. You can continue with your.
So the way that centralized pre-confirmations work today, for example, on Base or on Arbitrum or on Optimism, is that there is this centralized entity, the sequencer. I use the emoji 1, 2, 3, 4 because you're sequencing and ordering transactions. The way that as a user you get this really fast instant pre-confirmation is by sending a direct request. So this is a direct connection between the user and the sequencer. And the sequencer basically makes a promise to include your transaction at a specific point in the block. So for example, if you're making a Uniswap trade, then you know immediately what your execution price is and how much you've paid in gas. And this is what you really care about as a user. Now, in a decentralized setting, things become a little bit more complicated, but not that much more complicated. So what I expect will happen is that these rollups that are now running centralized sequences will eventually run decentralized sequences, where at any given slot there is a different entity doing the sequencing. So here we have slot n plus 1, and there's this notion of a look ahead, meaning that as a user, I know who will be the next sequencers for the next few slots. And so as a user, what I can do is I can just contact the next sequencer at slot n, and it's the same kind of flow. There's a request to this sequencer, and then a promise which is returned. All of this within a, because that's how fast it spreads on the internet. Now, one of the very important things is that these sequencers be staked. They need to have some sort of financial collateral, because they're making promises, but there is a possibility that they don't honor their promises, that they renege the pre-confirmations. So let's look at this a little bit more deeply. So if there is a promise that was made and there is a user that had a promise that was not honored, then what we want to do is slash the sequencer. And there's basically two types of failures that can happen. One is this idea of a safety fault, and the other one is a liveness fault. So safety fault means that the sequencer promised to include your transaction, but included a different transaction. So this is something that, as an honest sequencer, should never happen. And so this is something that is safe to slash. The other type of failure is what's called a liveness fault, which is basically when the sequencer promised to include your transaction, but a few milliseconds later, when it was time for them to build the block, that actually led to they actually go offline, and that leads to a liveness fault. So that's something that shouldn't happen very often, but if it does happen, again, we need to slash. Now, this is getting into like technical details, but if we have pre-confirmations, basically promises that are made by the sequencer, then how is the sequencer going to honor those promises in the context of proposer-builder separation? So today we have something called MEV Boost, which is a form of proposer-builder separation. And the way it works is that the sequencer has no constraints on the block. They say, okay, build me, the builders, please build me the best block that you can with the most amount of MEV. And the flow works as follows. Blocks are sent from builders to relays, and then from the relays to the sequencer. But now we have constraints that come from the user pre-confirmation. So the users have this deal with the sequencer that their transactions will be included and executed in a given way. And then these constraints need to be communicated to the builders. So they naturally get communicated through the relays. And then the builders, their job is to build the best block possible with the constraints of the pre-confirmations. So as an example, the pre-confirmations might constrain the top of the block, and then the builders have to build the best bottom of block that they can, that extracts the most MEV with the constraint of this top of block. So here's a little bit of a table summarizing decentralized and centralized pre-confirmations. And I think it's going to be a relatively easy transition from one to the other. In a centralized pre-confirmation setting that we have today, you have a fixed sequencer. And in a decentralized setting, you have a rotating sequencer at every single slot. The slashing is slightly different. So today, the slashing for centralized sequencers is based on reputation. The teams running centralized operators are, for example, Optimism Labs or the off-chain labs or Coinbase, and they have a lot of reputation at stake. On the other hand, slashing in a decentralized setting is financial. And then one thing which is actually also quite different is how you can handle MEV. So in a centralized setting, you can have a policy that is kind of human-driven. So for example, the human operator behind the sequencer can say, I promise to order your transactions first come, first serve, and I also promise to not front run you and not sandwich you. But in a decentralized setting, you can't trust the entities. And so you have more of a market-based economics approach, closer to proposer-builder separation. And if you want MEV protection, which is something I think we will want, then you need something like encrypted mempools. Okay, part 2 is around a specific type of sequencing, which I call base sequencing, where the layer 1 itself, Ethereum, is doing the pre-confirmations for the rollups. So we all know that Ethereum can be used for settlement. We all know that it can also be used as data availability. These are modules that are reusable by rollups. But it turns out, hiding in plain sight, there is this third module, which is sequencing. So the Ethereum chain today uses L1 proposers to sequence EVM transactions. And it turns out these same proposers can also be given rights to sequence roll-up transactions. And that has all sorts of benefits, which are the following. One is that you inherit, as a sequencer, the security of the L1. You also inherit its credible neutrality. And you also enjoy some of the network effects that comes from composability. So just to go through them real quick, security is very important in the context of sequencing for liveness. So if you have a decentralized sequencer, which is some sort of off-chain consensus with a new token, you're now introducing a new 51% attack vector. And as an attacker, if I take over your sequencer, I can do two bad things. Bad thing number one is that I can force every user to use the escape hatch, and I'm basically killing your rollup. All the users leave your rollup, and now they're going to go to some competitor's rollup. And then the other big thing that they can do is they can harvest MEV, toxic MEV for a period of time. So they for let's say 1 hour or 1 day. This depends on the timeout that's configured to activate the escape hatch. Let's say it's 1 hour. Well, for a whole hour, this attacker can censor oracles, manipulate markets, and basically harvest toxic MEV. Another really important aspect of sequencing, in my opinion, is this idea of credible neutrality. And the reason is that more and more we're realizing that there is a tremendous value from shared sequencing. Shared sequencing means that rollups opt into using the exact same sequencer so that they can have better composability and interoperability across the rollups. And so in order for the rollups to agree to opt into a shared sequencer, it needs to be credibly neutral. So for example, if Arbitrum was to create a shared sequencer and ask Optimism to join, well, would Optimism want to join? Probably not, because it's built by their competitor. And so we want to be in a position where we have these very credibly neutral shared sequencers. And Ethereum is, in some sense, the most credibly neutral platform there is for Ethereum rollups, because rollups have already opted in to Ethereum. And then finally, there's this idea of layer 1 composability. So the L1 today has about $500 billion of TVL, which is more than an order of magnitude than Arbitrum, which is the rollup with the most TVL. And if you opt into base sequencing, then you enjoy the synchronous composability with the L1. Okay, so how can we basically use the L1 proposers as sequencers with pre-confirmations for rollups? Well, the idea is actually quite similar to decentralized sequencing. The idea is that there's going to be some subset of L1 proposers that are going to be collateralized. So those are the ones in green. They opt in to becoming sequencers, hence the emoji 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the L1 sequencers that are not collateralized, we're just going to call them includers. And the sequencing rights, from the point of view of the rollups, will be given to those sequencers in green. Now, as a user, what I need to do if I want a pre-confirmation is just contact the next sequencer here at slot n+1, get a promise. This is the exact same flow. And this pre-confirmation comes in 100 milliseconds, but you may ask, what about the settlement latency? I get my pre-confirmation very fast, but I will also want my transaction to be included on-chain very, very fast. And this is where the includers come in. So the includers here, even though they don't have sequencing rights, they don't have the right to order transactions, they do have the right to settle and include transactions on-chain. So all the pre-confirmed transactions by this sequencer can be immediately included in slot N. And so in this design, you basically have best-in-class pre-confirmation latency, but also best-in-class settlement latency of the next slot. Now, one of the things that you might be wondering in this picture here is that if the sequencer is an L1 proposer, isn't that really, really bad for decentralization, right? Because we want the L1 proposers that are currently validators to be running on Raspberry Pis with a home internet connection. And the answer is yes. This is actually a bad design. And there's two solutions. Solution number one involves a hard fork, which is called execution tickets. And the idea of execution tickets is that the validators are no longer responsible for sequencing. So instead, sequencing is opened up to the market. And as a validator, my main role is to make attestations, which are extremely easy to do. And so the sequencer would be assumed to be a sophisticated entity that can handle pre-confirmations for all rollups and all users simultaneously. And then there's another short-term viable solution, in my opinion, which is basically delegation. So you have the sequencer here, which is an L1 proposer running on a Raspberry Pi, and they are going to delegate their sequencing rights to this new entity, which I'm calling a gateway. And this is a sophisticated entity, similar to a relay, or it could even be a relay itself, that is going to be doing the sequencing on behalf of the sequencer. So users here, you see, they connect directly with the relay. They don't even talk to the sequencer. Now, it turns out that there's quite a bit of movement recently in this direction of moving towards shared sequencing and specifically base sequencing. So there's now 3 different rollups that have publicly committed to becoming base rollups. There's Tyco, there's a key value rollup that Coinbase is building, and there's also one called Rise. And then there's 3 other rollups or projects that I know of that are actively considering becoming a base rollup, especially the first 2 here. So we have Aztec, which I'd say is much more likely than not to become a base rollup. And then there's this other top rollup here, one of the top rollups in production on mainnet, which I expect, based on discussions with their team, to also become a base rollup. And then there's projects like ENS here, where they want maximum credible neutrality. If they were to move to an L2, they can't choose Arbitrum, otherwise they upset Optimism, and they can't choose Optimism, otherwise they upset Arbitrum. And so the best solution for them is probably to launch as their own standalone based rollup that is maximally credibly neutral. Now, the name of the summit here is Hack.Summit. So if there are hackers in the room, it turns out that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit for people to start building this pre-confirmation infrastructure. And actually, there's 7 teams here on the bottom in green that have started building these initial specs, initial research, initial proof of concept implementations. And if you're interested in trying to help Ethereum achieve this real-time user experience of 100 millisecond pre-confirmations in a decentralized setting, do get in touch with me. So that's the end of my talk, and if audio permits, we can have questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justin, for your exciting presentation on the Ethereum ecosystem. And thank you once again for joining us virtually. Oh yeah, the sounds should be fine. Yeah, all good. Thank you once again for joining us virtually here today. We appreciate your long-distance support towards our summit. And thank you for sharing the future vision of Ethereum and its crucial role in shaping the new chapter of decentralized finance. Next up, we are deeply honored to invite Rock Lau, Chief Community Officer of Axiomesh, to deliver his keynote speech. He has been a core team member of multiple renowned projects and possesses unique insights into community building and user growth. Axiomesh is a modular blockchain built for mass commercial adoption. It aims to empower the real economy with crypto economic. To achieve this ambition, Axiomesh proposes a new blockchain architecture with unified liquidity to lower user barriers, protect user privacy, and enhance scalability. Axiomesh, as an emerging blockchain project, is committed to addressing real-world challenges and delivering innovative experiences to users. In today's speech, Rock will share Axiomesh's core philosophy as well as future development plans. Let's extend a warm round of applause and welcome Mr. Rock Lau onto stage. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the introduction, and thanks for the invitation from Hack VC. I'm Rock, the Chief Community Officer from Axiomesh. So today I want to introduce our blockchain Axiomesh, a modularized blockchain built for mass commercial adoption. So let's get started. So before we dive deep into our blockchain, I want to introduce some background at first. So I'd like to do a comparison between Web 2 and Web 3. I did a quick Google search on the top 100 stocks from NASDAQ and compared to the current state of Web 3. So that's the data. Okay. Let's get started from the market capitalization. According to the data from CoinMarketCap, it said that the total value of cryptocurrencies is at about $2.49 trillion. That's a huge number, right? But I mean, compared to the total value from top 100 stocks of NASDAQ, it's $38 trillion. It's about 15 times that of a crypto. Even now, we are at bull market, right? And as for the user basis, according to a report from AAA, the entire market of crypto has only 220 million users. It's roughly 4% of global population, but a platform, say Manta, has over 2 billion users. So according all the data I collected, I draw a conclusion that crypto still remains quite niche, right? So to really spark the explosive growth and to become the really next generation of internet, so Web3 or crypto should be more relevant to our daily life from food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Extending its reach beyond finance to the industries like manufacturing and energy. Okay, as we gear up for the mass commercial adoption of blockchain technology, we need to tackle a few sticky points. Okay, let's get started from high barrier. Let's say user access. It's a bit of obstacle courses. There's time to get your head around. Downloading the wallet and memorizing all the mnemonic phrases, figuring out all those totally cryptic private keys and keep it all under lock and the key. So it sounds like every step is a roadblock to getting folks in the door. And the second, privacy, the lack thereof. So we are living in a glass bottle, right? Every step you make, every transaction is on the display for the whole world to see. People can pick at your balance, snoop on your monetary moves. So let's say, let's face it, it's a no-go for business. Okay, the third one is performance limitation. There's an elephant in the room, performance. So let's face it, if we compare the speed of Bitcoin or Ethereum to the speed of Visa, it's like racing a bicycle to a sports car. I mean, please don't get me wrong. Ethereum and Bitcoin have their own charm, but they are not designed for speed. So we have to turbocharge the tech. Okay, I will go through our production Axiomesh. So what is Axiomesh and who we are? That's two key questions, right? So Axiomesh is a blockchain, modular blockchain built for mass commercial adoption. And we engineered to surmount all the obstacles I claimed earlier. The heart of our operations is furnished with a cumulative 30 years of expertise in fintech and augmented with a vast network spanned by governmental bodies and top-tier international investments. Okay, here's our design principle. The first one is usability. That means we must have the lower entry barriers for users and developers. The second one is composability. That means the existing applications should be rapidly and seamlessly to integrate and migrate to our blockchain. The third one is privacy. We have to protect the confidential information of the business and the personal. And the fourth one is scalability, or in other words, performance. We must have the extremely high performance that to support the business applications. And the last one, sustainability, requires the ability to sustain the long-term development. Okay, let me introduce our first key feature, native smart account. So smart account is one of the initiatives that lower the entry barriers. So the existing smart accounts projects are implemented by smart contracts and external components, which lead to the low execution efficiency, high gas fees, and the lack of the supporting for cryptographic algorithms. We Axiomesh natively implement the smart account that can guarantee high execution efficiency and more flexible on supporting the cryptographic algorithms. Let's say zk-friendly algorithms. Okay, and sorry. Oh, okay. And then we can directly provide some practical capabilities, such as gas fee payments on behalf of users, Web2 comfortable login, or as well as the biological recognition logging and the social media recovery, thus lowering the entry barriers for users. Okay, the next one is the protection of privacy. So the lack of privacy protection is one of the key factors that hinder users, especially enterprise users, from building business applications on the blockchain. So to address this problem, Axiomesh provides the following solutions. First, we use the cutting-edge zero-knowledge proof and homomorphic encryption to protect the user assets and identity privacy. Second, we design a protocol called a twin token protocol, which is composable to all of the main ERC20 tokens. And the third one is the design of our read-only view key that based on the multi-party computation that stores secret shards in the operating nodes that for the future compliance check, achieving the balance of privacy and compliance. And the last one is TIMC, the Trusted Intermodification Communication Protocol. So as I mentioned earlier, that performance is extremely high demand for business applications, right? So roll-up has been proven to be a really low cost and the secure method to scale the blockchain up. But it brings another question, the liquidity fragmentation, right? To address this, let me cite an example. So if I want to sell my Optimism asset and buy another set on Arbitrum, what shall I do? Firstly, log into Optimism and sell my asset, and then withdraw my fund to the Ethereum, which usually takes a week long, and then deposit the fund to the Arbitrum, and finally finish the purchase. It's a quite time-consuming process, right? And managing all the assets across different addresses is quite complex. So we have the TIMC protocol. We have the shared interoperation layer and shared token registration layer. Okay, and all the tokens in our ecosystem have the same address. Let me record our three key features. The first one is smart accounts natively implemented by our blockchain, which lower the user entry barrier. The second one is privacy protection, which balancing the compliance and the privacy. And the last one is TIMC, which provides the unified liquidation. Okay, here's our big picture. Down the road will be a giant tech that popping up 100 trillion worth bucks on our chain and a billion users. Okay, here's our roadmap. We have some nifty developments already and the 3 testnets running right now. And the fresh news, our latest testnet, Germany, has just made a big debut last Sunday. So please give it a shot. And our memo is outside the gate. So that's all. Thanks. Thanks for all you guys.
Thank you so much, Rock, for introducing Axiomesh to us. We still have a couple of interesting speakers left for today. And I would like herewith to introduce to you Zon, the founding member of Initia. Initia is a network for interwoven rollups. It's binding a highly interwoven system for modular networks through architectural ownership of the Layer 1 orchestrion layer, Layer 2 network, and the communication protocol. Sounds quite technical. So let's welcome Zon on stage to tell us more about Initia and give us some exciting industry perspectives. Let's have a round of applause for Zon. Thank you.
I'm just waiting for the clicker, so give me a second.
Didn't you have the clicker here?
You got your clicker, okay.
This is not my presentation. Oh.
Just some last minute technical preparations. Sorry, guys. Give us a few minutes, please.
I guess you can start it because no, like she's copying it, and now I think we're gonna have it in maybe like 1 minute maximum. So maybe you can start.
All right, let's start off. And maybe you can just start with introducing yourself. Please welcome on stage Zon from Indonesia. Let's have a round of applause for Zon. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this demonstration of Gmail. My name is Zon. I'm one of the founding team members at Inisha. Today, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Inisha, which is a network for interwoven rollups. And this is a presentation I put together on the airplane on the way here, so please keep that in mind. Thanks. Cool. So a little bit about me. I'm Canadian. I went to Penn. I studied computer science and business, did my master's in CS. And then during COVID, I got pretty into DeFi through just gambling on chain, as most people do, farming the yams and the shitcoins and the such. I got pretty interested in building in crypto through an app chain approach. I fell in love with the Cosmos ecosystem and thought it was really interesting that you could build unique applications that have ability to control everything about themselves. And so I joined as a smart contract developer within the Cosmos ecosystem, and that's kind of where my journey began. A few years later, after that, I helped found Inisha with a group of pretty awesome people. But let me give you a quick rundown of some of the history of app chains before we get into what Initia is now. So we started off with Ethereum, of course, one of the best and biggest monolithic chains. And then we had Cosmos. So Cosmos was the first framework to build application-specific blockchains. The Cosmos SDK was incredible in the sense that you could change everything about how the chain actually operates. And so we saw this Cambrian explosion of the Cosmos ecosystem. We had tens of different blockchains, starting to be now over 100 different blockchains within Cosmos, all connected with a shared thread of underlying infrastructure, which is IBC in the Cosmos SDK. After this, we realized that we quickly wanted more scale within the Ethereum landscape in the EVM world. So we started to develop these things called rollups. The thing about Ethereum, though, was that it was never really developed for rollups. The original goal of scaling was through sharding. And so we started to get these various different types of rollup systems. We had the OP stack, Arbitrum Orbit, things like Metis, zk Sync, but we still wanted more scale. And so people decided to build different types of monolithic blockchains that changed the ways they were built, whether that be their consensus mechanisms, their virtual machines like Move. We got systems like Solana, Aptos, Sei, Avalanche. But fundamentally, what happened is these systems were fragmented. We have basically these isolated worlds that don't play very nice with each other. There are these borders that are hard to control, and we slapped some tape over them and said, we're going to build interoperability solutions. Things like Layer 0 and Hyperlane. We thought these would be the fix that we can use to amend the system that we already had in place. Then we started to get this thing called modularity. So we're taking already this fragmented system and these monolithic blockchains, and we're splitting them up even further. So we're splitting a chain into its many different stacks, whether that be its execution layer, the settlement layer, the data availability layer, and it's kind of like a burger now. You can pick your favorite parts of each one of these systems. But unfortunately, this leads to even more fragmentation within the world from both a user's perspective, but also as a developer. So this is what you currently have on Solana, where you basically have like 15 different USDCs, which is insane because it's the same one token. And if I, as a crypto builder that's been in the space for over 3 years, can't figure out which USDC is the USDC I should be using, how can we ever expect an end user who's coming into crypto for the first time to understand how to use 1,000 different rollups with 1,000 different application-specific blockchains? So we essentially realized that multi-chain systems are garbage in their current state, but app chains are the future. We've seen time and time again, people want to build app chains, whether that be Cosmos systems or systems within rollups on Ethereum, but the way that they're built right now just doesn't work. And so this is going to be the world when Initia launches. And so let's explore some of the problems that we encounter more specifically within the current systems that we do have in place. So let's first take a look at Cosmos. It is the most powerful stack to build unique blockchains. That's why you have teams like Hyperliquid, Berachain, DYDX v4, Osmosis, et cetera, that build with this framework. And there's a system for native interoperability. However, it does have its downsides, primarily this being every Cosmos chain is an L1. That means you have to manage a robust set of validators to pay for security, and most often you have to inflate your token supply to people that are your biggest sellers. This tends to be quite costly, and many Cosmos chains right now, in fact, lose money every single day because they pay out more in inflation that needs to be dumped to offset the cost of validator infrastructure. Secondly, there's too many cooks in the kitchen. Basically, everyone within the Cosmos landscape wanted to become the main hub. This led to fragmentation, not only within the tokens that exist within the ecosystem, but also the developers that understand which product areas they control, as well as just governance systems. For the longest time, the Cosmos hub, which is the main chain in Cosmos, has not had smart contracts. There's been over 3 attempts to add smart contracts to that chain, and as of 2 days ago, it finally passed after something like 4 years, which is incredible, but you can see the amount of gridlock that occurs within these systems. And then within IBC, which is supposed to be this one amazing solution for interoperability, it does present its own problems. So let's look at some of those. So in Cosmos land, there's this idea of pairwise dependencies for IBC. This means that basically, between every 2 chains, you set up an IBC relay so that you can send tokens between them. So when you send an Ethereum token, for example, from chain 1 to chain 2 to chain 3, versus if you send that token directly from chain 1 to chain 3 itself, you get 2 different tokens on chain 3, which is insane. That fragmentation should not be a problem that users have to deal with when you have this web of infrastructure that's supposed to deal with all things composability. The ideal approach that Cosmos Hub was originally supposed to do was be built like this, where all IBC transfers are routed through the Cosmos layer 1, called Atom. And in that sense, if you're sending from something like Osmosis to Stride, you would do 2 IBC transactions, 1 to the hub and 1 back to Stride. And this ensures that you never have this pairwise dependency problem and you don't create liquidity fragmentation. Unfortunately, what happened was that there was too many cooks in the kitchen and everyone wanted to be the hub themselves. So from Cosmos Hub, Osmosis tried to do the same thing, and we basically went down this rabbit hole for years of fragmentation within Cosmos. So now let's look at the scaling solutions on Ethereum. This is typically optimistic rollups like the OP Stack and Arbitrum Orbit. The advantages are that they're very easy to launch, because as rollups, you don't have to deal with inflation, you don't have to deal with validator sets. You can just click a button and deploy a chain. The problem with that is they're just fundamentally inflexible. You can't change a single thing about the chain itself, aside from the gas token that's used. So you're essentially copying and pasting the same chain over and over again for all of these OP Stack deployments. And so you do not get the fundamental flexibility that you do have when you use Cosmos SDK. You're confined to the ways that the EVM operates, and you're basically isolated and fragmented. Without solutions like Layer 0 or Hyperlane, you can't provide instant bridging for your users. There's no way to get great access to oracles on these Layer 2s. And then you're never going to get access to things like native USDC or CCTP unless you're a massive Layer 2 like Optimism or Arbitrum itself. For folks that want app chains, this is basically a dream that probably will never happen. And so how do we fix this? Ooh. Okay, well, the solutions should be fully customizable using pieces of the Cosmos SDK. We should be able to change app chains as flexibly as you can right now within Cosmos land, not like you can in Ethereum. They should have access to good security. That means you shouldn't need to run things like validator sets, but using a system like rollups, you can spin up these flexible app chains easily while still guaranteeing security through the underlying base chain. And then they should be interoperable from day one. Interoperability should not be an afterthought that you plug into a system to patch these holes. And so that's where Initia comes into play. So Initia is a network for interwoven rollups. We are holistically rebuilding multi-chain networks from the ground up on 3 main verticals: within the product stack, the architecture stack, and the economic systems that tie it all together. We essentially said, you know what? Let's just rebuild the whole goddamn thing without so many cooks in the kitchen. We have the belief that essentially app chains should follow a similar framework to Apple and the iOS design. Currently, what exists is a lot more like Android. You have these systems that are somewhat similar, and then you have various different interoperability things that you can plug in like Android or Google SDKs. But we think that these solutions should be a lot more like Apple's design philosophy, where you have these various applications. Nobody particularly cares about how they're run underneath. And for a user's perspective, there's very similar frameworks that are used when interacting with them all. This is why we think the product stack on top of the architecture system is something that we really need to work on as well. So when you're paying an in-app payment, despite using different apps within your iPhone, you have the same Face ID modal. When you're signing in, it's always also the same. We want to create that across thousands of different rollups in the future. So this is the Inisha architecture that we have right now. This represents Omnisha. It is the system of the Inisha layer 1 as well as every layer 2 that exists on top of Inisha. And so Omnisha, how it works is we essentially have an Inisha layer 1, which is a Cosmos SDK-based chain that is running MoveVM. And then we built the OP-init stack. That's an optimistic rollup framework that's built directly in the Cosmos SDK, and it is VM agnostic. That means you don't have to use the EVM. On top of Inisha, your rollups can change everything about the rollup itself on the Cosmos SDK side, but then we've also integrated EVM, MoveVM, and WASM-VM. So you can pick your favorite smart contracting environment that works best for you and your application, change everything about the rollup itself, and then build the most powerful blockchain stack possible. So Minishas are our layer 2 systems. Like I said, you can pick and choose whatever VM you like best. We've put a lot of care into developing these VMs from the ground up on top of Cosmos to ensure that there's a seamless layer between the Cosmos side and the VM side. And so the MoveVM and the EVM are all new, built by the Inisha team, and the WASM VM is something that's existed within Cosmos land for a while. So when you build a Inisha layer 2, despite being able to choose and change things from the Cosmos SDK side or the smart contracting layer, we use our layer 1 to provide a lot of value back to these layer 2s to ensure that they're not met with the same problems that you have within the Ethereum rollup framework. And so the advantage is that we've been able to reapproach this problem by seeing these systems over time. We're holistically rebuilding multi-chain networks by attaching a layer 1 with a layer 2 and building those together in tandem to ensure that these layer 2s come with everything that they need. So when you launch a layer 2, from day 1, you have access to oracles that are atomically fetchable from every layer 2, which is incredibly advantageous. You have fiat on-ramps that you can use. You have bridging and instant bridging through a large omni-chain bridge provider that I'm not allowed to reveal yet. You have interoperability and fungibility of tokens across every single one of these layer 2s, despite being in different VMs. You have native USDC and CCTP access, which is something you would never get on the OP stack. You have the ability to change your gas tokens, and you can change everything about the chain itself on the Cosmos SDK side. Essentially, this is the most product-ready and flexible rollup stack that exists to date. Then we built something called enshrined liquidity. So enshrined liquidity, what we did was essentially we altered Cosmos' staking modules, and we allowed you to stake various LP tokens directly with validators on our layer 1. So you can stake things like init USDC, init ETH, init TIA, and what this does is it creates a moat of liquidity that is very accessible for every layer 2. It also provides enhanced staking yields, and lastly, it creates an inter-Minutia router. So if you remember what I was talking about earlier with the Cosmos IBC pairwise dependency problem, you have a system where you have all this fragmentation because there's no central hub. But what we've done is with all of these rollups, they're all attached to our layer 1 via one IBC relay. And so as those tokens are moving through the layer 1 from one rollup to another, the liquidity that we've created within the layer 1 through enshrined liquidity can be used to facilitate all sorts of swaps. So you can send USDC from one rollup and receive ETH on another rollup, and you will not have had to do any sort of multiple different transfers. So this is pretty cool. There's a lot of other things that are awesome within the Inisha framework, but I think I need to step off soon. But one of the things that we did do really well is focus on the product stack around this. So we rebuilt how it looks and feels like to actually use multi-chain networks, not only built the architecture stack that people use to build blockchains. So that means we've rebuilt essentially the wallet experience, enabling all of these chains to connect to any EVM wallet, Cosmos wallets, in-app wallets. We've built the Initia app, which is kind of the home ground for all things to do on the layer 1. We've built Initia usernames, which is essentially a multi-chain wide username system like ENS is, but they span across every single layer 2 within the Initia world. And then we've rebuilt an economic framework around this that basically ties the entire system together. So at Initia, we've fundamentally rebuilt how multi-chain networks should look, feel, and operate for both developers and users along the product stack, the architecture stack, and then the economic systems as well. We'll be launching public testnet at the end of this month with a suite of layer 2 teams. Pretty excited for you all to check out everything that we've built, as well as some of these product teams that have been building layer 2s for the past 4 months. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Zan, for introducing Initia to us and for also sharing so much knowledge with us here today. Now, moving on to our final keynote speaker of today. Let me welcome Stephen Wong on stage for the final keynote presentation, who is the co-founder of Public AI. Public AI is a crowdsourcing platform that provides AI data labeling services. In the Web3 era, Public AI leverages blockchain technology to deliver a trustless, permissionless cross-border labor market, being strategically incentivized by crypto economics and having instant cross-nation payment settlements. What is remarkable is that Stephen holds a PhD in artificial intelligence from CUHK. I personally think that's very cool that you can already study AI on a PhD level nowadays. So it's quite impressive. Let's welcome Stephen on stage to deliver the final keynote speech for today. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Stephen, the co-founder of Public AI. And we started this project 1 year ago. At that time, I just finished my PhD in artificial intelligence. And actually, everybody knows that OpenAI is a joke, right? And it's not open anymore. It's called closed AI, right? It's closed everything. But here I will tell you that OpenAI actually, the public AI actually is the real OpenAI because we open to the human, contribute to the AI and share the revenue from the AI. Yeah. So before going on the topic, I would have a question for everyone that what will be the next big move for AI? Maybe the new algorithm from Google, or maybe the new chips from the NVIDIA? Neither. Actually, it's AI training data. So this is because, if you watch the movie about the Matrix, and there, the movie describes the world that in the real world, and the AI dominate the world, right? And AI have a virtual world for the real people to play the games. And actually, in the real world, the human becomes a battery, becomes a biological battery to provide the power for the AI. Do you believe that will be happen? Probably. But in more practical way, actually, the human will become the data producer for the AI in the future. So this is because AI training requires huge of data set. And in the future, AI will replace all the human jobs, and only one job AI cannot do this. This is a human data producer, human data workers, because human can produce data to train the AI, improve the AI knowledge, right? So there is another movie, it's called Doom. And in the Doom, there are spies is the most valuable asset in the universe. And so in the future, the data will become the spies in the most valuable assets in the future. And the human will become the sandworm who produce the spice, yeah, to feed the AI, yeah. So let me start with several stories. Yeah, so according to MIT research, so our training data will be run out by 2026. So because more and more social media platform and websites, they ban the data scraping of AI. So there will happen. The Google, Microsoft, they buy data from Quora, Reddit with $100 million. Yeah. So there is an interview to OpenAI CTO, Amira Marathi, to ask her where your training data come from. And she said, I'm not sure. So apparently she lied. Because how OpenAI CTO do not know their training data come from, right? So maybe I can tell you, those training data is come from us. It's come from all of us. So we create 100 million pieces of data on social media every day. And those social media actually create $1 trillion. They use to train the AI, create $1 trillion revenue. But they pay us zero, right? They pay nothing to us. So actually, one more question is what the core principle of Web3 actually is the ownership revolution, right? So that is we should share revenue from something we create. We create such data, but do not share revenue with us, right? It's a share revenue with Reddit platform or the OpenAI themselves, Microsoft. Yeah, so here we provide a solution with Web3. Yeah, that is public AI. So among public AI, we have 3 roles in the protocol. The first role is AI builder. And AI builder can connect their social media account with our on-chain protocol, and they can share the data to train the AI and earn the revenue from the AI. Yeah, they are intensive by our public tokens. And actually, it's not all of data is verified, is okay to train the data. Some of the data maybe is useless and harmful, like some resource information or immoral information. So we need the third role, that is AI validator. AI validator could verify the data, remove some human preference bias. A couple of weeks ago, Elon Musk actually criticized Google Gemini AI a lot. He said Gemini is a resource. And actually, this is because their validators have human preference. Maybe it's a resource. So that will have the low quality training data to make the Gemini AI very bad, you know. So here the third role actually is AI developer. So after validator verify the data, and AI developer could commercialize the data and make revenues. Those revenues could share to the validators and builders. Yeah. So actually, we redesigned the RLHF loss function here. The first equation shows the loss function of RLHF. It's a reinforcement learning human feedback. Actually, this is a general widely used technology in the AI companies to train the AI. So you can look the first equation. It contains simply 2 terms. The first term is calculate the errors for the backpropagation of the neural network. And the second term is regularization terms, just to prevent the model from the overfitting. Yeah, so actually in the first term, you can see the small r theta actually is a reward model, and head G. The head G is important. It's a result of our argmax function, and this argmax function actually will calculate the validators to verify data and gather consensus data. So the capital R function shows the calculation about the reward token, for the validators, for the AI builders. So there are two R. The first R is small R is for the reward to the ARM. The second big R is reward to the AI builders and the AI validators. Yeah, that part pretty technical. Also, we design a wearable deeping sensor to collect the real-world data, and so we can use the real-world data to train the AI. We also have the zero-knowledge technologies to prevent the user's privacy. Yeah. And this is a public AI ecosystem. From left-hand side, we can see where the data comes from. We can answer this question. Open CTO cannot answer the question. We can answer the question. It's from our social media, and also it's from our the real world. Yeah, the deeping world. And the middle part shows how we verify data, how to mine the high-quality data, remove the harmful information like racist, immoral information. And the right part shows how we commercialize the data, how we to sell to our the providers, the D apps or the AR firms, yeah, to make the revenue of the data, and we can share to the builders and validators. So our public token will be used to intensive the validators and builders. Yeah, and also we are used to for the proof of stake collateral. So that means if there is good behavior, more reward. If they have a malicious behavior, slashed. We launched the testnet 1 month ago, and right now we have 400K users who provide data, verify data on our platform. Yeah, and also there will be the earliest public token holders. These are partners. We partner with some AI application or the data companies to commercialize the data, and we partner with some Web3 communities to engage on board more data workers. Yeah, this is our team. And our CTO, Jin Li, actually he's a research AI scientist. And one of his very famous research is used by Google to design the AlphaFold. Yeah. And Professor Shu Guangcui is our chief scientist, and he got his PhD in Stanford, and he has been the professor in multiple top universities. And Terry Wang is a co-founder and CTO of LSD blockchain. It's a very, very famous layer 1 blockchain. Also, he has been the partner of Jane Fund. And he also is the former employee of Microsoft and Uber. And he also graduated at Princeton University. Yeah. So maybe we can end up this keynote with an amazing video. Yeah, please. Can you turn on the voice?
Ready to take control and get paid from your data? Jumping to public key. Did you know every voice and message you share online is valuable? They're used to train AI and make trillions. But you've probably never seen a dime for it. That's about to change. Public AI, a revolutionary Web3 platform that turns your data in dollars. Here, you can earn money from your social media activities and shape the future of AI. Ready to take control and get paid from your data? Jumping to public AI. Let's kickstart this journey together.
Okay, thanks everybody. You can scan the QR code to join this journey together. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for wrapping up the keynote speeches for today and for sharing your personal crypto journey, as well as the background story of public AI, of how it started and also the benefits that the company can bring to the society. Very exciting. Thank you so much. To conclude the first day of the Hack.Summit 2024, we have our very final roundtable discussion, which is the hackathon panel. Our speakers will share some interesting insights with you on the coding competition that is currently taking place at the same time as our summit here. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Daniel Zhang, Head of Solana Foundation, MCM, Neja from APAC BD of Berachain, and Anthony Zhang, Community and Ecosystem Lead APAC of The Graph. Moderated by Herbie Fu, partner of Hack VC. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers for the final roundtable discussion. Thanks. Panel is all yours, Herbie.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, there's no slides. There's panel.
No slides.
Yeah. I think before we start, I think like Daniel and Neja, like both you guys can just give like a quick background of yourself or like your ecosystem to our audience today.
Thank you. My name is Daniel. I'm the head of Solana Foundation MCM. You may regard it as a pretty weird name. It's not a luxury brand. It stands for Mandarin Cantonese market because it's a bit big. I mean, we always talk about the China-related stuff, but I would say that this is not only a geographical concept. It's more about culture. So somehow you find some builders. He maybe live in Singapore or maybe Australia, but it turns out to be a Chinese guy or some ABC. So we try to use this name to show our interest in this great APAC area. So yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. My name is Neza, and I'm the APAC BD of Berachain. So Berachain is a VM-compatible high-performance modular layer 1 with a proof of liquidity consensus. And we're currently on testnet and with a lot of support and from the community. And my job here is to onboard more developers, onboard more developers and more institutions, like combination with blockchain technology and institutions, etc. And very excited to be here, and very bullish on the Hong Kong's future and the combination of crypto technology and quite a lot, yeah.
Yeah, and like through the past few cycles in crypto, we've seen hackathons being very active in almost every single emerging L1s and L2s and stuff. And my very first question is that I'm curious, given your experience, what are the most impressive hackathons you guys have ever attended or witnessed in your previous crypto experience?
Okay, I would say the most important, or the one my favorite is just the just finished one. There's a Solana hackathon, right? This is the nice times of a Solana hackathon, and it's worldwide and it's always online. And it's just finished today. So hopefully we're gonna show more data online, and if you got interested, you can find it. And Solana hackathon is quite unique, I would say, because it's one of the biggest hackathon worldwide for all the layer 1, layer 2s, all the VCs. And we have Solana hackathons twice a year, and this year is first time is hosted by Colosseum. It's a separate entity with Solana Foundation, but still we got some old friends there, and it support the growth of the whole ecosystem as well the builder developer ecosystems. I would say Solana's culture is quite unique. It's a bit different. You may find it out in the Breakpoint this year in Singapore. So welcome, join. Yeah.
All right. I don't know how to define the best, but I use my experience. So the first hackathon I attended and I organized was three years ago. It was a 2-day hackathon with the university students from 18 to 21. They're pretty young and full of energy and keep building some new stuff. Especially there are some like unicorns today I can remember. And the second one is here at Stay. I was talking with a developer upstairs. So thank you very much at Hack VC. And like the developers there building some deeping stuff make me quite impressive because most of the projects that is always like is existing Berachain are the liquidity like DeFi, SocialFi, etc. But never seen the new primitives, and I'm pretty excited about it. And number 3 is the one we built at East Denver. It's Berachain, and I know quite many people attended like at East Denver, and we were pretty impressed by the event we built, and it's pretty excited to meet a lot of like these developers, especially the developer that they are creating some new stuff. What makes me amazed, feel like quite amazing, is that the apps they are building is not like the existing categories, so I cannot define them because what they are building on Berachain is new categories.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for answering. This. So I've been like personally, went to like Solana. I feel like Solana Hacker House previously, like in New York and a few other places, and being like quite impressed by the vibe and overall. And I do feel like like hackathons and hacker house in different cities have like very different, their uniqueness and vibe overall. I'm curious, what do you guys think like are the key elements of making a successful hackathon, from your perspective?
Okay, successful hackathon definitely depends on many different factors, but I would say the most unique thing is definitely the culture. I believe you guys all know that Solana suffered a lot in the last 1 or 2 years. A lot of things happen. Some are good, some bad. But our community, as well as our developers, remains. So I think most important thing is the culture. That's culture keep them to several other things and keep them still here and make Solana so back today. And I would say we also provided many different kinds of supporting resources to help these builders and developers to grow in the ecosystem, no matter what's the market is in bull market or bear market. I mean, the developers remains. And also, I also want to add one more thing that at the same time, and also tomorrow, we have about 15 Solana projects that are going to give a demo day here as well at the sub stage. So if you got interest, you may go there to find why Solana is so unique and why our developer ecosystem is so strong. Yeah, so that's it.
Okay, cool. Developer is a key point of building a successful chain or a successful community or whatever. And what we do here is, I think, is first know all the developers, know what they need and offer them. And the second is be part of them, especially be part of them. Like, what kind of category, what kind of application they are building. And then you should be their first ever user and give them the best suggestions and give them the best strategy and to building new applications, especially especially if you are experienced developers, you know how to attract the new users, how to get them from 0 to 1, is the key stuff, and that is what we always we are always close to developers. So according to hackathons and course with the developers and with new categories of applications, what we usually ask them is that how do you make you feel comfortable? Why you here, and how do we support you? For example, like how can we improve our docs? How can we improve our culture? This is a Berachain community, and how do you feel like the atmosphere of Ogobuga, and our founders are pretty positive every day, in the community. It is a wonderful day building on Berachain. So what we support them, how do we support them, and how we build their first users, and how to help them onboard the next user is always what we do.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question for both of you guys. So, for you, Daniel, I'm curious about did you see any difference between a hackathon in a bear market versus a hackathon, for example, say right now, and how the overall vibe and people's participation, overall, or even say the agenda of a hackathon change, or say not change during different times of the market.
Okay, good question. I mean, for Solana Foundation, we host hackathons twice a year. It not depends on whether it's bull market or bear market. We just keep it maybe around March and April, and the other one is about the October. We would like to provide enough opportunities to our great builders, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is that definitely there are some difference between bear market and bull markets. Let's say in bear markets, if it's a deeply bear market, some developers may just leave this industry. It happens, and we all have seen it, right? But if there's some normal or bear market, people have more patience to build because there is not that much opportunities on secondary market, so they can only focus on building, right? So that we can provide more boot camps, different camps, workshops to let them to communicate, all the factors they need to get a successful projects. But in the bull market, people, as you mentioned, they may be lack of the patience. Always in bull market, the secondary market is much more popular than first market, and also influence the builders. I mean, sometimes people are short-seeing, and they don't have enough patience to wait for several months or even years to get a successful project. But whatever, I just mentioned the culture is the most important thing. Solana ecosystem has already proved it. I mean, if you really focus on it, and you can, regardless of the bull or bear market, you can just focus on building your product. For example, as Jupiters, they, suffered last year, but finally they got what they deserved, and now they are like a superstar now. So I think that's a good example for all the builders are awaiting. So yeah, that's my opinion. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And for your Noja, for Berachain, as we know, Berachain provides a blend of very unique features versus other blockchains. So how do you see Berachain to attract and reward is developers differently from other layer ones and layer twos in the market?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and I would say the first one is we have a modular stack, and we make it open source. For example, the Polaris framework, we open it and provide it to multiple partners and developers if they want to build their for example their app chain, their own EVM L1. We help them to build it, and we help them to customize it. And number two is the pro liquidity mechanism. We have the pro liquidity consensus to help, and from day one, from the very beginning, from day one, like you're a developer and you're building something very cool, and you can use pro liquidity, like to get incentives, to get reward from the entire network. So for other chains, that most of the fees, the revenues from users to apps and to validators, and we do the opposite. We give the revenues, we give the fees generated by us to all the developers, to other users. So that is what we do. We bring all the things that we can back to the users, back to the developers. So that is how we support and how to help them. And the third is that we have a strong team and a strong community, especially thanks to every region here. And I think the most different stuff is that, like Berachain does, is that most of the community members, like they are quite diligent, especially for the developer. They used to build some especially successful things with pretty good new primitives, and they are now supporting the new developers here to help them to build some new digital stuff. So you can call Berachain as a culture chain because the cute bears, right? You can call it as the meme chain because the meme culture, and also you can call it as a digital chain because the most advanced developers here are quite diligent. They have proven in the last cycle, and they are also proving in this cycle. So you can call it anything. That is Berachain.
Very cool. So here's my last question for this panel. So following Hackathon, like what else like resources you guys provide, as a unique like layer one to those like promising Hackathon projects to help them transit from prototype to like real project like production.
Okay. I will give several numbers. First thing is we have already hosted 9 hackathons worldwide. And the second thing is that there are more than 4,000, I guess, till this time should be above 5,000 different projects raised from our hackathons. And the last number is all these projects after the hackathon, they raised more than hundreds of millions US dollars to go to the market. And we do understand all the builders, they really need and they really deserve our support as well as the whole ecosystem support. So we provide many different layers, different kinds of support from the very beginning to the very last, covering their whole life cycle. For example, like say, if you get some interest in building a Solana, but you have very limited coding knowledge, we have many bootcamp, online, offline. Even in Zhuhai, we got a 1 month offline hackathons. It's a bootcamp to help you know and learn how to build on Solana. That's the beginning stage, right? And then if you got an idea, you may group up a team and also to find the right guys to work together with and to turn your idea into a demo or into an MVP. So that's a hackathon stage, like currently, right? And the next stage, if you successfully win something like win an honorable mention or win a prize in Solana hackathon, then you need more like exposures, marketing stuff. Then we provide like Hacker House. You can go there as a speaker. We have a breakpoint. You can be the innovative guy there to give speech, right? So then more people can know about you. And the next stage is go to market. You need funding stuff, you need some advisors, you need to learn how to communicate with the community, with your investors, right? So this area, we're gonna cooperate with some accelerators, like some of them are here today, like ForesiGhtX, like SpringX, like Wanwudao, a lot of different kinds of accelerators. They have rich experience and nice network to help these projects to go to market. So we cover their almost whole life cycles to support them. And also the things you are most curious about, that is a grant, right? We're gonna give grant to those nice projects to help them to grow and to benefit the whole ecosystem. So that's it.
Okay, I think at us at Berachain, how we support the developers is first, we are together with them. Like we use all the resources we can get. For example, like they want to have some development stuff. They want to have some technical stuff to support. We have dev rules. We have dev rules everywhere, and work almost 24 hours every day to support the developers in different regions. We have now get dev rules at mainland, at Asia, and India, and many other regions like in Europe, and in the US. Pretty many regions we are working on now to support them. And the second thing, like whatever they want, for example, like they want from girls from 0 to 1. Our founders, our team, our community projects, they are always there to support and help them build a strategy, help them be their first ever users, and build something very cool like crypto native. Like that is what we are always growing with them. And as I said, we are together. The first, second, they are building something. And once they are launched, for example, like they need some fundraise, we help them there. As a new chain has not launched yet, we have helped multiple teams raise over 30 million. I think it's a good number as a new chain. And also, like we helped them onboarded quite a lot communities, especially on the testnet. They already have users, so I think this is something that never been seen before. So it's on testnet. You have millions of users. It's not for a chain. It's for a single app that we have achieved. And the last thing is like we give all we can have. For example, like we use the pro liquidity consensus. We are giving out the revenues, giving out the rewards captured by block to developers to users. So the thing that I am sure that we're gonna win is that we from day one is close to users, close to all the developers, because we're giving all we have to them. And so for the numbers, we have hundreds of projects now, and 50%, I can say 50%, even more, are the native, and 20% are the new categories we have never seen before. Like they are the new categories that I cannot define. That is what makes us pretty excited.
That's amazing. I think that's pretty much for our today's panel, and definitely like looking forward to grow developer community together. With you guys and our Hack.Summit together.
Thank you.
Special thanks for Hack.
Thanks everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the last roundtable discussion has come to an end. Thank you to the final panelists for wrapping up the first day of the Hack.Summit. I would like herewith to express my sincere gratitude from the whole Hack.Summit team to all of the keynote speakers and panelists who have filled this space with so much industry knowledge, their personal unique perspectives, professional opinions, and engaging insights that have provided so much food for thought for us today. Also, thank you to all of our esteemed guests. Your participation and support today have created a great engaging atmosphere here at our event. With our collective efforts, we believe that blockchain technology and the community ecosystem will embrace an even more promising tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're continuing with our day 2 of the Hack.Summit, filled with as many exciting speakers and panelists. So please join us for tomorrow as well. Please note that we will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow, a little bit earlier, as we have a very enriching program prepared for you for tomorrow. Also, our hackathon competition will continue tomorrow as well. And tomorrow we will reveal the winners of the competition. So Dom is on the exciting part, the Demo Day award ceremony, which will be held at the end of the day tomorrow. Thank you once again, everyone, and have a nice evening, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. Is it tomorrow is your turn? Tomorrow do you want it? Yeah, just let's do here. It's a VIP dinner. Or you maybe I thought you want to have a drink outside.
This is very exciting for me as well. So
But this is not your first time, right?
I've done a lot of presentations. I worked as an interpreter and a representative of the company, but I never was like a moderator at an event. Like, yeah.
So this is the first for
yeah.
the whole.
Yeah, yeah. This kind of thing first.
Okay. And your CV will be better after this one.
I was very nervous in the morning, but
let's talk tomorrow. You will come here tomorrow, right?
Of course.
Okay.
I have 2 days.
Okay, just, our restaurant just next to here. Just next to here. You want me to show you the way?
That's nice.
Okay, I'll show you the way. The restaurant.
Show the way. To the restaurant.
Yeah.
Which restaurant is it?
It's a Chinese restaurant.
Okay.
So if you don't want it, it's okay.
When are you guys going? Right now? Or?
Because we have a meeting first right now.
That's great. I need like a little break.
Okay.
I need to washroom and freshen up.
Okay, just find me in a Telegram.
Okay,
If you want
I
to
have
go,
your Telegram.
Yeah, we are in the group. Yeah, the same
I'll
group.
message you.
Okay,
Yeah.
rest first. Okay, go to rest.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Water?
Oh. Unfortunately, we don't have any more.
Okay.
So we served it this morning. Tomorrow I'll give you.